talking about?
SINGH.
Yes, and
Yeah.
liquor.
Liquor.
Okay, and then?
Yeah.
So
okay.
you say people were being chased by police. What do you mean police?
Uthi-
SAPS? What
Yeah,
do you mean?
SAPS.
I mean SAPS.
Okay, please proceed.
Qhubeka.
So, cause sasihamba ngemoto, udriver wemoto esasihamba ngayo wazama ukuhlehlisa imoto ukuthi aqashe cause amaphoyisa ayidubula ngama-rubber bullets.
We were traveling in a vehicle, and the driver of this vehicle that we were traveling on then decided to reverse a bit, trying to hide from the police because the police were shooting rubber bullets.
So, after just 5 minutes, umgaqo usukliye sakwazi ukuthi sidrive then siyongena emkhukhwini cause kwangekho kude vele la sasikhona.
After about 5 minutes, the road cleared, and then we were able to proceed to drive to the informal settlement because we were not really far from there.
So sangena endlini
We entered the room.
satshela umaka sibahle ukuthi sesibuya kubo sibahle sibatholile abantu bakhona sabazisa ukuthi usibahle akasekho.
We informed Sibahle's mother that we had been to Sibahle's family and we had informed them of the demise of Sibahle.
So nje sithe sisahleli sabona nje futhi abantu kwasho ukuthi umphakathi waseKhan Road as usibahle indlela abeyona sonke sasiphansi si-shocked singakholwa nje ukuthi kwenzakaleni because kangathi siyaphupha sonke sisazovuka simbone usibahle usibahle.
Because the community at large were shocked and they were all down by the decease of Sibahle because of how he was in the community.
Okay, sababona kwaphinde kwagqekezwa kune-space opposite nalahlala ngakhona. Ngisacela umphakathi waseKhan Road ozosikhumbula igama laso angikhumbuze. Motor spare. Ispe. There's some parts more.
Then we saw them. They were breaking into. There is a motor spare business that is opposite us. Utin Kabala.
It's a motor spare.
Sorry, can you please press the button there? Please repeat what was said.
We saw them breaking into the motor spare, which is opposite us.
So, kwasho ukuthi
Do
abantu
you know what is the name of that motor spare?
Uyalazi igama la ukuthi imotor spare ni-
nayo ise auto motor spare.
It is auto motor spare.
Okay, please proceed.
Qhubeka.
I just ask you, you say, we saw them breaking into automotive spare. Who is the them? Do you know?
Uma uthi nababona okanye wababona begqekeza lapha emotor spare obani la mhlamba ngasanibazi.
Kwakwabantu ababe baningi singabazi ukuthi baqhamuke because lahlala khona umgaqo osuka uGreaton Road which is shuthi abantu abasuke eSwapho naseNketheni abehlayo bedlula la kuthina.
It was a group of people, quite many of them, and we didn't know them. It seems like there were people who were coming from Greytown Road. Maybe they were from Swapo or a place called Ezinketheni.
So mebegqekeza babaleke kwasenginamaphoyisa nama-security futhi.
After breaking into, then they fled because there were police.
Babaleka bangena ngaphakathi mawubaleka ungena la kuthina kunomfula okukhiphela kwenye indawo so bonke abantu babengena babaleke baphume ngomfula esingazi ukuthi babe end up begcinaphi.
Futhi wayebekelela la ngala emkhukhwini yenu.
Beqopha kuyona then baphumele emfuleni.
When they were running away, they would come into this informal settlement And in between the informal settlement, there is a river that would that they were using to actually run along it, and then I don't know where they would land to after running along that river.
So just salindile kwaqala futhi kwaqhuma lezi zinto ezayiqhuma. Ebusuku.
While we were kusebusuku,
Kuqhuma lento eyaqhuma futhi
Oh,
ebusuku
le yaqhuma
siqhuma emini
ngezolo. Oh.
ekseni ke manje sekukhanya.
while we were waiting, then we heard the same sound of explosion as we had heard the previous night. Now it was during the day.
So futhi wonke umuntu aqala abaleke.
Then again, people ran away.
So thema abantu mebebaleka sibaleke sonke siye kule mize lenzansi abanye bangene khona emfuleni baqasha.
Then some of them would run towards the houses which are at the bottom, and then some would go to hide on the river.
So nje sisaqasha nje siqashela lokho sezwa abantu bethi kuyasha phezulu kulezi ndlu eziphezulu bayayishisa.
While we were still hiding there, we then heard people were saying they are burning the houses which are rather on the upper part of the community.
So bakwazi ukuthi abafana baqunga isibindi bayoyicisha lendlu ekakuyizona enkantazi u2 ezaqala ukusha bayicisha zacisha.
Then the men took courage and actually went to extinguish the flames on the houses that had started burning.
Which house was burning or was being torched?
Umuphi lo muzi noma umuphi lo muzi okade ushiswa noma owawusha?
Ile engasemgaqweni umnikazi wayo okuthobeka leyisi.
It would be the houses which run along the road. The owner of such house would be Tobega Leisa.
Is it within the settlement itself?
Ila
Camp Road settlement?
emkhukhwini le nayo.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay, please proceed.
So batheme becisha wabese beqala bedubula ke.
Obani amadubula manje?
Amandi.
Oh. When they were extinguishing the flames, then the Indians started to fire shots.
What do you mean the Indians started to fire shots?
Usho ukuthini ukuthi amandi aqala dubula?
Yebo ngoba emini emva kokuthi kugqekezwe elikhwa nasesto espe ahlangana. Then athi meyihlangana abisaqala aphonsa amathiya gesi aqhumisa because ngaleso sikhathi sasizitshela ukuthi yithina yikwebhisi. So amaphoyisa meyibheka lento ayeyiphonsa endlini basikathiwa ama green ban but into nje eyingozi nayo ababeyiphonsa lapha endlini.
After the liquor and the spares shop had been broken into, after the liquor shop and the spares shop had been broken into, they had grouped up, and then they were throwing these explosives. And then we were then informed by the police when they inspected these explosives that there was some sort of green something, and they seemed to be dangerous.
So ngalesikhathi sibaleka ke baphinda futhi bashisa ke la ebabeshisa bengena endlini because kunabantu abadala bebashaya endlini bebaphonsa eminyango bengene beshise phakathi bephume balandele abantu laba bebaleka bedubula ngoba nami ngaze ngadubuleka.
Because we had then ran away, then they were going into the houses, and then since they were elderly in the houses, and then they would assault these elderly, and then they would take them out of the houses and then burn the house, and then also chasing after the ones who had fled and shooting at them, because even myself, I got shot.
Who is they you are referring to?
Umuthi babe obani labo khuluma ngabo?
Amandi.
The Indians.
What do you mean the Indians?
Usho ukuthini ukuthi amandiya?
Kwa Amandi because ngalesikhathi behlangene babengena bonke. So sathi mesibuyele emuva cause kunelilode esalibona esilaziyo.
It were Indians because when they entered, they were in a group. And when we saw them, there was one that we were able to identify.
How many were they?
Babe bangaki mhlawumbe?
Babe baningi kakhulu cause babengena wonke ama-side wemkhukha, abanye babengena ngaphambili phakathi nendawo enzansi, babevimbe wonke nje ama-side.
There was quite a number of them because they had come from all four sides of the settlement or the community.
Were they wearing any uniform?
Khona mhlawumbe i-uniform abeyigqokile?
Cha, babengagqokanga ama-uniform.
No, they were not wearing any uniform.
Chair and panel, your indulgence, please. I'm just conferring with my colleagues.
If I recall well, you actually said that you also got shot at. Can you maybe just explain exactly how that happened, and were you actually shot, or were you just shot at but it was miss, or what exactly happened there?
Uthe nawe wadutshulwa. Mhlambe awukucacise kabanzi ngalo, mhlambe wadutshulwa wagejwa noma mhlambe wadutshulwa washayeka.
Bangidubula nje ngashayeka, ngangiphuma endlini nami cause wawuthi moyikhiphile izinto usubaleka, uyikhiphele eminyango lezi ezibalekile bafike bayishisele ungaphandle. So mina ngase ngibaleka ngiyothatha isikhwama esasine ID yami namakhadi enganase eclinic.
I was shot at, and I actually got, there was a hit. And because when they were burning, or they were actually getting into the houses, you would then take whatever that is important, and then you get out of the house with it. And then they would then torch your house after that. So when I was shot at, I was running towards my house to actually pick up a bag that contains the ID and the clinic cards of the children.
I think, Ms. Nguse, the chairperson is asking you that if you say you were shot, were you shot at and we were missed, or you were shot and the bullet hit you, or whatever, rubber bullet or whatever hit you?
I was shot at and I got injured.
Where
and
were
I
you
bled.
shot? Where were you shot? Which part of the...
Mama Finomzin. Two bullets at the back and then one on the buttocks.
Were these rubber bullets? Your mic, please, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Wagu ama bullet we rapa noma
No,
wagu.
kuna ukuthi angazi ukuthi ngizokubiza ngani cause kufike kudubule kuyinto encane like iyakudubula ibise ivalele la phakathi kweni cause yona lesibhama abangidubula ngaso it's the same isibhama abadubula kwashona ngaso sibahle cause nayo wayinalembobo encane kuyikona ukuthi ithi mayikudubulile lento then iyavaleka ivalele leyo nto elaphakathi kubise kuthiwa spreader upoisonic.
I don't know how to explain it, what it is, but it is a small thing, and when it actually lands on the body, then the wound would close up, and then whatever that the poison that it carries, then it spreads through the body. And that is the same material they use to shoot at Sibali.
Did you go to the hospital, or did you clinic, or did you see any doctor for injuries you allege you sustained?
Njengokuthi walimala nje mhlawumbe waya kodokotela eklinikhi noma esibhedlela.
Angiyanga ndawo nje cause kwakuvinje yonke indawo ungakwazi kwangafika iambulance ngafika maphoyisa ngafika izicishamlilo bevale Ikuthi like uzafonela i-ambulance ifike bayijikise wona amandiya bathi ayibuyele emuva. So ngagcina ngisikwa abafana bengikhipha inhlavu bangiklina then ke kwathatha isikhathi kodwa ukuthi kuphole.
I did not go anywhere, I did not go anywhere or try to get any medical attention because they had blocked everywhere. Even the ambulances, the firefighters, they were not allowed to come in. If an ambulance, for example, would come, the Indians would then tell it to turn back. And I asked some gentlemen who were able to cut and remove the whatever the material that I had been shot with. And it took some time, though, to heal.
How has this affected you? The July violence, how has it affected you?
Mhlambe lokho kwenzeka ngoJuly, lo dlame lwenzeka ngoJuly, loba namthela muni kuwena?
Omkhulu kakhulu umthelela. Bengakwazi ukulala. Usabe ukuwela umgaqo, usabe ukuhambisa ingane esikoleni ngoba awusazi ukuthi yona iphephile yini. Ayikho into ebuhlungu njengokutshelwa umuntu omthembile ukuthi uyisilwane.
It had affected me quite gravely because I had sleepless nights and I was afraid to cross the road, even afraid to take the children to school, and because you don't know whether it is safe to do so. And there's nothing as painful as a person that you had trusted, then they tell you that you are an animal.
Ya ukufanele ukufa.
Saying that you should die.
Who told you an animal?
Ubani lo wethu ekubiza ngesilwane?
Yona amandiya ngalesikhathi esishisa esidubula so acela ukuthi at least sicela ukuphuma. Kwaze kwaba khona nje lodwa impi njengoba ngikutshela ukuthi yaqala ngo8:30 ngo2:02 kwayikhona ukuthi lisivumele ukuthi siphume nezingane zethu ezizelwe ezincane esinazo ilezi ezino9 years o12 years o14 years since 8:30 to 2:02 kwayingona bethi abadedela abantu besifazane bafuna kusala amadoda bawabulala.
It was the Indians when they were actually kept us, and we were pleading with them that at least they must let us go and the children. It was because this thing started at around 8:30 in the morning, up only until 2:30 when they had allowed that the women and children can at least then leave.
Kwaze kwabile so sikhathi because namaphoyisa sasiwafonela asitshela ukuthi abusy ubabone emotweni zabo ukuthi nampa abagqoke ama uniform ubamise kodwa bengami ngoba ngikhumbula kahle khona la ngesikhathi sebedubula intombazane eyayiphethe ingane na 2 months bayidubula yashona babona ukuthi ishonile baphonsa ipetrol boom kuyona sebeyibulala okwesibili ke.
Then, because if you would call the police would say they are busy and they will be unable to come. But you would actually see them in their vehicles wearing a uniform. I remember when they had shot at a girl who was carrying a 2-month-old baby. And after they had shot this girl after she had died, then they actually put a petrol bomb on her to actually kill her again.
Is there anything that you want to say to the chairperson and the panel about what you have encountered? Your closing remarks.
Mhlambe uma sovala kukhona mhlambe ufuna ukusho kuyona ipanel ngalokho okwenzeka?
Engikucelayo nje ukuthi kube khona ubulungiswa.
All I ask is for justice.
Chair and panel members, that is the evidence of this witness, Ms. Ngusa. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask about the sequence of the dates? Because it was mentioned that the 12th on the Monday and then continued as the 12th on the next day. We must just check out the dates because it's 2 days that the witness is talking about.
Yes, correct. Ms. Ngusa, Your mic, please.
Kwakumhla ka-12, because kwase kuwuMonday vele.
It was on the 12th because it was already a Monday.
Commissioner Nissen wants to know that you are only talking about 2 days. Is there any account of other days that you've encountered, personally encountered?
Mhlawumbe afuna ukwazi ukuthi ngoba ukhulume ngey'nsuku ey'mbili wena, mhlawumbe zikhona ezinye iy'nsuku ekuwukuthi khona into eyenzeka owayibona wena isenzeka ongakhuluma ngayo.
No, akukho okubo kwenzeki kona nje ukuthi wawuthi uma ume emnyango edlula ngemoto amandiya asho ukuthi sezonishisa futhi. Hey.
Nothing bad happened on the other days. It was just that on the days after, was that when if you're standing outside your house and then you see Indians passing in their vehicle, then you know that it is time for them to try to burn us.
How is the situation right now?
Isimo sinjani manje?
Isimo singcono kakhulu.
It is much better.
Sithanda nje ukubonga kubo bonke abasixhasile, especially Mr. Roshan uyena obe nathi since day 1 until manje.
We are grateful to Mr. Roshan. He's the one who has helped us since this thing began until now.
Do you know Mr. Roshan's surname?
Jenna.
Jaina.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Roshan Jainath is going to be of assistance to the Commission. So is the mother of the late Sibahle Nguse Handsome. Did they say it's Handsome? Yes. Is going to be of assistance, and other persons who would give a different account or a similar account to what Ms. Nguse has just tendered. We thank you, ma'am. That is our way. Sorry.
I just want to ask the panelists and see if there are more questions, Commissioner Tuli. May I just ask, so you are referring, generally speaking, to the Indians who did certain things. Where did they, or where did they come from when they arrived there in your community?
Ukukhuluma ngamaNdiya umbathisa nje. Mhlambe lamandiya aqhamuke kuphi njengoba zafika endaweni yenu?
Aqhamuke yonke indawo ngoba kushuthi khona elilodwa la recorda i-video sayisenda ku-WhatsApp uyatrenda cause kwakunemoto nje ezazilibele ezithulula abantu ongazazi ukuthi iqhamukaphi.
They came from everywhere. It must be that there was a video that was recorded by one of them and then distributed such video on WhatsApp. Because you'd see vehicles which were carrying them, and they would alight from those vehicles. They were coming from wherever.
You said, did anyone take,
Your mic, Chairperson. Your mic, please.
did anyone perhaps take videos or something on their cell phones of what happened there that you may make available to the Commission, perhaps?
Mhlambe ukhona umuntu owaziyo wena mhlambe onolwazi ukuthi wathatha mhlambe ama video ngesikhathi kwenzeka lokho mhlambe ongase usazise ngayo.
Khona ubhuti owayenayo ama-video bangena bamshaya endlini bathatha ifoni yakhe bathatha nje izinto ezinye ezazibalekile endlini yakhe ngoba yayingakashi bathe mase beqedile ukuthatha kwayingona beyishisa. So ke i-video sagcina singenayo ke ekhombisa directly ukuthi obani kodwa nje awento eyenzeka eKhan Road khona banawo.
There was a gentleman who had captured some videos of what had occurred, but they went into to his house and they assaulted him. They confiscated the phone and everything that was important to him, and thereafter they burned the house down. Although there are people who had taken these videos.
Chairperson, on Wednesday, we intend to make an application for the commission to conduct an inspection in Loco. We're going to be visiting that place in Pietermaritzburg, Khan Road. It is in Northdale. And we're also going to be visiting Phoenix and other areas where this unfortunate act of violence occurred.
Thank you very much. May I also ask, do you have an idea how many people were involved in this criminality?
Anulwazi ukuthi bangakhi abantu ababelokhu President bangakhi abantu ababekade bekuyona yonke lo bugebengu.
Ababantu babe more than 300. So
Eh.
baningi kakhulu.
Quite a lot. There would have been more than 300.
If you say that you couldn't go to the doctor after you have been hit by a shot, and you indicate there that it was blocked, basically, it was blocked, I refer you, I take it that you refer to the roads, is that right, that were blocked?
Uma uthi kwakulokhuzile wawungawazanga ukuya esibhedlela noma kodokotela uthi kwakade kuvimbezelekile usho ukuthi mhlawumbe umgaqo ovinjiwe.
Yebo, usuvinjwe iwona manje.
Yes, it was blocked by the Indians.
Do you have any idea who actually shot Shibase or not?
Shibas.
Yes, I think it's Shibase.
Unalwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe ubani owadubula uSibahle?
Usibahle wadutshulwa inkampani yama-security esingazi ukuthi heyiphi kodwa amankampani ayekhona ayewu-2 then eyesithathu yafika late kodwa nje esawabona kahle kahle ayewu-2 ku-RZS no-MI7 then noNkosi security.
He was shot at by security officers. There were 2 security officing companies that were there, and the other one only arrived later. It was RSZ security company and MIS7. And Nkosi then is the 3rd security company.
Your mic, Chairperson.
Sorry. Just want to establish, how do you know that? Did you hear that from someone or did you actually see that?
Mhlambe lokhu wakubona ngamehlo wakho noma wakuzwa?
Ngakuzwa mina cause ngangingekho la edubuleke khona. Kukhona ababe naye ngalesikhathi edubuleka.
I was not present when he was shot at, so I heard of this issue, but there were people who were present at the stage when he got shot.
Do you know who those people are?
Uyabazi babekhona?
Chairperson, it appears the mic keeps on,
Sorry.
the mic keeps on switching itself
Apologies,
off.
yeah, it switches
Yes.
itself off. Do you know who those people are that were present?
Uyabazi ukuthi abantu babekhona?
Yebo bakhona ikona ukuthi abekho la emeetingini khona oyedwa manje.
There are, it's just that there's only one who's present today.
So one of those people that was present when he was shot, Shibashe, is actually present here today.
Ukhona namhlanje umuntu owayebonile ukudutshula uSibahle wayekhona.
Wayenaye.
And
Yes.
who is that?
Ubani ngalo?
U-Andile Ndlela okhona.
It's only Andile Ndlela who is present.
Thank you. And then, do you have any idea who shot at you? Do you know that person who shot and hit you? Well, shot at you or hit you?
Uyamazi ukuthi ubani lo owadubula wena ke?
Cha, angimazi ngoba kwase kunentuthu isigcwele indawo yonke. Ngingasabona ukuthi iqhamuka ngala. Kodwa umuntu wangidubula wayeke emva kwami ngendlela engidubuleke ngayo.
I do not know who shot at me because at that stage it was there was smoke, and I'm thinking the person who shot at me would have been from behind, looking at how the shots landed.
Okay, and the people that actually,
The mic again, Chairperson.
the people, sorry, the people who actually broke into the liquor store and the space store, do you know who those were?
Uyabazi ukuthi obani labantu abagqekeza elokhuzane esitolo lesi liquor store kanye nelesi ilona motor spares.
Angibazi nje ngangiqala ukubabona empilweni yami.
I do not know them. It was the first time seeing them.
The space store, I think you said the space store is actually opposite your own house, is that right?
Uthe ilokhuzana isitolo lesi is motor spares si opposite nakini noma nomuzi wakho.
So opposite nakuthina.
Umuthi nakuthina mhlawumbe usho ukuthini?
Imkhukhu lehlala kuyona.
Oh, it is opposite the community, the actual informal settlement.
And did you actually see that break-in
Wabona begqekeza
when it was taking place or afterwards or?
No.
ngesikhathi yenzeka noma emva kwako?
Angibonanga begqekeza kodwa sasibona bedlula nento zakhona bebaleka.
I did not see them actually breaking into the shop, but rather I saw them passing by carrying the items from the shop.
And as far as the liquor store is concerned, did you see physically with your eyes that there's been a break-in there or?
Lapha esitolo
Or
lesi esotshwala wabona mhlambe begqekeza noma mhlambe?
Angithi mina ngangingekho ngangemotweni mina the time amaphoyisa ejaha abantu ebabegqekeza kodwa mosudlula cause irobot naselikhwa ikeduze wabona ukuthi ama-gates wakhona avulekile kusho ukuthi kugqekeziwe.
I was in the vehicle at that stage, and I could see the police chasing after the people who were carrying the liquor. And because the robot is quite close to the liquor shop, and then you are able to see what was going on, that the gates were actually open of the liquor shop.
Your mic, Chairperson.
I don't know what's going on with my mic. So you were also saying, I think, that something to the effect that it is hard that people that you trust told you that you are an animal and should be shot. So, and then later on, when you were asked who these were, you said you were referring to the Indians. But if you say you actually trust him and so on, was there someone among these people that you actually knew?
Uthe kubhlungu ukuthi umuntu omethembayo akubize ngesilwane futhi athi fanele kube ukuthi uyadutshulwa. And then uma soqhubeka wabuye wathi labantu ekuthi basho lokho noma benza lokho kwakuwamandiya. Mhlambe kulamandiya kwakhona abanye wawubazi nomhlambe kwakuumuntu okhona umuntu omazi.
Yebo wayekhona ngangimazi.
There was a person that I knew. Ubani yena lo?
Kunemvumo ukuthi ngimusho phambi kwethu.
Is it allowed that I mention his name?
Yes.
Nicholas Mudli.
Nicholas Mudli.
And he was amongst the group of people that Yeah, well, I mean, was he among those who called you an animal and so on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, that's all from my side. For the witness, I don't know if there's any other question from the panel or from the evidence leader in following up.
There is none from our side, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, you are excused.
Siyabonga, Mama.
You may call your next witness.
Chairperson, with your permission, can we take a tea break? Thank you.
We can do so. We will take a tea break now, thank you very much.
At what time will we come back?
Yes, well, I mean, is it a normal tea break or a tea break that you want to use to do something? What do you suggest?
15 minutes,
15 minutes.
11:15.
We'll be back at 11:15 then.
Thank
you
you.
very much. issue that I forgot to ask. You understand that you are still under oath?
Uthiya bekhona okuthize okusele mhlawumbe asafuna ukuthi akubuze. Uyaqonda ukuthi usengaphansi kwesifungo sithathe sokhuluma iqiniso.
Yebo.
Understood?
So this is pertaining to the 2-month baby that you said were killed and petrol bombed. And a petrol bomb was put on the baby. Can you just elaborate on that and tell us, you know, on what day did this happen and what time of the day and where did this happen?
Galokho kwalokhuzana lomuntu owabulawa oyekade nengane nezinyanga eziwu2 uthiwa bese wethelwa ngepetrol bomb ngaphezulu kwalokho. Mhlawumbe ukuchaze kwakunini ngesikhathi kwenzeka lokho.
Mhla 12 July emini sebeshisile nje izindlu sebeshisa izindlu.
It was on the 12th of July during the day after, in fact, they were still in the process of burning down the houses.
Okay, and so what exactly happened? I think you said the baby was killed and a petrol bomb was put on the baby. Was the baby, yeah, can you just explain what exactly happened with the baby?
Kwenzakala mhlawumbe ngaleyo kwengane ukhulume ngokuthi ingane yabulawa naloko konke lokho.
Akuyona ingane eyabulawa, intombazane eyayiphethe ingane ena 2 months eyabulawa.
No, it is not the child that was killed, but rather the lady who was carrying the child that was killed.
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
It was not the child that was killed, but rather the lady who was carrying the 2-month-old baby.
Oh, I see. The lady. So the baby, the 2-month-old baby was not killed.
Ayi ingane ayibulawa ngayo.
Hayi.
No.
And the lady that was carrying the baby, was she killed whilst she was carrying the baby?
Wabulawa uma usisi lo ephethe ingane.
Yebo ephuma endlini eyayisishiswa indlu ephuma ebaleka.
Yes, she was getting out of a house that was being torched.
Okay, and how was she killed?
Wabulawa kanjani?
Wadutshulwa.
She was shot at.
And who shot her? Do you know?
Ubani lo wamdubula?
UNicholas Mudli.
It was Nicholas Moodley.
And how do you know it was him?
Wazi kanjani ukuthi kwakuyena owamdubula?
Ngoba ngambona.
Because I saw him.
So did you actually see this killing taking place?
Wabona ngesikhathi ebulawa usisi lo.
Yebo.
Yes.
And the petrol bomb, how did that come into the equation? Because you what you said is you mentioned the killing, and then it said a petrol bomb was put on the baby. That is according to my notes.
I-petrol bomb leyo na kwenzakalani ngayo ngoba uthe ekuqaleni i-petrol bomb yabe sifakwe enganeni.
No, shutha akazwanga kahle. Petrol bomb ayifakwanga enganeni. Wathi mayidubule intombazane bayithatha bayibeka ekhoneni.
Intombazane?
Uma wengane kwakuyingane ayiphethe olosisi engatholakala ukuthi cause nje kwase kubaleka angazi ukuthi uba wathatha ingane. Kodwa umkhulu lo wayehamba noNikho cause uNikho mina ngiyamazi. Ubaba oyingane zami uke wamsebenzela. So ngisho kuthiwa ngicimezile angeke angididi. So uNikho ayihamba ngaphambili lo muntu uNikho wadubula intombazane lo mkhulu ayihamba naye emva kwakhe sebemsusile intombazane ayidubuleke khona cause indlu yesisho bayombeka ekhoneni lenye indlu engakashi waphonsa khona ipetrol bomb bambalekisa then kwasala kusha leyo yindlu wayibeke eduze kakhulu.
Because I know Nicholas, because my father of my child has worked for him, so I would never mistake him for any chance. After the lady was shot at, they had moved her from where she was shot at and placed her on a corner of another house. And I don't know where the mother of the baby was because it was quite chaotic. Someone had taken the baby, and then after they had moved the lady who had been shot, then the gentleman or an elderly person who was in company of Nicholas, who was walking behind him, then threw a petrol bomb on that lady. And then the house that was next to where the lady was placed, then it started to burn.
Evidence team, anything further
Can I just ask,
on this point?
can I just ask,
Commissioner Nissen?
can I just ask, ma'am, if you have witnessed these, and obviously all of these cases are now, I presume, with the South African Police Services, and has South African Police Services anyway contacted you for any evidence, or anyone that you know or aware of that the South African Police Services have been coming to look for witnesses? Thank you.
Ngoba ke uthi ke ma wakubona kwenzeka lokho futhi uyacabangela ukuthi amaphoyisa sekuyiwona aphethe lolu daba mhlambe sekuyakhona amaphoyisa ke azozama ukuthola afuna wena mhlambe azama ukuthola ubufakazi kuwena noma
Yebo sawatshela i-statement amaphoyisa ambopha uNico waphuma ecourt.
Yes, the police had come and there was a statement that we purported, and Nicholas was arrested and was then released at court.
Anything from your side, Commissioner?
Mangose, uzizwa uphephile njengoba ubiza igama la Nicholas Mudli?
Do you feel safe since you mentioned Nicholas Mudli's name? And the response is no.
Uma ubuyela ekhaya njengoba uthi uzizwa ungaphephile, yini into ekuzwisa ukuthi ungaphephile?
If you go back home, since you're saying you don't feel safe, what exactly that is making you unsafe or feel unsafe?
Ngingasho ukuthi ngendlela engibona ngayo mina unakho kuyisola ngento ayenzile nenye into eseyibuye ingenze ukuthi ngithi angeke asaphinda mhlambe afuna ukusizwisa ubuhlungu kwase simbona uyafika ebus stop kodwa akasho ukuthi ufunani akakhulumi ukuba uyakwazi ukuthi mhlambe angilimaza ngendlela thize nengane yami yathi yesitolo wama emgaqweni wayilinda yawela ubefuna ukungizwisa ubuhlungu ngoba uyayazi ngabe wayishayisa so yila ngibone khona ukuthi mhlambe unakho kuyisola ngento ayenza angeke kodwa angizwisa ubuhlungu because mina nginayo leya feeling ukuthi angeke angithole kalula kodwa ngakwazi ukuthola ingane zami kalula because bezimthanda.
I think he has some sort of regrets or he feels ashamed of what he had done. Because sometimes he comes to our bus stop and he would stand there and say nothing, and he doesn't say what he wants. And also I think if he wanted to actually hurt me, it would be kind of difficult to find me, but he would be able to find my children if he wanted to hurt them. But there was a stage that my child was going to school and he was on the road, and then he saw the child crossing and he waited for the child and did nothing to the child. So I think he's feeling some sort of remorse because if he had an opportunity to actually do something, he could.
Ubaba wabantwana bakho usasebenzela yena Mr. Mudli?
Is the father of your children still working for Mr. Mudli? And the response is no.
Ugcine nini ukumsebenzela?
When last he worked for him?
For 2013.
In 2013.
Ngiyabonga.
Chairperson, just one more thing to probe. Thank you very much. Sisi, ngicela nje usicacisele okugcina ukuthi i-case le eyavulwa emaphoyiseni okokuqala yavulwa uwena noma yavulwa umunye umuntu?
May you explain the case that was, or the charge that was opened on with the police? Were you the complainant or someone else?
No, ayivulwanga yimi. After 4 or 5 days, sabona sekugcwele amaphoyisa cause kwangenzeki lutho nje since kwenzeke zonke lesidumo so babumu bana la. No, lo afike prot. Yeah, after kufika yena uGwetjo Mantashe so kwayingona nje kwenzeka izinto enzanzeka speed babengasasho ukuthi uba ovula icala. Bafika nje bezosibuza ukuthi kwenzakaleni. Kwasho ukuthi mina vele khabe sabhizi kulungisa indaba yokungcwatshwa kwengane le yasiswami eshonile bangithatha ngenza istatement then bangibuyisa because kafanele ngihambe ngiye emakhaya.
I did not lay the charge, but rather I think it was about 4 to 5 days after the incident had happened. And it was after the arrival of Gwede Mantashe that then things started to speed up and the police came and then they asked me about what had occurred and they actually took me to make a statement. But at that stage, we were busy with the funeral preparation, so they took me to the police station and then I came back because I had to go back to the rural areas for the funeral.
And okunye futhi sisi ngicela nje ucacise ukuthi uyazi yini ukuthi ama statements athathwa kwabanye abantu noma cha noma kwakuwena kuphela?
According to your knowledge, were there any other statements that were taken from other people or it was just yourself?
No kangamina ngedwa babekhona nabanye.
It was not just me, there were others.
Okay, and the investigating officer umphenyi wecala njengoba wavula icase usuke wakhuluma nayo emva kwalokho ukuthi ukhiphe statement sakho?
After the investigating officer had opened the charge, had he spoken to you? And the response is no.
Okay, okugcina ngci ngiyabonga kakhulu. Usuke wathola usizo lokuthi ukhulume nomuntu owuchwepheshe ukuthi uthole i-counseling?
Have you been to an expert, so for example, for counseling? And the response is no.
And then lastly, Chairperson, as you did indicate at the beginning that there is counseling services available, so I would like to recommend to the witness that she may please utilize so that she does get assistance today, and if there's any further need for further assistance, so she can be able to have such. Thanks.
Working?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it seems that.
Sorry, Chair, if that can just be translated. It was not translated.
Sorry.
Uyacebisa ukuthi mhlambe ngoba bakhona abantu bosizo bokululeka la endlini kule ndawo sikuyona. Mhlambe kungakuhle ukuthi ungahambi ungababonanga kwenza ukuthi bakusize ngalokho.
Yeah.
Understood.
Thank you. Is that all from the legal team?
Correct, Chair.
Thank
For
you.
this witness.
Thank you. You are excused.
Siyabonga.
Your next witness?
Chair, our next witness is Thobani Nguse.
You may take your seat, sir.
Sanbonan.
Greetings.
Good morning. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you prefer to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Awuna nkinga ukuthatha isifungo noma mhlambe uyoqinisekisa nje ngobufakazi ba. Awuna nkinga lo just I have no objection to the oath.
Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Uyaqonda ukuthi isifungo leso uzosithatha sishaya kunembeza wakho?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Uyafunga ke mnumzane ukuthi ubufakazi ozobethula buyiqiniso, iqiniso lonke futhi iqiniso lodwa.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, so help me God.
Uphakama isandla sakho sokudla ke mnumzane ube sowusho ukuthi inkosi ingisize.
Thank you very much. You may go ahead, legal team.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Tobane, Zungu, good morning. Ngicela nje, yes, could you please, just for the record, just again, just confirm your details, your name, your surname, and where do you stay?
Amagama wakho kanye nesibongo nanokuthi uhlala kuphi.
Igama lami nguThobani Ngwangu Sisibongo, ngihlala ePietermaritzburg endaweni yaseNorthdale eConrod Corner.
I am Tobani Nguse. I reside at Pietermaritzburg at Conrad Corner at Northdale.
Thank you, Mr. Nguze. And just to confirm as well that the Conrod Corner place that you are referring to is the Conrod Corner settlement or informal settlement.
Umusho Conrad Corner le indawo eyimkhukhu.
Yebo, isemkhukhwini.
Yes.
For how long have you been living at that settlement?
Sekunesikhathi esingakanani uhlala khona?
Anginaso isikhathi esiningi eside ngihlala khona, kodwa ngifike khona ngabo 2009 ngokuvakasha nje, ngifike ngivakashe ngiphinde ngihambe ngiphinde ngifike, kodwa ukuzinza ukuthi ngize ngihlale impela nje ngigcine sengithole nendlu ngina 6 years.
It hasn't been a while. I started visiting Conrad Corner since 2009. Since 2009, but the actual residence, me residing there. Uqaleni ukuhlala khona kuzinza khona?
Iminyaka mangizobala iminyaka noma unyaka sengakhumbuli kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi isithupha.
It would be around 6 years since I have resided there.
Is it correct then to say that you probably started living there in 2015 or thereabouts?
Singathi mhlawumbe uqale ukuhlala phaya ngo 2015 noma?
Yes, ngasho kanjalo.
We would say so.
Okay. Who do you live with at the Conrod settlement?
Uhlala nobani khona lapha?
Ngihlala nentombi yami nengane ezintathu bese kube.
I reside there with my girlfriend and 3 children.
Okay. And njengoba, as you are living in Conrod settlement for the 6 years, approximately 6 years, as you mentioned, usebenza close by, usebenza kuphi nendawo?
You said you live in Conrad. Where do you work?
Okwamanje emva kwesigameko esenzeka angisasebenzi. Futhi ungasebenzi kwami ukusuka kwayo lento eyenzeka. Kodwa ngicina kwami ukusebenza ngisebenza ka TT Signs. TT Signs.
After the incident, I became unemployed because of the effects of such incident. And before the incident, I was working for TT Signs.
Okay, so the reason why you are no longer working, is it precisely because of the effects of the unrest?
Yebo, imbangela yokuthi ngize ngiyeke umsebenzi leso sikhathi mina nomqashi wami uyindini. Kwenzeka isigameko sokuthi sekuvulwa amacala kwadinga ukuthi ngihambe ngiye enkantolo ngikwazi ukugcinezela abantu engababona bengidubula wathi yena kumina efonini ku WhatsApp ukuya kwami enkantolo up and down kuzophazamisa umsebenzi wami.
Yes.
I mean wakhe.
Yes, because my employer at the time is an Indian person, And because I had to attend court to testify on what I had witnessed, then he then sent me a message saying that me attending court would have an effect on my duties at work.
Okay, if you could just clarify, so you were employed up until the time of the unrest, so when exactly did you lose your work? Were you fired? Did you resign? How did the ending of your employment with your employer terminate?
Uthi usebenza kwazi kuba ilesigameko ezenzeka sodlame. Mhlambe waxoshwa emsebenzini noma wesula emsebenzini kwenzakala kanjani?
Isinqumo sokuthi ngike emsebenzini ngasithathela mina.
Ngoba wesu.
Ngasithathela mina ngoba vele futhi kange ngikwazi ukuthi kulizonzukwana ngiye ngoba kangisaba nokuphepha kungekho andingangidubulekile.
I took the decision myself to actually stop working because during those days I was afraid of actually going to work, and I had been shot at also.
Okay, so uyayikhumbula i-date owasula ngayo? Sizobuyela kule party le okhuluma ngayo yokuthi wadubuleka. Kodwa nje mesifocusa ukuthi wasula emsebenzini, uyakhumbula ukuthi wasula nini?
To recall when you resigned at work, we're still gonna get back to the part where you got shot at.
Ngoba lento eyenzeka kwakumhla ka-12 kulelo sonto nje lonke kwakusenisixakaxaka ngesonto elilandelayo abanye basebuyela emsebenzini. Mina kulelo sonto emva kwalelo sonto angizange sabuyela emsebenzini noma ngingalikhumbuli usuku kodwa.
This incident happened on the 12th, and from the 12th then on that week, everything was chaotic. No one was able to go to work. And then the week after that, some people were then able to go back to work. But from then, I never went back to work.
Okay, so that is that week where you say you resigned.
Ushuthi ungasho ukuthi yila othi wasula khona.
Yebo ngasho ngamhleka kanjalo.
Yes.
Could you please then, because you've mentioned that part of the reason why you did not go back to work is because you were scared, you had some fears. What were you fearing?
Uthe ezinye zezizathu ezenza ukuthi ungasaphinde emsebenzini ngenxa yokuthi wawusaba. Wawusabani?
Ukulimala.
To be injured.
Ngingasaba ukuthi ngizolimala la endleleni and kwakusenamagama aqhamukayo futhi abusabusayo. Ongaweza ukuthi atshelwa mina kodwa wawubuzwa nje kukhulunywa ukuthiwa kusangaphinda kwenzeke futhi ukuthiza ukubi kwabantu abasavuka bayemsebenzini.
Well, I was afraid of being injured, and also there were still threats that were flying by, although they were not necessarily directed to me, but you would hear of them from people who were actually still going to work.
Okay, just because I think so that the context is very clear. So because we had unrest, so you feared being harmed or injured because of the unrest, or was it something else?
Ukuze mhlambe kuzwakale kahle, njengoba uthi wawusaba nje, wawusaba ukuphindela emsebenzini ngenxa ukuthi kwakunalesimo esasikhona sodlame lwalukhona, noma kwakhona esinye isizathu esenza ukuthi usabe?
Sokuqala izathu ngeke ngasichaza ukuthi kwakwafika umyalezo mina ngikhuluma neboss yami ukuthi ukuntanta kwamama court kuzophazamisa umsebenzi wakhe. Okwesibili ke kwase kunokusaba futhi.
The first reason was that when I was speaking to my employer, there was a message that came, and the message said that me going back and forth to court will have an effect on my duties at work. And also the second reason was that I was afraid.
So you are saying there was a message that came to your employer, or did it come to you?
Lo mlayezo uthunyelwe kuwena noma uthunyelwe kumqashi wakho?
Umyalezo wawusuka kumqashi wami uza kumina ngokuthi wayengibonile ke ngise bus stop ngiya ecourt.
The message was coming from my employer. It came to me because he had seen me at the bus stop going to court.
And this is happening before the unrest of the week where you say you are fearing that you are going to be harmed, injured?
Lokhu kwenzeka ngaphambi kwesonto lo dlamelo liyana njengokuthi usaba nje.
Ngoba phela kwase sekuvulwe amacala sebeboshwa abantu sekufuna ukuthi kuvulwe emakhotha ngithi ngizosho njalo ukuthi kwase sekudlulile lokuxaka lo sekufuna ukuthi kubuyele emsebenzini.
It was after the matter had been reported to the police and then taken to court. It was after the incident when this came.
Can I just ask, so are you a witness in any of the cases that emanated from the unrest?
Kukhona mhlambe icala noma amacala ofakazi kulona noma kuwona ngenxa yalese lokhu kwenzeka ngalo leyasonto.
Likhona icala mina qobo lami engalivula ngoba umuntu wadubula mina ngambona and ngiyamazi futhi akaqhelile kakhulu la hlala khona. Uyakwazi ukuthi mayefuna mhlambe okuthize ezikuthina ngaphakathi sikwazi ukumsiza. Uyakwazi futhi mayefuna umuntu ozomshayelela ibala afike ethi ucela umuntu ozomshayelela ibala.
There is a matter that I am the complainant in, and because of that I got shot, because I saw the person who had shot at me. He was a person that I knew, and he had come to our neighborhood or our settlement if there is anything that he needed, let's say, if he needed someone to clean his yard or to do some peace jobs.
Thank you, Commissioner Nelson. Mr. Nguze, I did mention that we're going to come back to that part of you being shot at, because I think we're going to have to zoom into that. What I wanted to establish and to be very clear for the panel and everyone to be clear is when you were still in your employment or when you were still employed, you started receiving, there was this message that came that you to your employer, as you said, which then resulted in you or having an impact on you basically going to work. Am I understanding you correct?
Uthi mhlawumbe kuzwa kahle uthi ngenxa yalo myalezo owafika uphuma kumqashi wakho ngesinye sesizathu senza ukuthi mhlawumbe sibe nomthelelo ukuthi ungasasebenzi.
Ya ngasho kanjalo ngoba okokuqala nje okwenza kumina nje emphakathini wonke kwaba buhlungu, and uma umqashi wami uma ezothi ngizophazamisa umsebenzi wakhe ngibe ngilwela into eyenzeka kuthina, and abantu abaningi ababekhona lapho benza yonke leyo nto leyo abohlanga lakhe.
I would say so, because even my community was hurt when they heard the news of me and my employer, because I was fighting for what had occurred to us in our community, and which was caused by his race, that is the employer's race.
May I just, the way I understood it was that your employer sent a message to you.
Yep.
Umqashi wathumela umlayezo kuwena.
And the message said that you going back and forth to court is going to have an impact on your employment.
Ethi ukugqiqa kwakhe enkantolo kuyoba nomthelelo emsebenzini wakho.
Ubekuso lokho nje bekuso yinto enzima leyo akayisho kumina, kodwa uma message amaningi akawathumela kumina, kodwa elabanzima kakhulu yilona lelo.
That one was, I would say, the hardest thing that he had actually said to me, because he has sent other messages, but I just wanted to highlight that one.
Yeah. So how was that message conveyed to you?
Wafinyelela kanjani umlayezo lokho kuwena?
WhatsApp.
Via WhatsApp.
And can you make that, you still have that WhatsApp on your phone, can you make it available to us?
Usekhona mhlambe lo mlayezo efonini yakho mangasane udingeka?
Cha, ngeke awusekho ngoba ifoni ngiyiphatha manje ayisekho yena, leyana nje ya destroy.
No, the message is no longer available because even the cell phone that had such message is no longer available.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Chair?
Sisa kulelo phuzu nje babunguse le minye imiyalezo othena nayo ibisinda kodwa ingasindi ngaphekwa lo othe ubusinda kakhulu yona ungasibekela ukuthi ibinjani noma ibithini.
The other question, still on that point, the other messages that were sent, as you have pointed out, that this one was the most difficult one. What were the messages, if you may?
Omunye ngukhumbulayo ngeke ngikwazi ukukhumbula yonke. Omunye ngukhumbulayo owokuthi kuyafana ngisho ungaqiqa khona ecourt. Icala lakhona vele lizophelela emoyeni.
One of the messages, although I may not recall all of them, one of them was that it said, it doesn't make any difference, even if you would go to court on a daily basis, but that case will just never go anywhere.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ntuli, are you covered? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I just ask, so this employer, who can you name the employer?
Igama lakhe umqashi lo ungakwazi ukulisho?
Ngabe lokho ngeke kuze mhlambe kunginikeza ukuzoba inkingane.
Won't that be a problem?
No, it wouldn't be a problem.
Kuthiwa ngeke kuze kube inkinga.
Is Ishan wakasing.
Ishan Singh.
And is there a specific company that he is the head of that you work for?
Mhlambe
I think you
ube
mentioned-
nenkampani thizeni le uyisebenzela mhlambe njengoba uthi uyena noma usebenzela yena isiqu sakhe noma mhlambe ube nenkampani ethize obuyisebenzele ngeyakhe.
Disebenzela yena unenkampani nje like mo mhlambe 13 years is a TT sign company.
It's TT Signs Company. I think it has been about 13 years.
Thank you. Advocate Lodge?
Sisalapho nje babunguse njengoba ubuza ukuthi ngeke kube yinkinga yini ukusho igama lakhe wena ngokubona kwakho ubona kanjani uzizwa uphephile noma ungaphephanga uma usho igama lakhe.
Since you asked if it won't be a problem if you mention his name, do you maybe feel safe mentioning his name?
Yabona lokho ngikubuza ukuthi njoba silana nje bambalwa abantu engibaziyo.
I was saying that because since we are here, it's quite a few people that I would say I know.
Okwesibili futhi ke angithandi ukuthi ngilokhu ngibeke igama lomuntu ngembaba kodwa ngoba ngitsanginankinga ke anginankinga kodwa nginakho ukuthi mina nginokusaba ukuthi emva kokuthi ngikhulume lokho ngikwaziyo ngakubona ngakhona mhlambe ngendlela izinto akayikhulumayo mangase kuthambe khona lana nje okhona ngasuka ekhona azi ukuthi ngehlambe ngaphatha negama kuzophinda athumele omunye umyalezo.
Firstly, and also I didn't want to be mentioning people's names. And also, I don't know who might be here, who might actually go to him and inform him. And maybe he would send another message to me after he had received such information.
Lapha eTT sign umsebenzi obuwenza ini?
What exactly were your duties at TT Signs?
Ngeke ngisho ukuthi bengine position kodwa bengenza wonke umsebenzi. Nje mhlambe mangase ngenze isibonelo bengikwazi ukuthi mhlambe ngingathatha umshini ngisukutshani ngiyakwazi ukushisela nje okufike kulolu suku lolu ukuthi ngikwenze ukugcwala usuku ngikade ngikwenza maye kuthi angikwenze njengomqeshi wami.
I wouldn't say I held the position. I basically did everything that I could. For example, I would take a machine to cut grass and also maybe welding if there's a need to, depend on the day.
Ngiyabonga.
Advocate Lodge?
Thank you, Chairperson, and Commissioners. Mr. Nguze, I believe that you've mentioned and you've clarified, also there were questions from the panel about the state of the employment and how you left. Just one last part on that, if you could just advise us. The case that you say you are attending, so that it's very clear, was it a case that you opened or is it another case where you are a witness to?
Sibonga ukuthi uye wasicacisela kabanzi ngalokho sekubuzwe i-commission. Nanokuthi ke leli cala uthi uyalihamba icala lalivulwe uwena noma mhlambe ufakazi kulona.
Mhlambe ngibheke ngendlela mhlawumbe ungazwanga kahle ngayo. Alikho icala engilihambayo. Kufike kwafika isimo sabantu sebeboshiwe. Kumele ukuthi siwumphakathi sonke sihambe siye khona. La khona kumqashi engibonile bus stop ukuthi angikwazi ukuya emsebenzini wakhe kodwa ngiyakwazi ukuhamba amakhoti.
Maybe I was not understood properly. There's no case that I'm literally attending, but rather there was a case that that was in court, and as a community we were going there, and my employer had seen me therefore at the bus stop with the intention of going to court, and then that's when he sent me this message.
Okay, and very lastly, so this is related to arrests that were made during the unrest.
Konke lokhu kungenxa yokuthi kunalabantu ababoshwa ngemva kwesehlo lesiya.
Yebo kunjani phela.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that, because I think we had to be very clear as to, because I think the context also is about the message that came, and we needed to know exactly why it is that you decided to then resign, and I think you've clarified the context.
Sibonga ukuthi wasicacisela ngalokho ngoba phela bekufanele siqonde ukuthi lo mlayezo uzuzube ukuthi uyasula nje emsebenzini bekwenze njani.
I would then ask that we proceed, and perhaps because you have indicated that you were shot at, it's going to be important for us to focus on that for a bit.
Mhlamba ke siqhubeke ngoba ke uke wakhuluma ngokuthi wadutshulwa. Mhlambe kubalekile ukuthi sike sigxile kuloko.
Ekudubuleni kwami ke lento lena ke yasuka kanje. Kwakumhla ka-12 impela mangaphosisi. Kwakunesixaka mina ke ngihlala la ngihlala khona eCanton khona ngihlala eduze nomgaqo. Noma ngekho eduze ngihlala eduze nomgaqo. Kwakumhlambe ko past 2 kuya ko-3 kanje mangaphosisi.
Emini.
Ebusuku.
Oh, ebusuku.
Kwakumhla ka-12 kodwa ebusuku kuyisonto. Yeah.
This is how it started. It was on the 12th of July indeed, and my house is the ones which are next to the road, and it would have been around 2 to 2:30 a.m., but it was a Sunday.
So ngesikhathi ke ngakade ngisendlini ke mina ngoba nge-11 kayizolo kunendawo sihlale kuyona nje sabantu bomphakathi mhlambe kuyabanda sibasomlilo sothe yabona kusifudumala bese mhlambe siyendlini ngoba sisithi ayike umuntu akayendlini zakhe.
At that stage I was at my house, although there is the previous day or the previous night there is a place in the community where we just sit together and maybe try to keep warm and there would also be a fire. And then when you decide therefore to go home and retire, then you would go.
Kwase ukuthi ke ngahlala mhlambe ngahlala kaze kwashaya mhlambe o11 ngasithi mina kwakunabahebezi nje ukuthi njoba ku11 kwanginegama elikhulu lelikhulunywa mhlambe umhlaba wonke sithi hayi ngeke la yenzeke lonto lo kuthiwa zizokhala ziyakhala yabona.
I think I went to my home. I think it would have been around 11, and while we were still there, on the 11th, there was something that was going on, or some words that were being said, which was somewhat a big thing that there were people were saying zizokhala.
Mr. Nguze, just ukuthi we clarify this. So when you mentioned that it's around 11 p.m. on the 11th. Did I hear you correctly?
Uma ngasane uzwakala kahle mnumzane Nguse uthi kwakungabo 11 ebusuku ngomhla ka 11.
Ngesikhathi ngisezwa lama gama nalawa ngitshela ukuthi izinto athi ya kwakumhla 11 nje.
Correct. When I heard these words, as I had mentioned, it was on the 11th.
So when you then say you heard ukuthi ziyakhala, because we do not know exactly the translation, maybe could you assist us in terms of what do you mean, or how did you understand, or how could you explain that phrase that you heard, that zizokhala or ziyakhala?
Ngoba ke mnumzane Nguse uthi wezwa lama gama ekuthiwa ziyakhala noma zizokhala. Mhlambe emqondweni wakho sanuzwa lama gama kusho lama gama kwakusho ukuthi kuthiwani kwena ngokubona kwakho noma ngokuzwa kwakho?
Mina ngokucabanga kwami nangendlela futhi ngesikhathi uzwa lelo gama lelo wawucabanga ukuthi kusho ukuthi kuzofika beka kanjalo.
What I got, or the impression that I got from the phrase when I heard it, I thought it was somewhat gonna be a bloodbath or people are gonna die, something like that.
And Mr. Nguse, when you say you heard this, did you hear this? Who did you hear this from?
Ngesikhathi uthi ukuzwa lokho ukuthiwa ziyakhala ukuzwa kusho ubani? Noma ukuzwa kubani?
Ngiyabona endaweni yethu la sihlala khona mfowethu ngizokuchazela ukuthi kungena nje akungena abantu bephinde bephuma abantu. So na mhlawumbe uthi uzoqhamuka umuntu ogodeleka afike nje ahlale nathi lemlibeni. Bese ethe umadoda nizwileni ukuthi zizokhala namhlanje. Ngibuze ke mina ukuthi zizokhala ngoba kwenzekeni. Sona nje bese ke kukhulunywa ukuthi kuzolutho.
In our area, there's this fireplace, I would put it, and anyone can come and try to warm up and leave when they want to. So, for example, a person would come in and say, have you heard that they're saying zizokhala? And in my mind, and also they said that there was going to be some looting.
So this is basically what you heard generally from people as you were interacting with different people in the area.
Shuthi into izwe nje ikhulunywa abantu njengakade nikhuluma nino ngendaweni.
Nje yebo nje wasisuke sihlezi sikhuluma nje sabantu.
Correct.
And then can you please tell us then what happened thereafter?
Kwabe sekwenzakalani ngemva kwalokho?
Right ke kukona nge11 lezo kuze kushaya isikhathi ukuthi sekufuna ngolala ke manje ngathi ngayolala ngabo 11:30 kanje. Yabo. And iningi legenge ngeke ngihlale nalo elinye lase lihambile nalo liyoziqhubela liyolala.
I stayed there and I think I only left to go home to sleep. It would have been around 11:30 p.m. And most of the people that I usually sit with in that fire had already left also.
And when you left to go to sleep, did you end up going to sleep, or you were just in your house?
Ngesikhathi uthi wawuhamba uyolala wafika walala ke du noma mhlawumbe wafika nje wahlala endlini yakho?
Ngafike nje ngoba ngakade kumuntu oyiphumela egroundini ngafike vele ngoba ngafika vele nje sengithi ayigcono ngolala ngoba vele kade ngigijima namhlanje kade ngisegroundini ngeke sengumuntu olala nje ngafika endlini ngalala kodwa ayi ubuthongo.
Shoot a ground no dlala ibhola.
Go ahead.
Because on that day I was coming from the soccer ground and I had played. Since I was also running the whole day, I decided let me just go on and sleep. And indeed, I went into bed, but I didn't go to sleep, as in sleep.
Advocate Lotz?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Yes, Commissioner.
I just want to go back to the point that our colleague raised around when before 11 o'clock, before leaving the fireplace in the middle of the area, saying people come in and come and go out. Are those people sometimes known to you or unknown to you? And who said those? You don't have to say the names of people. If you are aware of them, you can talk to the evidence leaders. But just to say, were those part of those people that move in and out, said there'll be a bloodbath and there'll be looting? Are those people, normally do they come, or are they people from the area?
Njengoba uthi mnumzana unguse
Thanks.
nani hlezi laphana uhlezi lapha nothe umlilo kukhona abantu abamane befika besho ukuthi ziyakhala washa kwacima mhlambe abantu ebekubantu abaziyo mhlambe noma asikho isidingo sokusho amagama abo noma mhlambe bekuyibantu ongabazi vele
Ayi abanye mfowethu abantu engibaziyo siye mhlambe kodwa abangahlala endaweni. Abanye abantu engibaziyo abanye hanye ngabazi.
some I knew who are also residing on the area and some I did not know some were not residing on the area.
Okay, yeah, I'm also interested in that. So is there, was there one person there at the fireplace who said, do you hear people are talking about Ziyakala, Zizokala, is that right? And looting? Or was it a general discussion there? How exactly did that happen? Was it one person who were talking to you and saying to you, look, people are using these terminology?
Mhlambe mnumzana unguse ngesikhathi ulaphana kuze kube khona lokho kusho ukuthi ziyakhala noma zizokhala bekuyinto mhlambe esho umuntu oyedwa noma mhlambe bekuxoxa nje kwabantu abaningi ukuthi mangasani efika omnyahambe kubuye sekuba into enjalo.
Kwakuxoxa nje ukujwayelekile. Kodwa kuxoxwa abantu umuntu abanye engibaziyo nabanye engabazi kodwa nje ukuthi phela uma uhleli nothi umlilo uhleli nje nixoxe noma ingane kodwa futhi isikhathi esiningi abantu abahlala phana emlilweni ke abantu besilisa.
It was just a general discussion. The people would come, and also when you seated around the fire, anyone can talk about anything really. And what I can just point out is that mostly people who were there were males.
So there wasn't anyone there that specifically called for this bloodshed or Ziyakala, Zizokala?
Okusho ukuthi mnumzana ngesikhathi nilaphana akunamuntu kahle kahle owathi noma kuyena owaqala wathi masizikhaliseni okanye wathi zizokhala.
Ayingeke akekho wathi asuke manje sithi ziyokhala kodwa into eyenzeka kumina ukuthi aseke isidingo sokuthi ngithi ngizomane ngilale ngempela ngoba sengike ngezwe ukuthi khona into ezokwenzeka.
There wasn't really anyone who said that it must start. But after I had heard of these words, and that's when I decided that maybe I shouldn't rather sleep after hearing such.
So in this general discussion around the fire, you or someone else didn't ask these people who reported about this being said, so who is saying this?
Mhlambe njani ihlezi lana kukhona lo muntu ofika mhlambe noma labantu abafika bathi nizwile ukuthi zizokhala mhlambe zani ke nimbuze leyo muntu oshoyo ukuthi yena uyizwe ephi lokuthi zizokhala noma kubani othe ayikhala.
Ayingeke azange simbuza simphendula nje kuphela ukuthi izokhala kwenzekeni yabo ethi naye uzwile naye lapho zwile nathi yabo.
No, we didn't really ask that person or those people that who might have started or who had actually said that it zizokhala. Because we just got involved in the conversation in the sense trying to ask what is the reason for anything to even, for the bloodshed, for example.
Yeah, and was there any reply to that question? What is the reason then that bloodshed is being called for?
Mhlambe waphendula kolomane imbuzo ukuthi zikhaliswa yini?
Ay mangikambala kahle mfowethu naye wayexoxela nje ukuthi sisibile nani noma.
No, it was just, he was just discussing it basically and asking us if we had heard of it.
Thank you.
Chairperson, yes, if I may just come in, just to clarify something so that we are clear. I do not recall the witness making reference to bloodshed specifically. He may then clarify because I think the mention, what he mentioned was that he heard that there was going to be looting or unrest, so to speak. So that we are just clear, I know the chairperson mentioned that, but maybe we can clarify with the witness as to what his understanding, maybe for the record for the last time, as to what was the understanding of the Zizokhala or Ziyakhala.
Mhlambe mnumzana unguse uma ngasane kuthiwa ziyakhala okanye zizokhala yini yafika emqondweni wakho noma waqondani kulowo musho lo?
Angithi ngize mfowethu ngize ngisho lelo gama lelo. Bengikade ngizoqala isitori sami ukuthi ngize ngifike ekudubulekeni kwami. So mina ke uma ngihlanganisa konke lo ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngesikhathi ngisesemlilweni iyakhulunywa indaba yokuthi zizokhala. Uyabona? Ingakho ngigcina sengiveza indaba ukuthi ngiveza indaba yokuthi ke shuthi lento vele yakade iqala ixoxwe mina ngangayinaki. Naku ngempela sekugcina kwenzeka ke yonke lento yenzeka.
I was mentioning that phrase because I had heard it while I was in the fireplace, and then this thing happened to me. And I was since I had mentioned that, it was because I was starting the story of how I got shot, and then it was after I had heard this phrase that ziyakhala or zizokhala, and then this thing happened. So I then thought it must be that it is what I heard on the fireplace.
And then very lastly on that, perhaps if you could go back a bit, your recollection then, maybe you can tell us if there's a different there was a different understanding then at the fire of what zizokhala means versus what you then subsequently got to understand what it really meant. Can you distinguish the two or make us understand what your understanding is?
Mhlawumbe uma ngasana ungakwazi ukusichazela mnumzana ungise ngesikhathi uzwa leli gama uselapha elokhuzeni emlilweni nangesikhathi sekwenzekile konke lokho mhlawumbe kwakukhona umohluko ukuqonda kwakho ukuthi leli gama belisho ukuthi ngesikhathi ubisesemlilweni nangalesikhathi sekwenzekile mhlawumbe sokuthi sowulimela mangasani walimala.
Uyabona mfowethu ngisesemlilweni kwangekho lokho ukuthi uyabo ukuthi chaza ukuthini kodwa emva kokuthi sekukhona amathi egas sekukhona ukudubuleka kwami mase ngihlanisa le ngibe ngikathi sixoxe emlilweni nalento esiyenzeka nokushona komfana wami kokuchaza ukuthi shuthi vele kuzoba nokuchitha kwegazi.
At the stage that I was on the fireplace, I didn't really understand or have any perceive what it meant at that stage. Only after the tear gas and me getting injured, and also my son,
Yeah.
and my son dying because of this.
Oh,
That's
umshana wami.
oh, my nephew. Sorry, when my nephew died because of this, that is when I understood that what it meant when I was told of it at the fireplace.
Okay, may I just ask, yeah, sorry, I used the word bloodshed, but actually what you said, or the translation that we got, was the impression I got is that there is going to be a bloodbath. So is that impression, was that impression formed after you got shot and the nephew died? Not at the fireplace, because you now saying that at the fireplace you weren't exactly sure what it meant.
Mhlambe leli gama lokuthi ziyakhala ukuliqonda wakho emva ukuthi sekwenzeka isehlo sewudujuliwe noma sewulimele nanokuthi sekuze kwashona umshana wakho mhlambe ukuliqonda kwakho kube ukuthi kusho ukuthi bekusho ukuthi kuzochitheka igazi njengoba kade ulizwa leli gama lisho lokhuzeni emlilweni lapha.
Cabanga ukuthi kunjani impela ngesikhathi sengihlanganisa ekade kuxoxwa ngokwenjwayelo ehlezi sixoxa ngakho emlilweni nayo esiyenzeka kumina ngaleso sikhathi mase kuhlanganisa lokho ngabona ukuthi ushulento ibichaza ukuthi kuzofikwa lapho ke phela.
Yes, it was after the incident and also taking into account what we had spoken about or the discussion at the fireplace. And then that is what I then got out to understand that it meant that people were going to die.
Thank you, Chair, if I may proceed. Thank you, Mr. Nguze. I think we are much clearer, and that is why we spent a little bit of time on that. And as you saw, there were also questions from the panel as well.
Sibonga ukuthi kubonakala ngathi sekuyazwakala ke manje ingawo sekuzoba khona imibuzo ephuma kuyona ilokhuzana ipanel.
Maybe then, let me allow you to then explain, because I think you did say, and I understood you to say that you did go to sleep, but you did not really fall asleep at approximately 11:30 of the 11th.
Uthe uma ngasaniqhubeka la ubuye khona ugcine uthi waya egumbini lakho noma endlini yakho cishe ngabo 11:30 ebusuku uzimisele ngokuyalala kodwa ke zange uzilale ebuthongo. Yes.
Could you then please just proceed to enlighten us as to what really transpired from that time when you were at your house at approximately 11:30 on the 11th?
Qhubeka ke mnumzane ungusenaku sowusendlini ke manje cishe usemva ko11 ngomhla ka11.
iya ngoba ngaso ngalezo khathi ngase ngiyolala so na ngisendlini mfowethu ke ngizwa kwaqala nje umsindo ongaphandle mangizwa umsindo ongaphandle ngingaphumi futhi.
I heard a noise outside and but I did not get out of the house.
Kwase ke kuqhamuka intuthu ejwayelekileke laphana yethi gas eyangivusa ke ngaleso sikhathi ke ingenza ukuthi ngiphume ke endlini ngoba phela nginengane engakaqedi ngisho unyaka nginengane futhi engakafiki ngisho 10 years mhlawumbe no 7 years bese kuba ke endala enye ukuthi angiphume ngobheka ukuthi kwenzakalani sengizwe gas ke manje eyokuqala ithi gas eyangivusa endlini ngalezo khathi lezo ke kwako past 2 or kuyaku 3 lapho.
I then saw a smoke. It was a tear gas smoke. And that is the reason then I got up and got out, because thinking that I had children. I have a child, or I had a child which was less than a year old, and also a child which was around 6 or 7 years old, and another one. And then that is the reason I then decided to actually go out.
Mr. Nguze, how do you know it was a tear gas smoke?
Ukwazi kanjani ukuthi kwakuyintuthu ye tear gas?
Into tear gas mfowethu ngiyayazi.
I know it.
Or you do have experience of having being exposed to it before?
Should usuke wahlangabezana nayo ngaphambilini?
Yebo ngeke ngahlangabezana nayo.
Yes.
And the noise that you heard, could you perhaps make it out whilst you were in the house? When you heard the noise, what sort of noise it could have been?
Mhlambe lo msindo wawuzo wakwazi ukuqonda ukuthi mhlambe kwakuwumsindo kanje mungaphakathi endlini nje?
Lo msindo kwangazi ukuthi umsindo okuspina kwemoto yabona nokwamaglasi kanje emva kwalokho kwase ukuthi kakhulu ngazi ngabe kanjani kodwa nje kwakwona ukuqhuma lokho kusabusayo.
The sound sounded like a vehicle spinning first, and then there were also a sound of glass shattering, and then I heard the sound of an explosion of sort.
So would the spinning of the vehicle be like the sound of tires screeching?
Mhlawumbe uma uthi uspina kwemoto mhlawumbe ungasho ukuthi amathaya mhlawumbe mangasane enza umsindo thize lo ungazi ukuthi mhlawumbe imoto esukayo ngenza isibonelo nje kuyizimoto mangasane it would be the sound of the tires screeching, yes.
And the explosion at that time, were you able to, and I apologize for asking this question, but I think I must, were you able to discern perhaps as to what kind of noise it could have been? Was it an explosion? Was it a bang? Did it sound like a gunshot? Did it sound like a firecracker? Just in your mind.
Mhlawumbe lokho othi kwaba uqhuma emqondweni wakho mhlawumbe kwaba mhlawumbe ngokuzwa kwakho kuumsindo wokuqhuma kwani mhlawumbe wokuqhuma kwesibhamu ukuqhuma kwecricket noma mhlawumbe
mina lokho yaqhuma mfethu ngakuzwa kokuqhuma kwesibhamu.
It was it sounded like what I heard was a firearm shot.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nguza. Please proceed.
So na ke ngivuke ngiqalazeke mfowethu ngesikhathi ngiqalaza sekunesiphithiphithi ngaphandle ngesikhathi ngiqalaza ngithi ngishiye ingane endlini abantu babelekisa ingane zabo bazisa kule ndawo engizanzi la ku safety khona ngoba sekunethi gas.
I then got out and trying to find out what was going on, looking about. And then at that stage, I had my children in the house. And I could see people taking their children to somewhere that is safer because there was this tear gas that was going on.
bese ngibuyele endlini ukuze ngikwazi ukuvusa ingane. Lokho kusekuqhuma kokuqala lokho. Ngifike ngitshele intombi yami ukuthi hey ngeke. Sithathe ingane lezi siyishoni sezazi ngathi kuyaliwa la ngaphandle.
And then I went back into the house, and that was the first sound of something that was sounding like an explosion. And I then went on to speak to my girlfriend and also to wake up the children, saying to her that we must rather take the children to safety because it would seem there is some sort of chaos that is going on and there is some fighting that is going on in the back.
Ngesikhathi ke kuthathwa ingane ngithi ngiseduze komgaqo. Ngesikhathi nje ngiphuma endlini ngijika ikhona sengibheke la kuphephe khona. La kuqhamuka khona kudubuleka kwesibili ke. Umsindo wokuqala enguzule ngawubonanga. Ngawuzwa kwesibili ke manje cha isibhamuko lesi dubuleka lapho. Kodwa nokudubuleka kwamfuthi lokho ukungena kwento yangilimaza. Angizwanga ngena kuwo. Ngayizwa ngoba sengibuya ke sengithi ngizokhiya ke ngcono endlini manje ngoba ngesikhathi sengikhuphuka ke ingalo yonke seqondile ke sicela igazi.
Then I got out of the house. As I turned the corner, and then I heard the sound of another thing which seemed to be an explosion or a firearm shot. And that was when I saw that there was someone who was actually discharging a firearm. And when that material or that bullet they used, when it landed on me, I could not see it or could not feel it. It was only after when I was returning to lock the house when I felt that my arm was stiff.
Mr. Nguze, asike focus kancane, or let us focus a bit on that part of when you were shot at.
Uthi ake sigcile ngalesikhathi ke so Dujulu.
Ukudubuleka kwami ke ngase ngivuka.
Ngicela ukukubuza. Can I ask the question? Because you did say that you had fetched your kids and your girlfriend and you were taking them to a safer place, ne?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Uthe wasowuthatha intombi yakho nezingane uzisa la kuphephe khona. Yes.
So ukudubuleka kwakho ke manje, the second explosion or second gunshot that you had, was it at the time when you were still you were with your family or your children and your girlfriend? Was it at that time?
Ngesikhathi so udubuleka noma mhlambe sekuqhuma okwesibili kungesikhathi uthatha intombi yakho unengane uzisa la kuphephe khona.
Yeah, ngaleso sikhathi impela.
Yes.
So were you carrying one of your children or both or two of them at the time?
Ngaleso sikhathi wawuphethe ingane noma mhlambe wawuphethe ingane.
Kunengane kunosisi wami ngihlala naye omdala nginengane yena ngamnikeza ingane leyo yokugcina engaphansi konyaka ukuthi akayiphathe phambili. Mina ke ngangibambe lenye phakathi nabo ngibambe ngesandla ngoba kodwa ngibambe bese kuba khona usisi wami but ebuqamama kanje esadubulekana esimthamba naye ngoba
Ulo iphethe lo.
ingaqala athi ishaya phansi ngesikhathi ishaya phansi asabala kungayizwanga mina.
I was at that stage. I had given my youngest kid one of hope, and then I was holding the hand me at that stage. She also shot, but I was shot. It seemed this material, whatever it was used to shoot at us, it then
When this happened, where exactly the settlement do you think you were putting up?
yes, I went I was at a passage quite close to my house, and the passage was fire.
And we also heard that the settlement does not have any light. Correct me. But was it in time? are saying dark.
Imina
They were in front of me.
And you also said that you don't really feel the bullet, if you call it that, entering you.
Awuyizwanga lokho ngakubiza ngokuthi ngesikhathi. Yes.
kodwa into nje futhi eyangidubula impela ngoba into engisagijima la egazini namanje esabonakala futhi nangamehlo.
But it is something that I was shot with, and it is
Yebo njengoba ngihleli.
and it is still in my body as we speak.
Just for the record, so that we are also clear, where exactly were you shot at?
What did you lama mapi nomzimba?
Ngadutshulwa la ngaphinde ngadutshulwa onyaweni kodwa okukhona njengamanje kula.
Ngicela uchaze mothi la isho ukuthi esandleni sokudla noma saka right noma sokunxele sesinxele.
Ngadutshulwa esandleni sokudla egxalabeni phaka nje negxalaba nje la uya lento yangena khona la. Eyaphuma kakhulu igazi yaqiza kakhulu igazi eyavula nje imbobo enkulu ile khona nje manje ela ehlombe ela ehlombe.
I was shot at on the right shoulder, and also there was on the foot. It was just basically a graze, and the one that bled profusely is the one on the shoulder that had a I would call it a bullet hole.
Just beg your indulgence, Chair. I'm just making a quick note. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ngozi. So, you then realize that you've been shot at because you said you saw blood.
Uthi wabe sowuqaphela ukuthi udubulekile ngoba usubona sewopha.
Sengiyibuya ukushiya ingane ke sengizwa isililo ke phezulu ukhala.
Yes, and at that stage I was trying to take the children, and also there was screaming on the top of the part of the community.
The place of safety that you left your children at, where exactly in the settlement is it?
Le ndawo othi ingane wayishiya khona la ekwakuphephe khona mhlawumbe imamaphi nendawo lenu.
Sithi thina endaweni lahlala khona isezantsi ngoba thina sihlala ngenhle siyezinje ezantsi.
Well, because we stay on, or our houses are on the elevated part of the community, so we usually say it is at the bottom.
So it's correct to say it's the lower part of the settlement on Khan Road?
Sorry?
Is it correct to say that it's the lower part of the settlement on Khan Road?
Ungasho mhlawumbe ukuthi indawo esingathi mhlawumbe isezantsi yayo ilokhuzana indawo le.
Yebo mpela kunjalo.
I would say it would be at the lower part of the community.
But is it correct to say that it's the lower part of the settlement, very near Khan Road?
Iseduzane no Khan Road.
Or in Khan Road, rather?
Noma ise Khan Road vele kwayona le ndawo.
Indawo ephakathi eKhan Road kodwa siyithi isezantsi.
Okay.
It is still within the area of Khan Road, but it is at the lower level of it.
Okay, then thank you. I think we're much clearer. So then kindly explain then to us, you realize you've been shot at. What happens? Just, try to be also quite specific. What really happened upon you realizing that I've now been shot at?
Nakho ke waqaphela ukuthi sowudulekile. Kwabenzakalani mhlambe uzame nje uqondisa mangasanokhuluma.
Yeah. Ngesikhathi esengidubulekile ke ngiphuma ukobeka ingane lezi sengiyakhuphuka ke manje. Mangithi ngiyaqhamuka kukhala usisi lo kade suka la uyakhala.
After I had left the children in the place of safety, and after I had been shot at, and I was going up, I then heard the previous witness crying,
and nabanye komakhelwane bayakhala kukhalwa nje kuthiwa ubahle ubahle uyabahle.
and the neighbors also were crying and mentioning the name of Bahle.
Ngesikhathi ngithi mina kwenzekeni ubahle kwenzekeni kanti ubahle nalo usedutshuliwe naye futhi.
And I inquired what was going on with Bahle that they were mentioning. And then that's when I learned that Bahle had also been shot at.
And of course, we are talking about what we've heard about Usbahle, correct?
Usbahla.
Umuntu oyedwa mina ngibizwa ngobahle uyena umuntu.
Correct. I usually call him Bahle.
Okay, so your reference to Bahle is actually Usbahle. Is it Sbahle Nguze, ne?
Usbahle Nguze lo okhuluma ngawo uBahle.
Usibahle nguse yebo.
Yes, it is Bahle Nguse.
Okay, you may proceed.
Qhubeka baba.
Bese ngibuza ukuthi ke umuphi ke yena ubahle na ke wayese sebanjwe ke umfowabo ke bezama ukuthi buthola usizo olusheshayo. Kwase kusondela imoto ke yahlehla imoto ke bamfaka wahamba. Lapho vele ngidubulekile nami.
I then asked where is Sbahle, and at that stage he was being carried by his brother, and there was a vehicle that reversed, and he was then placed on this vehicle, and they left with him. At that stage I had already been shot at.
Sona ke kuqhubeke ke siqale ke sidumala sonke ke manje kwasi kuduma imonto yesibili ukuthi ifuna ilandelele imonto ethola ubahle ke manje kozokade kwenzekala kubheke lokho khona kubhekwe esibhedlela eNodel Hospital.
And we were all shocked and disappointed by what had happened. And then there was another vehicle that was already on idle to follow the vehicle that was carrying Sbahle. The destination would be the Northdale Hospital.
Yeah. So na ke lale monto yesibili futhi ke yaphinda nayo yagcwala ngakakwazi ukuthi ke nami ngingene ke yona futhi ke ngase ngithi ake ngihlale. Kwase ke sahlala kwahlalwa ke silinde ukuthola ukuthi kwenzakala ngawo sesibhedlela babuya nini ke lapho ke angizange ngiphinde ngithi ngiyalala ngahlala kwahlala kwaze impela kwaze kwaphinde kwaqala ke impilo yangempela yesibili.
I then was unable to get onto the second vehicle because it was full and I was left behind. And then we waited to hear word from the hospital as to what was going on. And I could not sleep then from then. I stayed until then the second bed or the second part of the unrest then started.
So am I understanding correctly that you did not get any medical attention?
Shuthi awuzange mhlawumbe uye kodokotela noma mhlawumbe uye uthola usizo liphuthuma kahle kahle emva kokuthi udutshuliwe.
Hayi ngadawula isidwedwe nje ngasigoqalana ngafaka ijacket enkulu ngaleka igazi lehla kanjalo kodwa ngangikwazi ukuvala ukuthi lingaphumi ngamandla.
No, I just grabbed a piece of cloth and then wrapped the wound, trying to stop the bleeding.
So na ke ngahlala kwaze kwaqala isigaba sesibili ke. Lesigaba sesibili ke ukuqala kwaso ke ngangikhona ngibuka kanje. Lesigaba sesibili ke ukuqala kwaso abona la hlala khona sihlala phakathi kwabantu laba basendini. And sifika lapha yana ukufika kwethu sifika ukuthi sisuka emakhaya sizofuna umsebenzi bese siquba lapha ya. So na ke ngesikhathi ke yenzeka yonke lento lena abantu obasusa umsindo kakhulu abawususa nje umsindo kakhulu kuze kuba njena size sisha kanjena abantu abasuka ngaphandle kuzo zonke engaphandle befike begqekeze lapha ya babegqekeza qhamuka ama security lokho ngiyaqhama security abasena option ukuthi bazobalekelaphi.
And I then, I could not sleep until the second session, I would say, of the unrest. And when it started, I was present, I witnessed it. And where we reside at, it is rather within the Indian community, because we came there for work purposes from the rural areas, and then we found this settlement, and then we resided there. So when this thing started, it was because of people who were rather outsiders when they came, and then they started breaking into the shops, and then the security officers were then unable to actually handle them.
Mr. Ngoza, khona sizo- so that we can also be clear as well, you mentioned that you had gone, you went back home after being shot at. You didn't get medical attention. You assisted yourself in terms of dealing with your wound. Was this now at your place?
Uthe waye waphindela ekhaya emva ukuthi udutshuliwe awuzange uye esibhedlela noma mhlawumbe uzama ukuthola usizo oluphuthumayo kunaloko wayegoqa nje ngelokhuzane ngendwangu uthi usekhaya ngesikhathi uqala konke lokho.
Ngavuda endlini yami phela ngangena ngathatha isidwedwe ngasifaka la.
I indeed went into my home and then took the cloth and then wrapped it on my wound.
Was this now still in the early hours, or was it now daybreak, or approximately what time was this now when you are at your home?
Mhlambe ngesikhathi sowusekhaya usengaze isikhathi sokuza kokusa noma mhlambe kwasekusile.
Ngizothi kwakusasanda ukwenzeka isigameko ngoba igazi lalisaphuma ngisho ukuthi mhlambe kuyintathakusa ko 4:04, 5 lapho nje kodwa igazi nje lelilawu into esaphuma nje.
I would say it was still after the incident had occurred and I was still bleeding at the time. I'd say maybe around 4 to 5.
Okay. And is that now where you say the second phase of unrest, if I may call it that, has started to happen?
Kuyilake othi kube kuba isigaba sesibili sokuqala kodlanga.
Ukuthi emva kokuhamba kwezimondo zesibhedlela ngizange ngisalala kwaze kwaqala isigameko sesibili sokuthi kuyaqala futhi siyashawa futhi.
No, I meant that I did not sleep after the incident and also the vehicle taking Sibate to hospital. I did not sleep up until the next phase or the second phase of the unrest started.
Thank you for clarifying that. So the second phase we're talking about here is the second phase of the attack of yourself and others at Khan Road settlement.
Kushuthi lesigaba sesibili esikhuluma ngaso ilesi othi nasenihlaselwa khona lapha eConrad.
Yebo ngaleso sikhathi sehlaselwa sonke eKhan Road.
Yes, at that stage that we were all being attacked.
And you are saying this started to happen at approximately 4 a.m. or thereabout.
Uthi yaqala ukwenzeka mhlambe lapha ngabo 4 ekseni.
Cha yaqala ngabo past 8 or 8 o'clock lapho nje.
Ekseni.
Ekseni yoda.
It started around 8 to 8:30 in the morning.
Were you able to get any sleep?
Wawuke wabuthi quthu buthongo?
Kangakazi ngalala qo.
No.
So you stayed at your home at approximately 4 a.m. right up until about 8 a.m.
Futhi kusukela ngabo 4 ekseni njengoba wahlala kwazi kwaba ukuthi kuyaqala izenzo izehlo lezi ngabo 8.
Ngihlala ngendlini isikhathi esiningi ngange ngisakwazi ukuhlala endlini kodwa nje ngangumuntu ongalele ngoba ngangisemnyango nje ngintanta kulinda umyalezo oqhamuka esibhedlela ukuthi kwenzakalani kwaze kwashawa past 8.
Well, I did not sit in the house all the whole time, but rather was going around trying to find out and also trying to find out what was going on at the hospital until the second phase started around 8.
Okay, no, thank you. That's much clearer because we want to understand next to where you were at that time. So you are around the settlement interacting with different people because of the commotion that was happening, right?
Shuthi uthi wawulapha endaweni le yangakini uzama ukuthola abantwana bakhona ukuthi kwenzakala since kwakhona lesimo sasenzeka.
Yebo.
Yes.
Right, let's zoom in now, and I'm going to allow you to speak and explain in your own words as concise as possible, and I'm not rushing you, to say now this second phase, how did it start, where were you, and what happened?
Nakho ke sekuqala lokhu kwesibili ke manje umhlambe usichazele ke uqondise nje impela ngesikhathi kuqala lokhu kwenzeka konke lokhu ukuphi wena nanokuthi kwenzeka kanjani.
Ukwenzeka kwesigameko lesesibili ke ngikhona ngaphakathi eKhan Road khona ngisebhizi nje sisazama uku-understand ukuthi sengazi ukuthi kulimala umfana kanje kade kwenze siqala lokho Ngesikhathi ke sisathuswe lokho njena ke sezwa nje kwezokala abantu bebaleka bebanga umsindo kuscreama begijima bengena ngaphakathi bephethe utshwala ngezandla ungasazi abantu futhi obaqala kubabona empilweni yakho ukuthi awukazi wabona la ngaphakathi baphethe utshwala bangena baphethe nabo utshwala ngoba sasathatha isinqumo sokuthi akusiza ukuthi nibaleke nisukele ngaphandle nize la nganga ngaphandle nizoganga nize nifike la sabaphuca thina utshwala babaphethe sabuthatha sabubeka ukuthi makufika umnikazi walento entshontshela ifice la.
I was still within the Conrad Corner community at that stage. And then that is when I heard the noise of people screaming, and some were running, and some were carrying liquor. And these people were carrying liquor, it's people that I didn't even know. And to the point that since they were running carrying this liquor, we decided to rather take this liquor so that we can keep it, so that the owners of such liquor, when they're looking for it, we will then be able to give it back to them. Because our thinking was that you can't be an outsider and do whatever of criminality and then bring it into the community.
Befike ke abantu ke labo esingabazi ke befike bengene ngaphakathi ngesikhathi bengena ngaphakathi ke kwase lapho ke kugcwele into ongayazi eyisimangaliso ke lapho ke kwase kugcwele iningi labantu ababegcwele nje ababegcwele abomdabu waseNdiya ababegcwele ngendlela yesimangaliso benomsinda abanye bephethe ucelemba abanye bephethe ibhamu abanye bephethe izagila lapho kunye futhi kunama security futhi abhize yazula iphoyisa ngesikhathi labo bengena iphoyisa liqhamuka ngala nemoto kunabantu abangemuva emotweni ngesikhathi nje vele imoto nje umuntu ayi ukuthi uyakhomba uyadubula yabo.
And at that stage there was quite a number of people, so many people that were in the community, and most of them were the Indians. And they were carrying, some of them were carrying machetes, and some were carrying firearms, and some were carrying knobkiris. And there were police who were also around in the neighborhood. And some were in vehicles. When they're coming, or they are sitting in the back of the vehicle, in the back of the van, they would be carrying a firearm. They would not just be warning with this firearm, but they would be literally discharging it and shooting it.
Ngesikhathi ke bedubula ke sizama ukubaleka futhi ke lokho siphusheleka njalo ezantsi ke sizantsi njalo nalaba ke manje ke akade beganga ngaphandle ngithi abasakwazi ukuphuma sesinabo ke manje la phakathi ke manje ke.
And everyone was trying to run away, and we're all being pushed to the lower level of the community. Even the ones who were being troublesome, the ones who are from the were not from the community, they were all together pushed on that on the lower level of the community.
Kwaza ngicathi mina kwazameka ukuthi angazi ubani owazama ngesikhathi kusakuphithizela abesadubula sibaleka nje wenza ingane kwazame ukuthi kutholakale iphoyisa elilodwa elafika elakwazi ukuthi lizame ukuxazulula isimo leso sikhashana leso.
And at that stage, while it was chaotic, everyone was trying to run away. I don't know who, but someone tried to find one police officer who was able to actually defuse the situation.
Mayefika ke wafika wengihambe lo ehamba noza wathola kubanyo zabo wafika wazama ukuxazulula ukuzwa isimo ukuthi kuze kube nje kwenzakalani sisamchazela kanjalo ukuthi kwenzakaleni kwase wahlukanisa nje wathi uyacela ukuthi abangaphakathi bebuyele ngaphakathi bese kuthi labo bomakhelwane bethu bohlobo isinde bebuyele endlini zabo iyekwe lento le kwangathi isimo sezwakala kwase kuba amagamana ke okuphonselana ukuthi ke sisiyapho nona ukuthi yabona inhliziyo yami mina qobo lwami ngangafisa ngisho ukuthi ngife ngaleso sikhathi.
And at that stage, then this police officer came with his colleagues. It must be that he was able to find his colleagues. And then when he came trying to understand what was going on, and then he decided they decided to separate us, the ones who are from within the members of the community of Conrad, and the ones who are from neighboring communities. They were then told to go to their respective communities, and we'll also go back to our own homes. And at that stage, I just felt that it was better to die at that point.
Kwase kunokujijelana kwamagama ke manje. Ukujijelana kwamagama sesibuzana ukuthi ungishayelani wena ungishayelani angikusabwena kuthe kusuka lapho nje kwaqhamuka umuntu kusenjalo nje lisekhona iphoyisa lelo ngaleso sikhathi ngabo kusenjalo nje nomunye uphuma ngale ekhoneni laba bacwala laba manje ngesikhathi abakade bentshontsha utshwala sekufika iphoyisa sekuqala umsina ngithi uqala ukushona phansi ba la lesikhathi ke bezama ukuthola amathuba ukuthi bazama ukubaleka.
And at that stage, then, while they were trying to find out what was going on, and one was asking, why did you do this to me, and that kind of discussion. And when the noise of the chaos subsided, and the ones who had stolen the alcohol, they found ways to actually flee while the police were there.
Yeah, ngesikhathi bebaleka laba ngoba ubabona abanye bephuma beyale. Akungakwangathi kumsindo uyathula.
And when they fled and they were going in different directions, that's when the curse somewhat subsided a bit.
Yeah, ngesikhathi ke sekuthule kanjalo ke kwase shuthi abanye wase omunye shuthi abahambanga bongilama ngaphandle ngoba omunye ngingangambona useni kodwa ngamuzwa ememeza ethenene ayingeke asambeni siyaspace manje.
And it must be that not all of them left, the ones who are coming from neighboring communities. Because I heard, although I did not see who it was, I heard him saying that, no, let's rather go to Spurs now.
Yeah. Ngesikhathi sespezi ngiqale ngikuze ngithi mina hayibo anidelanga into enzeke ebusuku nifuna ukuthi kuze kufa abanye abantu yini futhi manje anizwanga ukuthi asiyeke le nto le kwangazi ukuthi mhlambe abanye baqala bacula yabo kwaqala nje kwane chaos yakuphelanga ngisho mhlawumbe 5 minutes khuza ukuthi abanye abami kwabona lespace sivulekile sebaqala bayantshontsha baqala futhi abasakwazi futhi ukuthi bephinde sebentshontshile bebaleka baphinda bangena same place lahlala khona futhi babaleka beza phakathi.
And then responding to what this person was saying, I said, didn't you get enough of what happened the previous day? Do you want more people to die? And then that's when they started singing. And then from there, I saw the Spurs being opened, and then they were taking some items from there. And they were also unable again to run away, but they came back to the bounds of the community, or our community, Conrad Corner.
Then saphinda futhi lezinto futhi abayiphethe zasespezi futhi ngoba lo muntu lo wasespezi singasho ukuthi umakhelwane wethu uyabo sathatha izinto zakhe lezi ezinye sasuthi nalezi zinto futhi ke ufuna zenje ngokuthi asizithathe sizibeke futhi uma ukuthi uyayifuna futhi uzofica ayithole la khona ezobona ukuthi akugcina azona futhi izithatha bengese sikasithatha sakubeka futhi.
And the items that were taken from the spares shop, that is when we also took those items and kept them with the thinking that since at that spares shop, he's relatively our neighbor. And we then decided to take these items to keep them so that when he comes and looking for his items, we were able to give him back those items to show him that we were not really part of what was happening.
So ngesikhathi nje emva kwespace sebentshontshe lonto ke ingalesikhathi ke lawo bohlobo lendiya ke impela ababuye khona ngamandla lawanzima ngempela ke labeqolo khona sebeyashisa ke manje.
And after they had taken those items from the spares shop, that's when the Indian people then came back with so much force, and that's when they were with the intention of burning everything down.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Nguza, can I just stop you just for a second, very quickly? Earlier you spoke of a commotion, and was this commotion when the police intervened or the SAPS official intervened? Was it a commotion between Khan Road residents and those of the people that came into the settlement, or was it between Khan Road residents and residents or people from Northdale and Raystop areas?
Njengoba uthi kwakhona lokuphithizela okukhona kuze kufika amaphoyisa azolekelela azama ukuthi mhlawumbe axazulule udaba kwakungezwani mhlawumbe kwakuyinto isiphithiphithi esikhona phakathi kwabantu base-Conrad khona kanye nabantu bebesuka ngaphandle noma mhlawumbe kwakuyisiphithiphithi esikhona phakathi kwabantu base-Conrad nabantu bakolokhuzana ko-Northdale naseduzane.
Kwase kuyisiphithiphithi sabantu abathathu abahlala nabo yilabo abagangile bangena lana nalabo abafuna izinto zabo kulabo babalekile.
It was between 3 groups: the people from Conrad, the people that we reside with, and then the group of people who were troublesome, who had stolen the items from the shops, and then the owners of the items who had been stolen.
No, thank you very much, because I think that had to be very clear. So it was actually it was chaotic and there was commotion, basically.
Kwakuyisiphithiphithi nje kahle kahle. Correct.
Okay, can you then proceed from the part where you said you kept some of the spares that were looted or taken, rather, from the spare shop? Can you then maybe take us through that as to what happened thereafter?
Uqhubeke mnumzane uNgusela uthi nasenizithathile izinto ezisuka espares esitolo seyipele noba nithi nizimisela ukuthi nizigcine kwabe sekwenzakala nemva kwalokho.
Ngesikhathi ke sigcinile ke lezi zinto ke ilanga lesikhathi ke manje ke sekubuye ngenkani ke lapha sendiya ke manje sebenza lokho kubona kusebeyimpi ngoba wawuthi umuntu umbona kanje umazi kanje umbuzo ukuthi kwenzekina don't spam adubule ngaso uyabona uyacasha bathe besuka benza okukhulu ke manje abona umnyango wakwakho bewukhahlela befaka ipetrol phakathi makuthi bakufica phakathi uhleli bakukhipha bekubeke ngaphandle beshise phakathi uyezwa umunye uyikhuluma etheni sikhathele vele le ndawo le vele la kuhlala izigebengu.
That is when the Indian peoples basically started to somewhat be at war with us. Because even a person, if you know a person who is Indian, and then you try to ask what was going on, and then they would just take out a firearm and shoot at you. And then they then came into our houses, they would kick the doors of our houses, and then throw a petrol bomb inside. If you are inside, they would take you out and then burn the house down. And one was saying, in any event, it is about time that we remove these people here because they are all criminals.
Sabona ke lapho usabona ukuthi kuyaliwa ke manje ke kuzonye ukuthi ke baloke ngempela ke manje ngoba yonke indawo nje yasidutshulwa ngaleso sikhathi.
That's when we saw that now they are fighting with us, and because everywhere they were shooting everywhere.
Sabaleka ke sayidlula le ndawo le ukugcina kade siphephele kuyona ebusuku imasi adlula ke manje ke kwayiwa emhosheni kunomhosha la kunendawo umfula ke sashona phansi ke lapha emhosheni ke manje abanye ngalaba zama ukuphephisa ingubo zabo zokuthi zingashiki ngcono ka kayikhipha umuntu endlini kuzoshisa indlu ngithi uyibeke eminyango ingubo kushiswa nalezo ngubo futhi ekade beyibekile eminyango futhi.
Then we were running away from them, and we even passed the point where the previous night we had called it a safer area. And we were then running towards the river, would hide on the trench by the river, and some were hiding their items or their personal belongings, because if your house is being burnt down, you take out your personal belongings. And then now they're also trying to burn the personal belongings that they had taken.
Sibaleke kanjalo ke mawuthi uyaphuma uthi futhi uyabaleka uyaphuma mhlambe uya kwenye indawo kunemonto ezokuthola futhi kutshela ukuthi buyela ngaphakathi.
And also if you're running away and to another portion of the settlement, you'd find another vehicle which will tell you to go back to where you were.
Kwazi kwafika la ngabona kholazi kwafika khona isigameko sokuthi ke kuyacelwa bona njalo kuyacelwa ke manje ukuthi abantu besifazane nezingane cela kola ukuthi bephume kusala amadododo.
Then it got to a stage where we were actually pleading with them that they would let the women and children to leave the area so that only men would be left there.
Ngesikhathi kunjalo ke ngenhlanhla leyo khona owaba nozwelo wakwazi ukuthi adedele ingane nabantu besifazane bekwazi ukuthi kune flat eliseduze nathi nje usisi sikhutho ohlale kakhulu lapha kodwa ngihlale eflatini so nakwacelwa yena kwakwazi ukuqoqa ingane kwakwazi ukuthi kuwe khona kodwa bebesaqhubeka bona ke benza into zabo kubona kwakulike kubona laba besiduka ngathi bona sekuwumdlalo ngoba kuthe kusuka lapho kwaqhamuka ama security afika ashiya kakushiyayo qhamuka omunye afika ubuka kanje umuntu athi khipha inhlamvu anikeze nakho aloda umuntu aqhwebe umuntu come here akubize ngesilwane yabona come here yabo.
And one of them heard our pleadings, and they let the children and the women go to a flat which is nearby so that they would be kept there. And because you could see that now it had somewhat became some sort of a game to them because there were security officers also who would come, and one would come and bring ammunition, and then they would load their firearms, and also one would call the other saying, come here to the other. So it was some sort of a game to them.
Kuqhubeke lento ke kuthe kusuka lapho ngesikhathi sisabaleka kanjalo ke masithi siyaqalaza phezulu sekumnyama ke shuthi into obone sibona thina ukuthi abazange ukuthi imkhukhu beyishise yonke ingoba indawo yokungena abangena kuyona inye abangeke besakwazi ukubuyela emuva ngoba sekumnyama labagcina khona ukuthi bekwazi ukubuyela emuva kwama isimo ngathi sishona phansi ke ngoba manje abasakwazi bebone ngale ukuthi kwenzakala.
And this went on, and when we looked up on the elevated portion of the settlement, it was quite dark with smoke. And I think the reason that they were unable to burn all of the shacks that were there is because there's just only one entrance to the settlement area. And it must be that they thought that they were unable to see further from where they were because of the smoke.
Lapho ke khona kumuntu ukuthi athole ukuthi mhlambe akwazi ukukhuluma ukuthi obani baphila obani ba right ngoba nje ngesikhathi kusekuthina sixakaxaka uzu sibani bani ethi awe ekhala omunye ethi usedutshule ubani usathi ubambe lokhu uyakwazi omunye usiyavuza yabona kuleso sixakaxaka leso emva ukuthi bekwazi ukuhlehla ke kwakwazi ukuthi isimo sikwazi ukuthi siqaleke sishone phansi ke isimo siqaleke sishone phansi ke isimo kodwa nje indawo ngaleso sikhathi kwangasekho ngisho isicathulo.
And that is when the situation somewhat diffused, and you were then able to find from others how were they and how this had impacted them. Because at that stage when this was still going on, you just hear a cry from one person, and you wouldn't really know what is going on. And then after this had subsided, that's when we were able to find out the scope of what had happened. Because at that stage, you couldn't even find a shoe.
Mr. Nguze, if you could just bear with me for a second, I would like to just check with the panel. Chairperson, I think we are overdue for lunch. I'm worried about the logistics, given the type of setup that we have at this venue. I know with you, Mr. Nguze, we are about to conclude. It is now just after 1, and lunch was supposed to be at 1:45. Is it correct? So I may request that we adjourn with your leave, of course, and then we resume at an agreed time, and then we can conclude the sort of last aspects of Mr. Nguze's testimony. I'm also aware that we are running over time, and I think the type of evidence that is coming through is also quite important. But we'll try our best to not run away with time.
Yeah. So, what do you suggest that we continue at 1:45 or 2?
I think we can propose it to 2. Then we take a 45-minute break, if that is fine.
No.
It's now 1 o'clock.
Quarter to 1, sorry. So, ngoba awaqeda mhlambe uqedela emva kwe-lunch.
Advocate Lodge, can you give an indication as to, would there be logistical issues with lunch and so on if we continue and finalize the evidence of this witness, or do you think that would be a problem?
We just have to check very quickly, Chair. I can't give an affirmative answer now. I'll just request the colleague to just assist us quickly.
We can just find out about that quickly for us. how many witnesses, I know you have given us a program, I don't know if that has changed, how many witnesses are still to follow?
Chair, we are applying our minds to that. We were expecting 4 more witnesses. However, there may be some slight changes, and we'd like to confirm that after lunch.
Okay.
Because one of the witnesses may not be able to come through. So we may just have less than anticipated, which may also then assist us with catching up with time. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Chair, the indication is that we can have a further 30 minutes at maximum,
Okay,
and perhaps that should allow us to conclude.
so let's see if we can wrap up, yeah, thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Ngozi, I just want to highlight a context so that we are also, so that the panel is also very clear. And that context that you painted was one of chaos, commotion. During the second phase of the so-called attacks, there was a time when there was at least 3 groups from North Delhi, if I may call it that, or Raystop, people of Khan Road settlement, and persons that you do not even know that were running into the settlement with goods and stuff. Is that commotion, am I correct in understanding that commotion was sort of engulfed in the so-called second phase of the so-called attacks?
Uma ngasani ngizwakele kahle mnumzana Nguse, uthe uma uyichaza usibeke esithombeni ukuthi kwakuyisiphithiphithi kwenzeka lokho. Ganga ukuthi lesiphithiphithi sasikhona nje kwakuze kunamaqembu amathathu engaba ukuthi abantu base-Conrad khona, bese kuba yilaba basingathi abase-Northdale, bese kuba yilaba ke nani ngabazi nokubazi abekuyibona kade bentshontshile izinto. Yonke lento yenzeka ngesigaba sesibili selokhuzana sodlala.
Ya, ngingasho kanjalo yenzeka ngesigaba sesibili ngoba nakhona uma sesiqhutshwa kahle nasesigabeni sokuqala abantu vele okuyibona abayenza yonke lento lokushithwa kwamatha yibona futhi laba vele abaphinde babuya ukuthi babezobheka ukuthi iziphi izinto lekhona ngokucabanga kwethu bona vele abasusuba izinto vele lapha ngaphandle vele.
Well, I would say so, because even in the first phase of it, it was the same people who were burning the tires. It must be that when they came for the second phase of it, they're trying to find which shops are still available that they could do or do damage to.
And the so-called burning of tires, is it correct that my understanding is also that it was related to the barricading of the main road, which is Khan Road?
Ukuze kushisa amathaya nje uma sikuzwa kahle kungenxa yokuthi kwakade kuvinjwe umgaqo lo Conrad Road.
Uma umgaqo wethu nje lo usebenzisana.
Yes, it is they barricaded the road that we use.
So that we are clear, so were the tires related to the barricading of the road, or was it other people that were coming into the settlement?
Mhlawumbe kuze sicaciseleke mnumzana
From your understanding.
Ngokuqonda kwakho ukushiswa kwamathaya lokhu ingenxa ukuthi mhlawumbe kuvinjwe umgaqo noma mhlawumbe kokuyibantu enaningabazi bebekade beza endaweni yeni bezobonana,
Or both?
noma kokubili.
Ngingasho ukuthi kokubili.
I would say it's both.
Okay. Now, thank you for that. I think we had to clarify some of those aspects. Now, with second phase, during the commotion, as you mentioned, a lot was happening. You mentioned that houses were burned, fires were there was gunshots, etc. Now, from your understanding, or rather, you also mentioned that there were words mentioned, and you are saying these came from people of Indian descent. Am I understanding you correct?
Uthi kwenzeka lesiphithiphithi nje kukhona nezibhamu kuyadutshulwa kushiswa imizi yabantu kwaba khona nezinto ezikhulunywayo eziphimiselayo uthe mhlawumbe sikuzwa kahle zisho yilabo abasendini.
Yebo kunjalo.
Correct.
iziphi nje mongenza umzekelo
If you'd make an
iziphi izinto
example,
kade zishiwo?
what words or what was mentioned?
Ibona nje igama licasula kakhulu ukuthi kumele sife. Vele la kuhlala kakhulu igebengu. Azona thina isigebengu. Ziyelapha thina siyosebenza. Sizamela imindeni yethu. Manje makuzoqhamuka umuntu athi uyisigebengu vele kumele ufe ubungenzanga lutho engafuni ukuzisima ukuthi kwenzakaleni angiboni ukuthi into ubulungiswa leyo.
What angered me the most was when they were saying that we should die because we are criminals. We are not criminals. We are there to work for our families. And it was quite sad that they would say such things from a person who doesn't necessarily even know you that much.
And I mean, having heard those words being uttered, how did that make you feel?
Mhlambe ukuzwa kwakho lewo magama eshiwo mnumzane Nguse kwakwenza uzizwe kanjani?
Ngangifisa ngathi ngingalwa nje. Ngangizwe ukuthi nje manje ngilwe nje into eyayikhona nje ukuthi ukufa ukulwa ukubuyisela kuphela kumina ngimina yabona ngoba wabona ukuthi yaliyo futhi nawufuna ukwazi ukuyidefendela phela umuntu mezokutshela isilwane ngeke ukwazi ukuthi uthule ufuna nawe ubuyisele back yabo. And wena mhlawumbe ukutshelwe ukuphethe isibhamu into eseduze kwakhe amatshe kuphela ukwazi lokhu ucasha nawe uzama ukuvela ulabona nje kumina nje kwase kunkulu kunami ngibuyisele back phela ngcono ngife ngizamile.
I felt I needed to fight back, and I felt I needed to retaliate because for a person to call you such words, and it was just said that at that stage, the only thing that you would have would be rocks or stones, and the other person would have firearms and other dangerous weapons. But it was just either a fight or die, basically.
And did you retaliate in your defense or otherwise?
Walwa ke mhlawumbe uzilwela nomhla?
Yebo ngala phela ngadonsa amatshe ngabuyisela back.
Yes, I picked up stones and threw them back.
And was that the only form of retaliation that you preferred?
Yilo okulwa nje kuphela ongasho ukuthi wakwenza.
Engakwenzi lokho ukuthi nami ngikwazi ukuthi phela ngivile ngithathe ngijikjela akukho okunye ke mhlawumbe ungazi ukuthi ngakwenza ngaphandle kwalokho.
That's the only thing that I did, basically.
And did the attacks and the words used against you and others, did they stop upon your retaliation or your defense?
Mhlambe ngokuyiphinisela kwakho ke base beyeka ukulokhuzana ukusho lamagama kunina nomhlambe beyeka ukunilwisa.
Abakaze baphela ngangijikjela ngibaleka ngicasha ngiyangala ngijikjela ngoba la ngagcina sengiphelele khona kahle kahle sengibona ukuthi lento engijikjila yikho ngidlala ngesikhathi ngagcina sengiphelele nento okuthi semhoshini la ngagcina khona cha angeke manje ngimhoshini ngoca ngiqobe straight ke manje.
Well, I would throw stones at them, pelt stones at them, and try to run and also hide until to the point that I decided to hide at that trench that was there because I could see that it was going nowhere. My pelting didn't really help much.
And during that commotion, when all of that was happening or ensuing, did you get any assistance of SAPS? Did you see any sight or did you see any police officers?
Ngesikhathi kwenzeka konke lokho leso siphithiphithi nakho uzuphonsa amatshe nawe uzama ukucasha mhlambe akhona amaphoyisa wako wabona ayezonilekelela mhlambe kulo.
Awekho amaphoyisa afika kodwa into eyazama ukuthi ifike kwakuzicima mlilo nazi icima mlilo ezezama ukuthi zifike ngoba ngithi icima mlilo ngoba mina ngayibona imoto yazo futhi ngababona laba abashayo betshela icima mlilo ukuthi azijike abayidingi lapha.
I didn't see any SEPs or police officers at that stage. The only thing that I recall seeing were firefighters because I saw their fire engine. And they had blocked them to actually come in. They told them to go back.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Mr. Ngus. I think you are highlighting some important aspects because we also need to understand during that commotion, although it's difficult and we understand that it's a commotion type of a situation, a lot is happening, etc.
Sibonge mnumzane Nguse ngoba phela besifuna ukucaciseleka siyaqonda ukuthi kwakuyisiphithiphithi kodwa ke phela izinto ekufanele kube ukuthi siyazi mhlambe kungabanzima ukuthi uyixoxe kodwa kwakuyisiphithiphithi izinto zenzeka.
Do you have any recollection of approximately how many houses were torched?
that were torched.
From your estimation, yes.
Mhlawumbe ngokubona kwakho noma mhlawumbe ngokuqagela kwakho kwaba izimizi emingakhe eyashiswa.
imizi eyashiswa usho yashiswa nje mfethu ila ku 65 61 lapho nje yabona.
Around 60 to 65 houses were torched.
Sorry, 65 or 61? I'm asking Mr. Nguze.
Wena mnumzane Nguse uthi 61 noma 65?
You 65.
65.
Okay. Approximately 65, okay. No,
Ungathi
that's fine.
uyaqagela umusho njalo uthi 65.
Yeah.
Yes, approximately.
Okay, and then Mr. Nguze, and perhaps just maybe one last one from myself, and I'm going to ask my learned colleagues if there's anything to pitch in on. I'd like you to really just impress on to the panel, of course. And you've painted the context, you've painted the impact this has had, the commotion, etc. How did in your view, how has that happened, especially phase 2, because you describe phase 2 as very, like, it's chaotic, etc. And there was burning of houses, words were used, there was a lot of exchanges in terms of between people of Kandrod settlement and others. We know there was a barricade, etc. happening there. What impact has this had on yourself, your family, and the community generally? And this is just from your own estimation, understanding. How has this really affected?
Sikuzwile mnumzane Nguse usichazela ukuthi isimo sasimanzonzo kanjani laphana ukuthi imizi yabantu ishiswa, abantu belinyazwa nakonke lokho. Futhi wasibekela izithombe ukuthi imizi yabantu yagcina sebelahlekana nayo. Mhlawumbe kube namthela muni elokhuzeni empilweni yakho wena ke lesehlo mhlawumbe nabantu osondelene nabo?
Yabona isimo esenzeke lapha yana kumina sishintshe senze ushintsho olukhulu nje olubi ngoba yonke into ekade sengikuzamile empilweni yami ngifuna ngiqale phansi. Engisondele nabo abanye babo akukho ngisho omazisa. Yabona akukho lutho, akukho nje isimo nje kunzima yonke into impilo lapha nje iqala akukho kunzima nje kunzima.
It has affected me quite adversely because now I had to start afresh from whatever that I was able to have collected at that stage in my life. For example, ones who are dear to me, some of them have lost their identity documents. So we have to start from scratch.
So it's correct then from what you're saying that you lost property?
Ulahlekene nezinto zakho mhlawumbe.
Ngilahlekelwe yikho konke impahla impilo konke nje kulahleke konke nje.
I've lost my property, yes, and even my life for that matter.
And did you receive any form of assistance with regards to the loss that you suffered?
Ngenxa lokho owalahlekelwa ikona mnumzane Nguse mhlawumbe kukhona usizo ke walithola ngenxa lokho?
Yebo sekukhona sebasiza like nje uphahla lokuhlala selukhona. Bakhona sebewafika kwabanye bafika kokuqala nje kwafika abasiza ngento yokulala nengubo zongibatha kwase kuqhamuka abanye futhi basisiza ngophahla lokuthi sikwazi ukufihla ikhanda. Kodwa nje masilandela ukuthi ubani abasizayo abantu inhlanganisela yabantu abafaka manje ukuthi bayasisiza.
Yes, there has been assistance. First, after the incident, there were blankets that were given to us and also some pieces of clothing so that we were able to wear. And also, we had received assistance to build back our house. And so it's difficult to find out who exactly had assisted, but different people had actually thrown in whatever they can to actually assist us.
And the house, because I think it's one of the big losses that you suffered or had. Was that house, in terms of the assistance, was it from government or was it from other private sources?
Mhlambe umuzi lo ngoba phela mhlambe iyona into esingathi enkulu owalahlekana nayo. Ukusizakala kwakho ukuthi uzigcine sokwazi ukuthi ubuye kwakhe futhi mhlambe kwakuwusizo likahulumeni noma mhlambe kwawukuthi izinhlaka ezehlukene nje ezingewona uhulumeni.
Again uhulumeni. Again ngeke ngisho ukuthi uhulumeni, again umasipala, again uhulumeni, abantu nje abazothini amsamareli ngeke nje kwazi ukuthi isisingabeka kanjani.
It was not from government, it was not from the municipality. I would say it was just good Samaritans who had actually assisted us.
Okay. Chair, I'm also very mindful of the time because we got a grace period of up to past. And I'm going to stop right there because I think I've concluded the sort of thematic questions that I had from Mr. Nguze. I'm going to allow my learned colleagues, if there's just a few that they may want to just highlight questions, and they may do so now. Thank you very much. I'll stop right there.
Thank you very much. Any further questions from the legal team?
Yeah, yes, Chair, I do have questions. Oh, yes, Chair, I do have questions.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Ngusen, is there a police station around the Conrad area?
Mhlambe mnumzane ngusikhona ipolice station eseduzane nendawo yena enhlala ke?
Yebo ikhona ipolice station esisebenzisayo noma ingeke eduze kodwa nje ikhona ipolice station esisebenzisayo.
There is a police station that we use, although it's not as close.
How far is it from where you stay or from the Conrad area?
Mhlambe ungathi kude yangana nala uhlala khona?
Ukusuka kubami kilometers.
Uhamba ngetekisi ungathatha isikhathi singakanani mhlambe ungakwazi usho ama-kilometer?
Yeah, 10 km. Kusuka nje.
It would be approximately 10 kilometers away.
What's the name of the police station?
Igama layo police station?
The Mountain Rise.
Mountain Rise.
Mountain Rise Police Station.
Mountain Rise Police Station.
Mountain.
Mountain Rise.
Rise Police Station.
All right. So at what stage did you personally see the police during the unrest?
Ngesikhathi sesiphithiphithi lesiyana mhlambe amaphoyisa uwabone ngasiphi isigaba?
Amaphoyisa la ngibone khona ukuthi nje ngempela akhona mhlambe ngwabone ngesikhathi esezothatha ufakazi hambe ecosha kodwa ngesikhathi sigameko nje emva kokuhamba kwalela lokuqala lafika emva kwesigameko nje alikho iphoyisa lafika.
After that one police officer who came to defuse the situation, I wouldn't say there was a police officer that I had seen. It was only after that they came to collect evidence.
And when exactly was that? Was it after the unrest had settled? And was it after how many days?
Mhlambe ungathi kwase kuyizinsuku ezingakhi kwenzekile isehlo noma mhlambe kusemva kwangalolu suku sesithande ukuthomalala isimo kwakwenzakalani befika bezoqoqa ubufakazi.
Emva kwesigameko mhlawumbe esephelile amasonto amabili nensuku ezintathu lapho nje kodwa nje kwasesekade nje kwadlula lokhu ngesikhathi edingeka ngakhona efika ya.
I would say it would probably after 2 weeks the incident had occurred, 2 weeks and 3 days. That's only when they came to collect evidence. They were nowhere to be found at the stage that we actually needed them the most.
Did you see any form of security being there or security guard?
Mhlambe akhona ama-security owabona kade ekhona laphayana?
Ngesikhathi sesigameko.
You mean during the unrest?
Yes, during the unrest.
Yeah, ama-security impela ngawabona.
Yes, there were security officers present.
Kodwa engazile nosizo.
Firstly, I would share my sympathies of what had occurred as the commission and what you had relayed to us and your community members. It is quite painful.
Ngiyabonga nami.
I am grateful.
Engingakusho nje bengicela ukuthi sithole usizo kulabantu ababoshiwe abasaqaluza ngaphandle namanje.
What I can ask for is that we need assistance in regards to the people who had been arrested and are now outside, that are not in custody per se.
Siyabonga. Babungose kunencazelo nje eshodile la engicela usicacisele kuyona. Uthena njengoba bekunegaba ezimbili labantu bebebaleka bangene khona la endaweni yenu. Babalekile ngesigaba sokuqala bazinza la kunina kwathi ukuthuleka kancane naye tshela ukuthi bahambile kodwa bezinzile la. Ngicela usichazele ukuthi njengoba bebezinze kuphi emakhoneni noma bebengene endlini bazinze khona.
You had said the people who came into the area and started trouble, they would go to the shops and then run towards your area and try to hide there. Where were they? Were they in the corners of the community, or they would go actually into the houses inside?
Bebengena ngaphakathi kuthina la sikade sesingakhona thina ke ngoba sasidiniwe sibasuse eduze ukuthi sibaphuca abaphethe kodwa bengaphuma ukuthi beya ngaphandle bezama ukucasha la becashe khona bengangena ezindlini ngoba nathi futhi ayikho into sokungena kuyona yabona.
They were coming into the perimeter basically of the community and also coming to where we were that we had deemed to be safe. And we're trying to push them away, trying to point to them that they are not part of this. But they will try to hide wherever they can within the bounds of the community.
Babunguse uke wathi izindlu ezishisiwe uzilinganisa ku 65. Ungasichazela ukuthi sezizonke zazingakanani? Ukusho ukuthi ezasala ezingashiswanga zazingakanani?
You had mentioned that approximately about 65 houses that were burnt down. So maybe how many they were before, so that we know how many that are still left behind.
Okay, lapho ke ngizocela makuthi khona imvume ngoba emva yonke lethenzekile sikhona isibalo mina ngisikhumbula esiqinisekisayo ukuthi izindlu zingaka endaweni zingaka izasha ngicela nje khona ngamcela ngangisiza ngikwazi ukumcela.
There is a statistic of sorts that had been done to try to count how many houses that had been burnt. It's just that I am not sure. May I ask someone who may have such information to actually tell us? Is that allowed?
Yes, no, you just give your account, it's fine. We can, find out from other people what exactly. Yeah. So you just give what you know.
Wena usho lokho kwaziyo noma mhlambe lokho okuthelekelela nokuqaqelayo.
Ngokucabanga kwami izindlu izishile zu 65 kodwa zizonke uthengi nazo zizonke zingaphezulu kuka 155 lapho nje.
As I said, there were approximately about 65 homes that were torched. There would have been 150 or 155 of them before.
Babungose kunithatha isikhathi esingakanani ukuthi niphinde nakhe futhi laba abashiselwe about 65?
How long did it take you to rebuild the ones who had their houses torched?
Yabona nje esontweni lokuqala kuke kwanzima kakhulu ngoba kuze kwafika esigabeni sokuthi uhlala nomuntu yabo kuze kwafika esigabeni sokuthi ugcine usuhlala nomunye umuntu namdede uthi ayohlala nomunye umuntu ngenxa yobulili yabona ke sahlumeza kakhulu ukuthi ugcine usuku uthi uthathe umuntu ohlala naye mhlamba ahlale nabanye bese wena uhlala nabanye njengoba umuntu wesilisa nje yes ukwazi uhlala nabanye ukuthi makuthole ngoba kwatholakala kunezindlu lezi engashanga khona abafowethu sakwazi wona ukuthi hayi abafowethu bengahlala la abantu besifazane bengahlala la ukuze kukwazi ukuthi kuqoqwe othayela kutholakala iy'pikili kuqongelwele ukuthi kiwe ku-scrap yard kwazi ukutholakala ukudla kodwa nje kube nzima nje.
It was quite difficult, especially on the first week, because we had to somewhat share our accommodation because, for example, it would be that the houses that were not touched, we would group together, the males would be living in that particular house or in those particular houses, and the ladies would be living in those particular houses. And that meant breaking up of families because we were living together as couples before, and then now they had to live in different houses because of that. Because we had to first get somewhere, somehow, to actually collect materials to actually try to build, to rebuild the houses.
Babunguse uke washo wathi kuke kwaba nesikhathi lapha kucelwe khona ukuthi ke abantu besifazane nabantwana bayiswe endaweni la bazophepha khona kwase kuba nomuntu onozwelo obayise emafletini. Ungasichazela ukuthi ubani lo muntu onozwelo obayise emafletini mabefika bafike baya efletini labani lakhe and bebe bangaki?
You had mentioned that there was a stage that there was a pleading that the women and children would be taken somewhere else where it is safer. And you had mentioned that they were taken to some sort of flats. And who was this good Samaritan who actually took them to those flats, and which house they stayed in, on whose house they actually stayed in?
Sengilikhohliwe igama kodwa umuntu lo ohlala efletini umuntu ohlale kakhulu emkhukhwini wasemuvele efletini. So na igama lakhe sengilikhohliwe. And mawuzo ufuna ukubuza inani lengane ukuthi singakanani ezahamba.
I have since forgotten the name of the person who had assisted us, but it was a person who had previously stayed on the shacks there, and then he had moved to the flats. I'm not sure whether you want also the number of the children and women that were moved.
Uma usazi isibalo.
If you know.
Angeke ngisazi isibalo kodwa nje iziningi ingane zakwazi ukuthi siphephele kuyena lwasisi.
I'm unable to know how much or how many of them there were, but it was quite a lot of children that were placed on that lady for safety.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. I think that is all. Evidence leaders, you find no further questions?
No further questions.
Thank you very much. Panel is fine. Thank you so much. You are excused. Thank you. And we will then rise now for lunch. But let's make it until 2:30. 2:30 sharp. Thank you. Thank you.
got an odd job at Transnet and at 3G Sun.
Yes.
Yeah, but what does your job entail when? Oh, yes.
Uma wenza mhlambe leo la uyubamba bambe khona mhlambe usuke wenzani kahle umsebenzi wakho uye wenzeni kuleyo umsebenzi leyo.
Sign. Transnet contract 2 months. Then
Nenza ujantshi.
yes.
At Transnet, it was a 2 months that we were doing or installing the railway.
All right. Where were you on the 12th of July, 2021, sorry?
Wawukuphi ngomhla ka-12 kuJuly 2021?
Ngepartner ngesho ngomhla ka 12 July 2021 ngangisemzimkhulu ekhaya ngathola isigameko sokuthi emkukhwini eKhandrat khona kuyahlaselwa.
Unfortunately, on the 12th of July, I was at home in Umzimkhulu when I received word that there were attacks that were going on in my community in Conrad Corner.
So at the time you received a message that there was an attack going on, where exactly were you?
Ngesikhathi uthola lo mlayezo othi kuyahlaselwa eConrad Corner ukephi ngaleso sikhathi?
Bengisekhaya.
I was at home.
All right, can you briefly give us your personal account of what actually happened on the day in question?
Awukusitsheleke ngalokho kwenzeka owakubona wena ngalolu suku.
Noma ngangekho ngalolu suku the day kwenzeka isigameko eKhandrat khona kodwa kwangiphatha kabuhlungu nowangiphatha kabi kakhulu. Ngosuku lokuqala ke uma ngizwa kuthiwa kwalimala umfowethu umncane uSibahle.
As much as I was not present on the day that the unrest occurred, but I learned that on the first day of the unrest, my brother got killed because of that. It was Sibahle.
Okay, I'm not sure if I understand you. When you say you were at home, where at home? Which home are you referring to?
Mhlawumbe uzwakalanga kahle mnumzane Kumete. Uma ngasanokuthi usekhaya ngesikhathi kwenzeka lesehlo, ukweliphi ikhaya?
Ngishilo ayemzimkhulu.
I was at Umzimkhulu at that stage.
Okay. On the second day, were you at Conrad Corner or?
Ngosuku lwesibili ke mhlawumbe oseConrad Corner?
No, nangalo suku lesibili still ngisekhaya because ngangizilile ukuthi ngangithi nami ngizokuzala. Ngezwe sokuthiwa emini ngawuma 2 sokuthiwa sokudubule unkosikazi wami naye esendlini ududulo akwazi ududulo got 2 bullets.
I was even on the second day I was still at home because I was in mourning after hearing the news of Sibahle. And I could not travel, although I wanted to. And then the following day, I think it was around it was around 2 p.m. when I received news that my wife had been shot at while she was at home. She was shot at with 2 bullets.
Yeah, in my respect.
She was at home in Conrad Corner.
Who told you about your wife being shot at?
Ubani okuzelana lezi indaba zokudutshulwa kwankosikazi?
Aunt wami.
It was my aunt.
Did she also inform you where was your 2-year-old child?
Mhlambe wakutshela ukuthi ingane le ineminyaka emibili yona yayikuphi?
Yes, Onchen.
She told me.
Yes, what happened to you?
Wathi kwenzakaleni ngayo ingane?
Wathi ekhanda khona kuhlaseliwe babaleka bawuhlala enzansi but benonaleti lo ocishwa linyalelwa ingane naye iphethwe lentombazana ukuthi adutshulwa wabese ngitshela ukuthi uma sibuya noma sebephuthumiswa esibhedlela udubuleke endaweni engangokuthi la esinqeni.
Uma sibonga unkosikazi wakhe.
Yebo.
She informed me that there was this attack that was happening in Conrad Corner, and she fled with Naledi. Naledi is the lady whom the child nearly got injured when she was carried by that other lady who got shot at. And they fled towards the bottom of the community. And my wife, that would be Sbu's mother, got shot at, and the witness was touching the side of the left-hand side rib cage.
Because you were at Maritzburg, do you know what happened thereafter with your wife and the child?
May you repeat the question?
Do you know what happened to the child, to your wife and the child?
Unalo ulwazi ukuthi kwenzakalani kunkosikazi wakho nengane?
Noma ngakho sure kodwa thwasa ugcula tear gas endlini but ababonanga ukuthi inhlava eqhamuka lapha ingane sehlaxwe tear gas dithama waye edubuleka wayekade iphethe yabisiwe laphansi abanjwe le ntombazana uNaledi eyase abebemcashe naye endlini yakhe enzansi yothaya lendlu.
Although I'm not certain, but what I got was that there was tear gas that that went into the house, and the child got choked by the tear gas smoke, and then they tried to flee, and the child fell and was only able to be rescued by Naledi, who had the child and nearly got injured.
When did you come back from Maritzburg?
Ubuye nini eMaritzburg?
Emveni kwamngcwabo.
Oh, sorry, Mzimkhulu. I'm sorry.
Ubuye nini emzimkhulu?
Mbuye 2 weeks ago.
It was after 2 weeks, and it was after the funeral of Sbahle.
And since then, how has that affected to you and your family?
Kusukela ngoke mhlambe libe namthela muni lokhu emndenini wakho nawe.
Kumina ke kabuhlungu kakhulu ngonkosikazi nangengane because akekho noyedwa oyiphoyisa wawafika ubhalisa statement or udokotela wawafika again alithina manje sasesibhedlela waqala enodeli akengenziwa lutho ahlala 2 days wasiwe Grace bamjova wabesedluliselwa back kwesinye isibhedlela eSAHRC alithina namanje sesibhedlela eSAHRC efees ejima khona.
What saddens me, or what was painful, is that after my wife had been shot at, there was no police officer who came to try to find out what was going on and try to maybe assist. And when she was taken to Northdale Hospital, and there was nothing that was done to her, and she was then moved to Grace Hospital where she got some injections, and then she was taken back to another hospital in Howick where she receives physiotherapy. Even now, she's still at that hospital.
Did your wife explain to you that she went to the police to report the incident?
Mhlambe wakubikela unkosikazi wakho ukuthi wayeke waye emaphoyiseni obika ngesehlo lesi?
No, because I was uhamba and sasesibhedlela.
No, because she's unable to walk and she's still at hospital.
You mean she's still at the hospital as a result of the shot or the gunshot on that day?
Ushuthi uthi usesesibhedlela ngenxa ukuthi wadutshulwa ngalolu suku.
Yebo.
Correct.
And who takes care of the 2-year-old child because whilst the wife is still at hospital?
Jeba unkosikazi yesesibhedlela ubani unakekela ingane lineminyaka u2.
Kuzoba umncwabi ingane yathathwa la yasemzumkhulu ekhaya kugogo. Kumanje ihlala nogogo. Why?
Before the funeral, the child was taken to my mother, that would be the child's grandmother at Umzimkulu. Even now, the child's still staying there.
Are there any, or rather, let me ask this question this way. Is your wife recuperating well, or do you foresee her not being able to recover from the gunshot?
Mhlambe unkosikazi wakho ngokubuka kwakho wena uyelulama noma mhlambe ngokubona kwakho awabona amathuba ukuthi angagcina aselulama ngokuphelele ngenxa yokudutshulwa lokho. There are some improvements, and although what I just want is justice for what had occurred, and there is a bullet casing that I recovered from my house because she got 2 bullets when she got shot, but I haven't informed the police at Mountain Rise.
When when you say that you want justice, what do you mean?
Usho ukuthini mawuthi ufuna ukulungiswa?
Uma ngithi ngifuna ukulungiswa bengisho ngokuthi umama since elapha esibhedlela akekho noyedwa umuntu or iphoyisa lase Mountain Rise or umuntu okwafika lapha kuyena or kuthina usitshela ngawo konke.
I mean that ever since my wife has been in hospital, there hasn't been any attempts from the police to speak to her or us as a family or anyone else for that matter to tell us what is going on.
Did you try and make a follow-up with the police to find out if there's any case opened or what?
Mhlambe wazama ukulandelela emaphoyiseni ukuthi ngabe likhona mhlambe icala elavulwa.
Kathiwa amacala evulwe eKhandri khona awonke kwi-statement abhalwa wonke bachaza ukwenzakalani nokubani abanengozi kanje kwaphela kanjalo.
They informed us that all the cases that had been opened pertaining the incident at Conrad Corner, all of them had been detailed, and then that was it.
Lastly, do you feel that if you had been present during the incident, you would have been in a better position to protect your family, or what?
Mhlambe ngokubona kwakho uma sigcina uma ngasane ube ubukhona ngesikhathi kwenzeka lesehlo mhlambe ubuye ukwazi ukuthi uvikele umndeni wakho mhlambe ngokubona kwakho.
Yeah, no angekho sure because bona balimalele endlini mhlambe mina ngangiyobe ngiphandle ngoba kase kuyoba nalento ukuthi ngayizolo kubulawe ubafa.
Although I'm not certain, because they were shot at while they were inside the house. And maybe I would have been outside, because it would have been after my brother had been shot.
Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Any other members of the evidence leading team?
Yes, Chair. Mr. Kumede, you say your wife is at the hospital in Howick. Is that correct?
Uthe unkosikazi
I heard of the
ngangena phakathi because bekusanele hlelo le COVID-19 kodwa wayithi sifizi la yojima khona kodwa si opposite nalesi isabantu abangekho rathe emqondweni.
Oh, it is in Hauk, although I don't know the name of the hospital because I've never actually been into the hospital because of the COVID regulations. All I know is that it is opposite to the mental hospital in Hauk.
So when last did you see your wife?
Izolo.
Yesterday.
Were you, okay, at the hospital?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. No. I've got no further questions.
Thank you very much. May I just ask before I give the other members of the panel an opportunity? So,
Sorry, Chair, Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Lutz has a question. Yes.
Oh, okay. No, apologies. I think I was trying to speak. I think there was a small issue here. Chair, before you come in, just a quick one, just for clarity's sake as well, to Mr.
Please.
Gumede. Mr. Gumede, you've mentioned, Uguti, that you have found a bullet casing inside your home. Is that correct?
Uthe uthole igobongo lentlamvu kunjalo.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you also indicated that you have not taken that to the police. Is that correct?
Uthe awukakawanikezi noma awukawatshela amaphoyisa ngalo.
Yes, bengawatsheli because abasenzeli lutho.
I have not informed them because they don't do anything for us.
Okay. Do you have, so is that answer basically saying that you have no intentions of ever reporting this to the police?
Mhlambe ngale mpendulo yakho mnumzana Gumede usho ukuthi awuyimisele enhlobo ukuthi uwazise amaphoyisa ngalokho.
Ngawazisa amaphoyisa not waseMountain Rise.
Well, I could inform the police, but not the police from Mountain Rise.
Okay. So having said that, then you would then, if assisted, you would report the matter to the police.
So kushilo lokho kushuthi mangasanhlaba ungathola ulekelelwa ungakubika lokho emaphoyiseni.
Yes, but not waseMountain Rise.
Yes, but not the police station from Mountain Rise.
Okay. And is your reference to not reporting this to the Mountain Rise police station only because of what you are saying, that they are not of assistance, or is there any other experience that you personally have?
Mhlambe ukusho lokuthi awufuna ukuyibika emaphoyiseni ase Mountain Rise ngoba uthe awukho sizwe alinikeza lona noma mhlambe anikeza lona noma mhlambe kukhona ezinye izathu ezingaphezulu kwalo.
Today kulumele ubafu kuthiwa akaza afika, that's why nami ngizingithi uyazi kuba kuthiwa kwatholakala amathupha eControl Corner ebhale SAPS emveni kwasigameko lesisibili wakudutshwa namasenikeza ahlali. So makutholakala amathupha namara pulinga, but ithupha elincane lingaka ebhale SAPS obvious ibullet le.
I would not report it to Mountain Rise because even when my brother was shot, they were not of any assistance. And also, I was informed that they had found some bullet casings which were inscribed SAPS, and they were not rubber bullets because there's a different sizes in rubber bullets and the normal live round. They are usually bigger, the rubber bullets are usually bigger, and these ones were rather smaller. And we had heard that the security officers were supplying the weapons to the people who shot at the community in Convent.
So just for the record, specifically then, the one that you say you found is a smaller one.
Le uthi itholile ilokhuzane igobongo lentlamvu yile lelincane noma?
Lokho ngaphambili kuba ithophi lisala phansi kwaphuma lokho okuyibullet okuncane kwamaphephe okunopoison.
Ukupho ukuthola ke wena?
Lokho kunopoison.
I found basically because the bullet would have the front part and then we have the portion that has the poison part on it, and then the part that I recovered is the part that has the poison.
Okay. That is fine, Mr. Kumet. Can then one, given your apprehension of approaching the police, as you've mentioned, is part of the reason that you are here because you are seeking assistance?
Mhlambe singakuthathela ngokuthi Mnumzane Gumede le ndlolozwa ngayo ngamaphoyisa mhlambe ukuza kwakho lana kungoba mhlambe ufuna ukuthola usizo.
Yebo ukuza kwami la ngoba ngifuna ukuthola usizo and na umama wasendlini athola usizo ngokusheshsha because lezi esibhedlela sometimes usezuvuleke nelonto empini ngaso sonke isikhathi uhlelelele usezukwazi manje kube selapha lesi sibhedlela ukuthi abe right kule sakusona.
Yes, to seek assistance, and also for my wife who has been in hospital ever since, because since she's in hospital, she has developed wounds because she's usually in bed all the time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kumet. I think the last question that I have really is related to your property. From the evidence that you've given, it appears as though your house was not damaged in the fires that we heard of.
Umuzi ogcina Mnumzane Gumede ukuthi umuzi wakho kubukeka sengazi ukuthi wona usindile ukuthi ushisa.
Yebo umuzi wakho owamama usindile ngoba mina benginendlu yami naye nendlu yakhe sathola neCan Road wayesehlala endlini yakhe owami uphezulu awashiswa khona elaba abantu laba owakhe wasinda ngoba kunamanje imbobo sakhona zamabullet.
Because myself and my wife found each other at Conrad, so we then have two different houses. She has her own, I have mine. And mine is nearer to the road, so it was burnt down, but hers, it was not. But it has bullet holes that are still on the wall.
Okay, and obviously that house is still existing as we speak, right?
Isamile le nkosikazi.
Yeah, Bisamile.
Correct.
Okay, and then you then, as you've mentioned that your house was torched, you obviously lost property that you had at that particular house.
Njengoba uthi le yakho indlu yashiswa nokusho ukuthi khona izinto zakho walahlekana nazo ngenxa yalokho.
Yebo amathuluzi ami ama-brush cut yabona nje nengubo zami zonke ngafika nje ngoba ngisekhaya ngafika yonke into yami esendlini ku-empty nje akumlotha yonke into.
Yes, my tools, my brush cutters, and my personal clothing. When I got back from home, everything was in ashes.
Is it correct then, just to also, just for us to understand, given that you were living with your wife and you also had your own property, some of your things that were in your wife's property that you lived, together at, were obviously saved, and because that house was not touched?
Singathathela noma sicabangela ukuthi ngoba ninedlo ezimbili wena nonkosikazi wakho futhi ke bekunezinto zakho ezisegumbini leli endlini kankosikazi kusho ukuthi zona zasinda. Yes.
And did you get any form of assistance with regards to the property that you lost?
Kulezi zinto mhlawumbe walahlekana nazo khona usizo oseke wayithola osekuwalithola mhlawumbe.
Usizo sesathola nalabantu esashelwa nabo ngala kule section engasenhla sasizo babroshana sasiza ngezindlu siyabonga futhi kakhulu kuyena olunye beyayibona ngabe bikho olunye bokusakhona.
We received assistance, that would be myself and the other people who had their houses that had been torched, which were by the road. We had received assistance from Mr. Roshan, and we are grateful for his assistance to try to rebuild the houses. And that's about it.
Okay, Chair, that's about all that I have from my side. I'll hand over to you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. Just first of all, the village where you stay, how do you spell that?
We spell kanjani uzokuzwa igama lale ndawo ohlala kuyona?
Can you just, I mean, the translator may help with that.
I don't even know it, Chair, so I'm taking this, they say, I think it's Khan Road or Con Road.
Chair, may I assist?
Yes, please, if you could, may I assist?
Is the Mzimkulu?
No, I'm not talking about Umzinkulu. He stayed at Umzinkulu before. He says it's Peter Maritzburg, North Hill, but that.
It's Khan, K-H-A-N.
K-H-A?
Yeah, A-N.
Yes. Khan Road corner.
Yeah.
I just want to make the link, so, and it's the same place where Zama Nkuse
Correct.
stays,
Correct,
is
Chair.
that correct? Okay. So we're referring to the events of the 12th that you learned about. You were at home at Umzinkulu. Who told you about what you described to be the attack at your village?
Ngilesehlo uthi ekuthiwa senzeka ngomhla ka-12 kuJuly wena ube usemzimkhulu ukutshelwe ubani ngalokhu othi wena ngakade kuhlaselwa umphakathi wakho?
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi ngatshelwa u-aunt.
As I'd mentioned, I was informed by my aunt.
And you mentioned that was on the 12th. What time did that happen? When did she inform you?
Ukutshele ngabo bani ikhathi mhlawumbe?
Because babesaba ukungitshela ukuthi uSibahla ushonile. Unkosikazi wami udutshuliwe ngezwa late ngaboma 6 ntambama.
Because they were afraid to tell me of the demise of Sibahla and also my wife getting shot. They only informed me in the afternoon or in the evening around 6 p.m.
6 p.m. on the 12th?
Ngomhla ka-12.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I wanted to know. Any other comment? Nothing?
From my side.
Commissioner
Thank you,
Nzulu?
Chairperson. Mr. Gubede, no police officer have come to you, so you don't even know whether there is an actual a complaint laid at the South African Police Services regarding the shooting of your wife.
Uthe mnumzane Gumede akunaphoyisa lake lafika kuwena kusho ukuthi mhlawumbe awunalo ulwazi ukuthi ngabe likhona mhlawumbe icala elavulwa emaphoyiseni ngalokho okwenzeka?
Ayalikho icala lavulwa okwenzeka unkosikazi wami ngasho kanjalo.
There was no case that was opened in regards to what occurred to my wife.
You realize you can go and open up a case outside Mountain Rise police station.
Uyaqonda mnumzane Gumede ukuthi usengawuvula icala kwenye indawo engaphandle Mountain Rise police station.
Yebo ngiyaqonda.
I understand.
Yeah. Now, the concerns about the doctors giving you a prognosis and said that, with the physio it can improve, but you also realize you've got also legal options against the institutions or people that have allegedly committed this act.
Uthe udokotela washo ukuthi mhlawumbe kukhona okuzamekayo okwenzeka uma ngasaniqhubeka nephysio le. Uyaqonda kona ukuthi mhlawumbe kukhona ongase ukwenza ongase bekuhlangane nomthetho kulabo mhlawumbe engase ukuthi bayingxenye yokulimala kwankosikazi wakho.
Ya udokotela bathi inhlavu ngeke wazi uyikhipha but uyophila nayo forever kodwa bazoyibulala upoison.
The doctor said they will probably they may or may not remove the bullet that is in her, and she may live with it for life, but they will be able to remove the poisonous substance of it from her.
Just last one from me. When you came back from Zimkulu, obviously you heard a number of stories, and you don't have to mention the name, but in your own asking questions to the colleagues, the community members and leaders there, who do you suspect? You don't have to say, but is there somebody that you suspect that is responsible for the shooting of your wife and the burning of the house?
Ngoba musobuya emzimkhulu so uzama ukuxoxa nabanye ke abantu abakhona emphakathini uzama ukuthola ukuthi kwenzakala mhlambe ubani ongathi mhlambe uyamsola noma umnukayo ngokulokhuzana ngokudutshulwa kwankosikazi wakho
ama-security because ama-security amanye wawo la kade efike ngobusuku babekade bephethe isibhamu ezinkulu beme ngemuva kwe-WKP event so babedubula everywhere no bigiphi.
It would be the security personnel, because even in, when they came at night and then they were on vehicles, at the back of vehicles in the vans, they were carrying huge firearms and then they were shooting everywhere.
Because laba gcina khona bona laba basendiya ukuma khona ngoba sebebona ukuthi abasaboni ngemuva bagcina kunento sibiza ukhonkolo but indlu kankosikazi isenzansi egcineni. That's why ngithi mina kungenzeka ukuthi yiwo ama-security because ayikade ehambe edubula eyale aphinda adubule kuyo.
Shuthi adlula kule ndawo ewukhonkolo abese kwazi ukudubula
laba ababedubula bona babeqhama ngaphambili basitaka kukhonkolo abaza badlulela
kodwa ama-security angena wona.
Ama-security ayingangeni wona ihamba ngaphandle.
Oh. I'm saying this because there is a point in the area which is somewhat concrete, and the people were coming from the other flank and then they were firing. They were unable to go through because of that concrete. But the security officers were able to go around and they were shooting everywhere.
Thank you, Mr. Gubede.
Thank you.
Yeah, but let me just hear from you that that is based on what, because you weren't there, so it's based on what you heard from other people or what you suspect happened.
Loko kusho ukuthi mhlambe usola bani yingoba kungento wayizwa ngoba wawungekho lokuthi usola nabani.
Yebo ngezwe ngingekho ukuthi ama-security namandiya ayekade edubula kodwa abantu babekade bedubula ngezibhamu ezinkulu futhi okungenzeka ukuthi kangawona ama-rubber bullet ama-security.
I was informed, because I was not present, that the people who were shooting at the community there were the Indians and the security personnel. But the people who were carrying firearms, big firearms, which I do not think were firearms that released rubber bullets, they were live rounds. It was security personnel.
Okay, any further questions? Evidence leaders?
None from us.
Panel? No. Panel is also fine. Thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Chairperson, we beg leave to call Mr. Sipose Tumsia.
Yes, please do so. I don't see his name on the list. Is it Sipose Tumsia?
Correct.
Oh, excellent.
Sipose Tumsia.
Awesome. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Msia. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I have no objection to the oath.
Thank you. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Uyaqonda noma ukubona ukuthi isifungo leso siyobe sishaya kunembeza wa? Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Uyafunga ke mnumzana Msiya ukuthi umfakazi uzobethula buyiqiniso, iqiniso lonke futhi iqiniso lodwa.
Ungiphendula njani?
Uyafunga na ukuthi ufakazi uzobethula mnumzana Msiya buyiqiniso, iqiniso lonke futhi iqiniso lodwa na?
Ngiyavuma.
Yes, I do.
Please lift your right hand and say, so help me God.
Phakamisa isandla sakho sokudla ke mnumzana Msiya uthi inkosi ngisize.
Nkosi ngisize.
All taken.
Thank you. You may go ahead, evidence team.
Thank you, Chair. Sipo Seto, how old are you?
Uneminyaka emingaki mnumzana?
25.
I'm 25 years old.
Are you employed or are you still attending school?
Uyasebenza noma mhlawumbe usafunda?
Ngumuntu siza ibhizinisi yabo.
I was assisting in a family business.
Where do you reside?
Uhlala kuphi?
Conrad Corner, Peter Marisburg.
Khan Road corner at Peter Maritzburg.
Who do you reside with?
Uhlala nobani khona?
Ngihlala ngaphi?
I reside there alone.
How long have you been residing there alone?
Sekunesikhathi esingakanani uhlala lapha wedwa?
Ngathi eConrad angisumuntu onesikhathi ehlala khona, ngasho ngithi na half a year ngihlala khona.
Half a year.
Yes.
It hasn't been a while. I would say half a year.
Where were you residing before?
Ubuhlala kuphi ngaphambi kwalokho?
Johannesburg.
Kuphi?
Johannesburg.
At Johannesburg.
Right. So this family business that you were assisting in, is it here in, was it here in Conrad Corner or was it in Johannesburg?
Le business othubulekelela kulona lasekhaya lise Conrad Corner noma liseGoli?
It's so cool.
It is in Johannesburg.
All right. So how long had you been assisting in that family business for?
Sekunesikhathi esingakanani ulekelela kulelo business lelo?
So I'm not 10 years.
About 10 years.
Okay. What led you to come to reside at Conrad Corner?
Yini eyadinga ukuthi uzuze ngala uzuhlale eConrad Corner?
Ngendenza ukuthi ngizohlala eConrad Corner ukuthi ngangifuna ukusondela kumfowethu wanginesikhathi ngiqhelene naye.
I wanted to be nearer to my brother because it had been a while that we were in different places.
Okay. Were you being paid or compensated whilst working for that family business?
Ngesikhathi usebenzela ibhizinisi leli lasekhaya wawukhokhelwa ke mhlawumbe noma unxephezelwa ngokusebenza lokho?
No, but into mangiyidinga ngangiyithola.
No, but whatever that I needed, I was able to get.
Do you now survive because you indicated that you're not employed?
Uzondla ngani ke manje mnumzana ngoba phela uthe awusebenzi?
Manje ngasho ngithi nginokubamba ama-piece job lawo.
I would say.
Nale mali engifakele endlini.
Ngifakela?
Engifakele ekhaya.
I would say I get odd jobs here and there, and also I get some sort of sustenance from my family.
What kind of odd jobs do you do?
Uyaye wenze imisebenzi mini mhlambe usuke wenzani khona?
Delivery.
driving delivery.
And how often per week do you do them?
Mhlambe kuya kube into eyenzeka mhlambe kangakhi leyo uma ukuthi uthola lo msebenzi.
Ngasho nje ukudrive ngasho ngithi like December to January.
The driving would be usually around December to January.
So throughout the year, you survive by the income you get from your family?
Kushuthi unyaka wonke uyaye usebenzise noma uyuphile ngale mali oyithola emndenini wakho.
Yebo nale sibone SAHRC.
Yes, and the SAHRC grant.
Does your brother stay as in Conrad Corner as well?
No, bhuti wakho uhlala eConrad Corner.
Yebo.
Yes.
Is he employed?
Uyasebenza yena?
Nakasebenza uzibambela ama-piece job.
He's also unemployed. He also gets odd jobs.
All right. So can you briefly give us your account of, or let me rather ask, where were you on the eve of the 12th July 2021?
Wawukuphi ngobusuku obandulele umhla ka-12 kuJuly 2021?
Angise-Khan Road.
I was at Khan Road.
Can you briefly give us an account of what happened on that day in question?
Ungawazi ukusitshela nje mhlawumbe ufuna ukuthi kwenzakalani ngalolu suku?
Yebo ngawazi.
Yes.
Please continue.
Okay. Ngumhla 12 angeke ngithi umhla ka 11 July 2021. Ngabo past 9 nabanye sivamise ukudlalela ibhola kodwa sathi masibuya sabantu abadlalela emlilweni ngaze kafikelela ukuthi past 9 isikhathi.
Past 9 on
wasebusuku.
On the 11th, we usually play soccer, even on the day, and we played, and from there we then went on the fireplace, and we sat there up until around 9:30 p.m.
Tisahleli ngoba nesikhathi asiqhubeka. Sihlele emlilweni namajita sabo sengezwa kunomsindo.
While we were still seated there with other gentlemen, then we heard a noise.
Na ubafo lo sashiya.
And ubhuti wakho?
Yeah, usibani.
Usibani. And also Sibahle, the gentleman who had since been deceased.
Ngoba sasikude ngaze sikwazi ukuduze. Kwaqhamuka imoto. Zafike zabanga umsindo emgwaqweni.
Because we were unable to try to find out or understand what was going on, and there were vehicles that were making noise on the road also.
Before you continue, let me just find out what time was it, or around what time was it when you heard the noise whilst at the fireplace?
Mhlambe kwakungabo bani ikhathi ngesikhathi uzwa umsindo wena nilapha.
Past 11 lapho.
It would have been around 11:30.
Okay. Sisahleli. Ay kanto ovuthayo. Omkhulu futhi angazi ukuthi sacaba mhlawumbe ukuthela upetrol.
While we were still seated, there was a fire that quite a big fire. And we were not sure, we didn't know that whether there was petrol that was poured on it.
Where was this fire coming from?
Partner phakathi komgwaqo maroboteni.
It was on the middle of the road, on the traffic lights.
Did you go there to look, or you just thought it was there? You just thought it was off the road where you were standing?
Mhlambe wayewubona ukuthi impela uphakathi nomgaqo noma mhlambe wathi kule ndawo okuyona wathi moso uqagela wathi mhlambe phakathi nomgaqo.
Cha zange ukuyobona kodwa samuva emlilweni kunendawo lapha esivamise ukuma kuyona uyakwazi uyobona yonke into eyenzaka ngaphandle.
No, I did not go there, but we moved away from the fireplace that we were in. There is a spot where if you'd be standing there, you are able to see all your surroundings.
Tisahleli kanjalo kaqhamuka ama security ayu2 RZS waqala thumefika wahamba.
While we were still there, the police, the security personnel came. It was 2 of them. Firstly, it was RZS, and they left.
Thuma kusuka nalabantu babelaphana bangasuka ngathi abantu abathulile nje. Baphinde futhi kasuka umsindo kafika iveni amaphoyisa.
And the people were there. They seemed to be calm. And they left, and then again the noise or something started, and the police came.
Bayiphosa ngabayishanga amatshe
Or bashaya in manje.
Iveni amaphoyisa bona labantu basemaroboti bashisa.
Oh, the people who were burning some things on the robots. Then they started pelting the police van with stones.
Yahamba na iveni amaphoyisa akafika enye futhi ulokhuzana RZS no M7 sibehamba bobabili.
The police van left, and then again came the RZ7. I'm a security ngiyacabanga.
Yes.
The RZ7 security officers. Utheni yini? MI?
RZS no
RZS and MI.
7.
Oh, it was RZS and then IMI7.
Before you continue, can I just ask this? Okay, let me ask it again. Did you go there to the main road to observe what was happening, or you were still standing at the fireplace and you could see what was happening when the security, the RZN security, private security arrived?
Ngesikhathi kufika lama security la okade wabalu RZS lo nabanye labo wawuseme kule ndawo engasemlilweni lo enani kade nothile noma mhlambe waya lapha emgaqweni uyozama ukuthola noma uzama ukubona ukuthi kwenzakalani.
Ngiyabe ngishilo eqaleni samuvela endaweni esakwazi ukubona yonke into esikwazi ukubona into engaphandle elekude nakuthina. Uma kuleyo ndawo leyo ubona yonke into.
Kodwa niyange emgaqweni.
Asiyange emgaqweni.
As I had mentioned, we moved from our fireplace to a spot where if you're standing there, you are able to see all your surroundings and what is happening even on the road. So we did not go to the main road.
And how far was the incident from where you were standing?
Mhlambe ke ukwakude kangakanani kule ndawo kade ume kuyona nale ndawo kwenzeka konke lokho?
Ngasho ngithi 7 meters.
I would say around 7 meters.
So you said that the private security RZN arrived and they left. They didn't do anything.
Uthi lama security lawe RZS afika angenza lutho.
Afika qala buka nje ahamba.
Afika?
Afika qala buka ahamba.
They just looked and then they left.
The second group of security arrived and then?
Kwase kufika ke lama security wesibili kwabe sekwenzakalani?
Before kufika lo sibili kahle kahle lama section ngikhuluma ngawo kusayi abantu ababodwa. Just bahamba babuya sebebuya after amaphoyisa.
The security officers that or the security company that I'm relating to, it is the same security company, the one that came and left, and then after the police had also arrived, then they again came back.
So what was this group of people doing in the main road?
Labantu babesemgaqweni babenzani bona?
Abantu basemgaqweni babevala umgwaqo bephosa izinto emgwaqweni ukuthi imoto zingadluli.
They were blocking the road and they were throwing items so that it would block the road. The vehicles would not be able to pass.
Okay, now the police arrives, and then what happens?
Kwafika amaphoyisa kwabe sekwenzakalani ke?
bawashaya amaphoyisa abaleka buya amalokhuzana ama-security ile kwaqala khona umsindo.
Bawashaya ngamatshe. Then they pelted stones at the police, and then the police left, and then the police, the personnel, security personnel then came back.
At that time, you are still standing there, watching, observing this.
Usame kulinda akadume kuyona ubuke lokhu kwenzeka ngaleso sikhathi.
Yebo, kodwa uma soqala umsindo sabaleka sakwenye indawo esasibona ukuthi safe sithi ukuhlehla nathi lapha singazichaphazeleki.
Yes, but when the chaos ensued, that's when we also fled to try to get to a place of safety so that we would not be involved in it.
Okay, I'm trying to actually discover from you, when exactly did the chaos ensue? Right.
Umsindo lo ke ubese uqala nini ke wona ke mhlawumbe?
Umsindo ngasho ngithi wo-12 past 11.
12?
12 past 11.
It would have been from 11:30 to 12.
Okay, the chaos began when the police were thrown with stones. Is that what you mean?
Ungasho ukuthi mhlawumbe isiphithiphithi lesi siqale ngesikhathi sekujikijwe lamaphoyisa ngamatshe?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
All right, so you ran away.
Wabaleka wena?
Yes, ngiyoma endaweni engcono.
Yes, to stand in a place that's better.
So at that place where you were standing, could you still see what was happening on the main road? Or what?
You mean the
What's
place
going
that he ran to?
Yes.
Le ndawo ke othi wabalekela yona othi ingcono wawusakwazi ukubona emgaqweni ngaleso sikhathi?
Yeah, ngoba ngangibona iside le-1 kulona okunye nokunye ngangasakubona kuye-robotini.
Yes, but I was only seeing one side. I could not see everything else. For example, at the robots.
Where was Sibahle at that time?
Ngaleso sikhathi uSibahle yena ukuphi?
Sibahle ngoba kwaba umuntu esasime naye kwathi uma sokuqala ulokhuza nomsindo kwakuthi naye ufuna ukuyobheka ingane zakubo ukuthi zikuphi. Ukudukelana kwami naye sangasabonana.
When we were standing together and the chaos ensued, that's when he wanted to check his siblings, and that's the last time that we were together.
Okay, you kept on viewing or checking on one side what was happening on the road, and then?
Uthike wawubona iside elilodwa kwabe sekwenzakalani?
Okay, uma ngibona usayide elilodwa ngabona amaphoyisa nawe sekhona ehamba edubula.
As I was looking at only one side, I only had a view of one side. I saw the police now, they were also shooting.
Kaze kafika amaphoyisa kayilokhuzana ukuthi abantu bamandiya bagroupana endaweni eyodwa engaphesheya komgwaqo.
Then after the police had come, then I saw that the Indians were grouping themselves on the opposite side of the road.
Basidubula uthuma kwenzeka lokho ngahamba nami ngacela omunye umngane wami ukuthi akangipheleze sobheka le ndoda le sibona ukwenzakalani. Yena uSibahle.
Then they shot at us. I then also asked a friend to accompany me to check on Sibahle.
Emva kaloko samthola uSibahle kwaumuntu ohamba phambi kwethu. Sithe masifika endaweni esafe le kwagcwele khona abanye abantu esasihlala nabo ngaphakathi ngafica esewile kodwa umuntu bengihamba naye in 2 minutes nje. Like 2 minutes is enough, maybe 1 minute.
We indeed found Sibahle, and as we were proceeding to where the other community members were grouped at for safety, and it was just maybe about 2 minutes later when I saw him lying down. In fact, even 2 minutes is too much, maybe 1 minute.
Kwakuthi siyangicela imoto yayikhona namajita simphuthumise esibhedlela.
Then we asked for a vehicle that was available to take him to hospital.
Okay, before you continue, let's just go back a little bit. the police were shooting and the Indians were standing on the one side, and then you were shot at, right? Didn't you run for your life, or what was happening? Remember that we were not there, right? We don't know what happened on the day in question. So if you could just explain to us in a chronological order what actually happened on the day in question, so that we have a clearer, a better understanding of what actually happened.
Ukhumbule mnumzana Msiye ukuthi sasingekho thina lapha kwenzeka lokho. Mhlawumbe uma ngasano
For example, if I can just mention this. You said, I saw the police shooting, the Indians grouped themselves, they shot at us. So it's not clear if it was the police that shot at you or the Indians or what exactly. So just be quite clear in terms of who did what, please.
Angithi mnumzana Msiya sasingekho thina la uwenze ukuthi uze sikulandele kahle mhlawumbe uma usichazela ngendaba yakho uzama ukuthi uyilandele ngisakahle izinto ukwenzela ukuthi mhlawumbe siqonde ukuthi ukhuluma ngani ngoba isibonelo nje ugcine uthe amaphoyisa ayekade edubula nawo kwaukuthi amandiya abese igroupa la ayigroupa khona then wabese wathi futhi amandiya abese ayadubula ukuthi asazi manje ukudutshulwa abane obani abebedubula mhlawumbe ufuna usichazele ukuthi lo wenza lokho ya.
Okay. Ngithi kanje ukuqala kwawo ukudubula kuze sihlasele iwona amaphoyisa ahlaselisa kuthini. Edubula exabana nalabantu babese emgwaqweni.
Amaphoyisa adubula nina noma adubula
labasemgwaqweni.
When this thing started, it was between the police and the people who were on the road, and the police were shooting at the people who were on the road.
Thomas kunjalo kaca ukuthi labantu laba balekela ngakuthina ngaphakathi and sokuyibona engathi ibona ama bodyguard balendawo ehlala khona baxabana nani na yonke into eseyidlula emgwaqweni manje.
Labantu babesemgwaqweni.
Yebo.
Then these people then ran towards the community, or the bounds of the community, and now at that point they seemed to be rather protecting the community in the sense that they didn't want anything to go through or to pass them.
So when you say these people ran towards the Khan Road corner, which people?
Abaphi labantu uthi babaleka baya ngaseKhan Road?
Ilabantu babevala umgwaqo belwa namaphoyisa.
The ones who were blocking the road and fighting with the police.
Okay, I'm asking this because you're referring to the Indians and you're also referring to the people who were blocking the road.
Buza lo ngwaphela ukhuluma ngamandiya uphinde ukhulume ngabantu bekade bevimba umgaqo.
Yebo kunjalo ngoba kwathi masokwenzeka uma kwenzeka lokho nawo emaveni abalokhuzana ama security lawa wamandiya MI7 nawo RZS kwakuyiwona nawo seletha izibhamu eninga laba bengqumbene khona babehamba ngeenyawo bas-attack kwaukuthi nje kuyamoshakala nobafu uyashiya ngoba mina zange ngihlale isikhathi esiningi ngangumuntu osesibhedlela.
Because I'm saying this because even the security officers were the ones who had actually provided some ammunition and firearms to the group, or the group that was blocking the road, to actually shoot at us, and that is when everything just went south. And I didn't stay for long because I had to go to the hospital also.
Were these Indian people part of the group that was barricading the road?
Amandiya la mnumzana Msiya kwakuwa bantu babekade bevuma umgaqo noma babe abanye babantu bevuma umgaqo.
Kwabantu ngasho ukuthi abantu baba security.
Ababetheni?
Iwona ilokhuza amandiya la ngiwashoyo.
Amandiya ama security.
Yebo.
The Indians are part of the security officers.
Try and understand, these people were actually, well, first of all, you were at the fireplace in the community. Then you saw another fire igniting. The way I understand is that fire, you testified, that fire was at the robot.
Uthe wokwadula ekade enothe khona umlilo. endaweni. Bese uthi wabe usubona umlilo thizeni ke owawuqhamuka kwindawo owawuqhamuka yona uthe ngokuzwakala kwakho wawukade usemarobotini.
No, if ngilalisisile kahle mnumzane ngithe mina kaba nomsindo after umsindo kanezinto eziqhumayo emgwaqweni izenzo ezenzakugcinani kuvutha umlilo wokugcina umkhulu ngoba sasimovile nathi into esereportini akwazi ukuyibona kwakumlilo.
Ngicela ngiqale phansi mnumzane Msi.
Ngithi into eyenza ukuthi ngize ngibone ukuthi kwakumlilo is because kwakunomsindo and nathi sesimovile lapha eduze emlilweni saya endaweni engcono ukuthi sibone ngoba sabona ukuthi kwakunomsindo kanezinto eziqhumayo ukuliya ukushayana kwavutha umlilo ereportini.
For us to be able to see that there was a fire that was the big fire that I was referring to, we had already moved from the fireplace that we were in, and we had moved to a place where a spot that we were able to see quite a bigger view, a broader view. And then we then heard some noise which seemed like to be somewhat some explosive or firearm shots or whatever. And then from there, that is when we saw the fire, the big fire that I was referring to.
And where was this big fire? Was that at the robots?
Lo mlilo ukuphi wona lo uthi omkhulu ko usemarobotini noma?
Semarobotini.
Okay.
Yes, it was on the
And you
road.
moved to a place 7 meters from the spot where this big fire was.
Uthi le ndawo enanime kuyona ungathi mhlambe yayisemamitheni awu7 ukusuka kule ndawo nakuyona nalapho kunomlilo khona. Uthi kule ndawo enanime kuyona ukuze ukwazi ukubona konke okwenzakala angithi nisukile lapha emlilweni lo enanikethi nothile. Kule ndawo enanikethi nisenime kuyona ke manje yile othi ungaba semamitheni awu7 la kade kunomlilo osemarobotini.
Yebo kunjalo kodwa u7 meters ukuthi nami ngiyacabangela ngeke ngize nginasho.
Okay.
Yes, although that 7 meters is an estimation.
Yes. And when you got there at that spot, 7 meters more or less from the big fire, did you see what actually caused the big fire?
Ngesikhathi ke sowufikile manje kule ndawo othi mhlambe ungaba u7 meters ukusuka kuyona nala ekade ukuvutha khona. Kungabe mhlambe wakwazi ukubona ukuthi yini le eyenza uvuthe lapha ya?
Ngimna ngagcina kucela udode ereportini.
When I saw there was rubbish that was on the robots.
Okay. And the rubbish was alight.
Udoti lo uvutha.
Udode ngicabanga ukuthi wona ngoba babevalile lapha kushiswa khona amathaya.
I think it was the rubbish that was burning because they had blocked where they were burning tires.
So these people who were blocking the road there, who were they actually?
Obani ke laba bekade bevimba umgaqo lapha?
Abantu ababehlala kule ndawo kuthiwa kuse Honeyville phezulu ngapha.
Kuthiwa kuse?
Honeyville ngenhla kwethu kodwa ukuthi ngisamusha nami I'm not sure indawo yethu.
It's people who are residing at a community called Honeyville. It is nearby, although I don't exactly know where it is because I'm still new in the area.
I see. And then the Indian people that you talk of that actually also were in the immediate vicinity there, close to that point where the fire were they people who were now part of those blocking the road, or was that another group? Because you specifically say that they grouped. Was that now a separate group from those who blocked the road or not?
Uthe phela mnumzane Msiya amandiya ayigroup mhlawumbe eyenza iqembu elithizeni. Kungabe ke manje amandiya ayiselinye iqembu lesibili noma mhlawumbe lesithathu lalikade likhona njengoba khona nalabo kade beshisa umgaqo noma bevimba umgaqo.
Amandiya ngishilo kasekuqaleni ukuthi amandiya iwona ama security afika wona ereportini sokuvutha.
The Indians, as I had mentioned, were the security personnel. They only arrived after, that would be at the time that there was fire that was already going on in the road.
Okay. But then you also said that RZS arrived and they left, they did nothing. I thought that RZS, is that now a security firm or is that now the police that arrived and left?
Uthe ama-security noma mhlawumbe uthe abantu baka-RSZ bayafika babuye bahamba. Kungabe o-RSZ lo ama-security noma mhlawumbe bayamaphoyisa? Uthe kwafika abantu baka-RSZ babuye bahamba bengenzanga lutho. Kungabe ke mhlawumbe ke abantu balaba baka-RSZ bayama-security bona noma mhlawumbe bayamaphoyisa?
Ama-security ayesele.
Ayisele?
Angithi ama-security afika, kaqala afika MI7 yami. Kabuyele nenye futhi naye asala. Kase sokubuya amaphoyisa futhi uqabe ishayile nenye ibikhona. Lamanye abesefika kabi.
Chair, I'm honestly struggling to follow this. Imagine Mnumzana, kwafika u-RSZ qala wahamba.
Yes.
Kwabese kwafika amaphoyisa ahamba.
Yes.
Kwabese kwafika u-MI7 wahamba.
Wasala wona. Kwabuya amaphoyisa.
Kwabuya amaphoyisa emva kokuthi sebehambe bonke lapha.
Yeah.
First, it was RZS who came, and then they left. And then again, MI7.
Amaphoyisa afika.
Amaphoyisa afika futhi.
Ahamba.
No, oh, and then the police came, and then they left. And then kwabese kwafika?
MI7 wasala.
Then MI7 came, and then they remained.
Okay. So whilst the police was there, what did they do?
Amaphoyisa njengade ekhona nawo lapha abesenzani wona?
Iwona esupply labanye ngeinhlavu.
Amaphoyisa?
Yes.
They were supplying the others with ammunition.
And what else did they do?
Abesenzani okunye?
Umsebenzi wawo
Who's the other? Sorry, who's the
Uma
other?
ngasanothi babenikeza abanye inhlamvu obani labaye abanye.
ama-security lawa igcwele amandiya. Ngoba wona amaphoyisa umsebenzi wawo kwakuwukuthi afika ame nawo aphinde ahambe futhi awulanda lokunye ngathi ibona ababalethele izikhali.
They were supplying the security officers that were there because it would seem the police job was to go and fetch the others since they came in such a fashion that they came and then others left. And they were assisting the security officers.
With ammunition. Okay, and what else did the police do?
Abesenzani okunye amaphoyisa?
Ahamba kasawubona.
They left and we did not see
But
them
now,
after.
if that's the case, then I don't understand because you later on said that the police shot at the people on the road.
Kukhona la ubuye
So how
wasa.
does that fit in?
Ubuye khona la uke wathi Mnumzana Msiya amaphoyisa abesedubula lawa kade bese emgaqweni. Kwenzeke nini ke lokho mhlambi?
Lokho bokusake ekuqaleni lokho. Ngoba yiwona waqala ukususa impi nje ngokudubula.
Obani ke manje?
Wona amaphoyisa. Angithi wona afika shawo. Futhi nawo acasuka ke ase ebuya edubula ethi abaxosha or abethusa ngayo.
That was prior, and I would say they were the cause of the chaos to actually ensue. Because when the police had been pelted with stones, they retaliated by shooting at them.
Okay, you said the police, I saw the police shooting and then you say the Indians grouped. So grouped themselves. And then you say they shot at us. So can you just make it clear, who is it that shot at you and the Indians who grouped, you know, at what stage did that take place exactly? Because I asked you where were the Indians, and you indicated that the Indians were the security, the security people. But now it seems that there is another group of Indians here that are grouping. So how does that fit in exactly?
Uthe Mnumzana Msiya amaphoyisa abesenidubula ukuthi amapalokhuzana mandiya abesezenza iqembu thizena abesegroup. Kodwa ubuye wathi futhi ama security la kube wona mandiya manje asazi noma mhlawumbe mandiya la abanye abantu nama security abanye abantu ingenaphi ke leyo yokudutshulwa ke nobani lo edubulani nangalesikhathi uthi bakade benidubula kwabe sekuthi amandiya ayigroup awu.
Cha, ayinina ngangizwanga kahle eqaleni. Ngithe mina ama-security wona amandiya lawa ayefika asala amanye la nje amanye ebhizinile lapha. Abantu babedutshulwa ilabantu babevale umgwaqo. Ababenzeni abagcina bebaleke laphi ngaphakathi lehlala khona kangathi bama-bodyguard wethu begadile lapha bexabana nabantu.
Imake mnumzana, labo abadutshulwa ababalekela kini yilaba kade besemgaqweni.
Yes.
Badutshulwa ubani-ke manje?
Yilaba ngilalela ma-security. Nala
May-
maphoyisa.
Maybe you misunderstood. The security officers and the Indians is one of the same people, the same person, same people, and they were the people that had been shotted were the people that were on the road because they had ran towards us. Now that they had a quarrel with the security officers because they had been shotted by the security officers when they acting as some sort of protection to us when they had come to our side of the neighborhood.
Thank you, Commissioner. So when these people who had barricaded the road ran towards Conrad Corner, you also ran, if I understood right?
Ngesikhathi labantu kade bevimbile emgaqweni sebebalekela ngase Conrad Corner nawe wabale.
Yes.
Yes.
At which stage did you now try to establish where Sibahle was?
Mhlambe ke kube ngasiphi isigaba la ubusuzama ukuthola uSibahle
Labo sokudutshulana khona.
when there was shooting.
And what did you find about Sibahle?
Wabese watholani ke ngoSibahle?
Njengisho ngathi uma sengizwe ukuthi ngiyadutshulana ngacela umngane wami ukuthi cela ngiphelezele ukuyofuna uSibahle samthola zakuphele 1 minute 2 minutes ngasathi uSibahle mase zafika ebantwini abaningi safica mina uselele.
As I said, I asked a friend to accompany me to look for Sibahle. We found him, and I think a minute or 2 minutes later, when we got to the rest of other people, I saw Sibahle lying down, or lying on the ground.
So when you arrived, was he already surrounded by a group of people?
Ngesikhathi ufika wena ufika sevele sezungezwe abantu.
Yes.
But from the testimony that you had just given now, the police or the securities were not attacking people from Conrad. Is that what you were saying?
Ushuthi uzama ukuthi mhlambe ngalobufakazi bakho mnumzana amaphoyisa kanye nama security ayengahlasela abantu base Conrad.
Ngiphindele phone.
Kulobufakazi bakho mnumzana mhlambe uzama ukuthi amaphoyisa kanye nama security ayengahlasela abantu base Conrad.
Ya ngasho kanjalo ngoba abantu abasiqhatha nabo yilabantu babevala umgwaqo.
I would say so. I think the people who caused a rift between us and the police and the security officers were the people who had blocked the road.
Okay. So when you found Sibahle being surrounded by these people, what is it that you personally did?
Uma sowufika uSibahle esezungezwe yilabantu wabe sewenzani ke wena?
Ngawumuntu wethuka ngawumuntu engangime naye njengapha isikhathi esiningi. Kwakuthi sifuna ukubuza ukuthi kwenzekeni bangichazela ukuthi ufike wawa kwakuthi sicela imoto eseduze siphuthumise esibhedlela ngoba siyabona uyopha.
I was shocked because I was virtually with him most of the time, and I then asked what had occurred, and I was informed that he just collapsed, and because we could see that he was bleeding, we then asked for a vehicle that was nearby to transport him to hospital.
Where was your brother during this time?
Ubhuti wakho wayekuphi ngaleso sikhathi?
Wasemakhaya.
Kuphi emakhaya?
Emzimkhulu.
Mzimkhulu.
Yeah.
He was in the roles in Mzimkhulu.
Were you part of the people who took Sibahle to the hospital?
Uomunye wabantu abahambisa uSibahle esibhedlela?
Yeah, ngoba ngasho ngithi waphelele esandleni sami.
Yes, because I could say he died in my arms.
So since you went to the hospital, you can't give a further account of what happened after that?
Ngoba ke wena wahamba waya esibhedlela kushuthi ngeke wakwazi ukufakaza ngokwenzeka emva kwalokho sewuhambile esibhedlela.
Yebo ngasho kanjani.
I would say so.
Okay. Now going back to the testimony of the witnesses who testified, two indicated that it was the area was full of smoke because of the tear gas, and it was dark. So how were you able to see what was happening on the road?
Uma sibuyela kulokho sekusho abanye kade ngesikhathi befakaza bathe kuleya ndawo kwakukhona intuthu yayikhona futhi kwakukade kumnyama. Mhlambe nabona kanjani nina noma wabona kanjani ke wena?
Ukuthi ilokhuzana thina sasimsesayidini into engeselokhuzeni emgwaqweni njenganama street light uyakwazi ukuyibona.
We were on the side, and also since there are street lights on the road, there is visibility.
This entire incident, how did it make you feel about staying at Conrad Corner?
Le sehlo sisonkana nje mhlambe sakwenza wazizwa kanjani ngokuhlala eConrad Corner?
Sangibonisa ukuthi kahle kahle lento kuthiwa ukucwasana kapheli.
It showed me that racial discrimination is nowhere near the end.
Did you receive any form of counseling after?
Mhlambe kukhona ukululeka ngokwengqondo sekuthola phecelezi counseling ke emva kwalese?
No.
No.
All right. Now, after you came back from the hospital, do you know if the incident was reported to the police?
Ekubuyeni kwakho lokhuzana esibhedlela mhlawumbe unalo ulwazi ukuthi le sehlo saye sabikwe emaphoyiseni?
Kuke kathatha isikhathi ukuthi amaphoyisa afike wona ngasho 5 days. Ngabona ngawo futhi sekuthiwa hayi ngiyacela ngicela amaphoyisa.
It took a while for the police to actually arrive, maybe around 5 days, and I was informed that they were actually asking to see me.
Did you personally try and make a follow-up as to whether the police are doing anything about what had occurred in Khan Road Corner?
Mhlambe wake wena siqu sakho ke walandelela noma uzama ukuthola ukuthi mhlambe yini ayenza amaphoyisa ngalokho kwenzeka lapha eKhan Road Corner?
Njengoba ngisasho ukuthi ngumuntu osafika amaphoyisa ngasho mina wasenodeli ukuthi angibonise ukuthi awasebenzisani nabantu abamnyama. That's why ngayi ngihlupha kuyabona.
In the short time that I had lived there, I've actually found that the police from Northdale are not willing to work with black people. That's why I didn't bother.
Why would you feel that way?
Yini okwenza izinto kanjalo?
Izinto umphathi wangalena sihlezi uzibika nje awubasizi ngalutho.
From what the community has reported, that the police hasn't really assisted them in any way.
But I want your personal view, not what you have been told, because you've been there for more than a year, right?
Sifuna kahle kahle umuzwa wakho mnumzana uMsiya, not umuzwa womphakathi. Ngoba wena mhlawumbe usulaphana into engaphezulu konyaka.
Ngiphendula futhi.
Sifuna mhlawumbe umuzwa wakho mnumzana uMsiya ngendaba yala maphoyisa, hayi umuzwa womndeni welokhuzana womphakathi ngendaba yamaphoyisa ngoba wena nokho sekucishe kuphela unyaka lapha.
Awufo lami kahle nje mina uthi into ehlangene nendiya ngeqala ukuhlala nabo, so ukuzwana nje hayi sayibambe kwento enzakudala hayi angibaphiwe.
Well, it's the first time that we would be in the same. I would be in the same community with Indians. So when it goes to relations with them, maybe I'm still holding on to the olden days.
No further questions, Chair.
Any further questions from any one of the evidence leaders? Lloyd, Advocate Lodge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Maybe just one or two questions. I promise I will not be long. I'm also just interested with the last part that was just mentioned by the witness. We did hear that you indicated that you came from Johannesburg, and was it your first time living in Pietermaritzburg, and obviously living at the Khan Road settlement?
Sizwile mnumzana uMsiya ukuthi ubusuka eGoli. Mhlambe bowuqala ukuhlala kwendawo yasePietermaritzburg nalapho ke eLokhuzana eKhan Road.
Abengiqala kodwa just Pietermaritzburg bengiyisebenzisa njani yona ngine-garage yosifahamisa ukuma kuyona uma sisuka sitravel.
It was the first time, but I've been to Pietermaritzburg. For example, if we're traveling, there is a filling station that we usually use there.
Okay, but it was your first time living in an area which was formally designated to be an area of people from Indian descent in the pre-94?
Kodwa bekuwokuqala wena uhlala endaweni la esingathi isizinda samandiya njengoba kade kokwenziwa ngaphambi ko-1994.
Yes.
In the 6 months plus you living in the Khan Road settlement, have you ever had an experience, a negative experience with any person that you did not know or that you knew that was from Indian descent?
Mhlambe kulezi inyanga soyihlezi laphana seke wakhona mhlambe into ke wayizwa la umuntu athi mhlambe khona okubi okuthize ake wakwenziwa yena loyo muntu abantu basendiya.
Ngasho ngithi mina into esengayibona kunendawo sivamise ukuyisebenzisa kuthiwa i-rest stop lapha. Sathi sizihambela nomngane wami sibuke uthenga ezinye izinto. Wena lo hlotshana lo lasivalela indlela. Shothi umngane wami wadlula ngenkani wathi umnyathelile. Kawukuthi usikhiphela umbese qala ukuxabana futhi basibiza amakafere.
There was an instance where, because there's a place that we usually go to that is called Rest Stop, we went there to purchase some things, and then when we were coming back, there was an Indian person who actually blocked us, and when my friend pushed through by force to actually pass, and then that person said he had been stamped on by my friend, and then that's when he produced a knife, and that's when there was an altercation that ensued.
And he also indicated that he was,
And
words
yes.
were uttered, was called a kafir.
Thank you, sorry. And then he also uttered words that we were kafirs.
And between yourself and the friends, with that experience, did you report it anywhere? Did you go to the police or get assistance to deal with that matter?
Kuloko noma leso sehlo nawe nomngane wakho mhlambe nahamba nokubika emaphoyiseni noma mhlambe nibike labaphethe ngalo.
Zange senze njalo kodwa ngoba mina ngishilo ukuthi ngumuntu omsafe bathi hayi ungcono ungabubanaka labantu labo muzaphika nabo ayikho into ezolunga.
We did not, and because I was relatively new at the area, I was informed there's no reason to pay much attention to them.
Did you have a positive experience whilst you were living at the Khan Road settlement?
Mhlambe sikokwenzeka la sithi mhlambe unendaba enhle ngabo laphayana eLukhuzana ngesikhathi uhlala lapha eConrad. Mhlambe sike ukhona indaba ongathi mhlambe khona okuhle ongasukubalule ngabo ngesikhathi uhleli lapha eKhan Road.
Ya ngasho ngithi khona ngoba umuntu owenze futhi ukuthi ngibone ukuthi uyaphila nabantu ngasho ngithi uyena uBaburoshana.
I would say, I think the only person who has shown that he is able to live amongst other people is Mr. Roshan.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'll stop right there. Thanks.
Thank you, the panel. Commissioner Nasson, Commissioner Tulis is fine.
Thank you, Siposeto. Sibahle died at the hands of a man with a gun. Right? The police came 5 days later. Did they take I don't understand, did they take a statement from you? And have they kept you informed about the progress of the case?
uLokhuzana uSibahle washona ngenxa yokuthi umuntu wamkhona wamdubula. ukuthi mhlambe uthi amaphoyisa aqhamuka emva kwesehlo mhlambe sekuphela izinsuku ezinhlanu mhlambe bake bafika bathatha istatement kuwena amaphoyisa noma mhlambe emva kwalokho bake bamane bekwazisa ukuthi yini eyenzakalayo ngale icala lelo
ngasho ngithi amaphoyisa wona afika 2 times bezofuna istatement but ngeyinhluko ezihlukahlukene ngoba last time begcina ungithatha bangisa epolice station awubhalela khona saye baphinde babuyela kumina.
I would say the police came about 2 times to take a statement from me. And even the last time they actually took me to the police station to take down such statement. And there was nothing that came after that.
Second question is the people that were burning tires or allegedly burning tires at the traffic lights. And then, of course, they were pursued. First of all, according to you, SAPS shot at them. And later on, they were chased and they ran into the settlement. Do you have any knowledge about what happened to them? Were any one of them arrested?
Labantu othi babekade beshisa emgaqweni babese bajaha ngamaphoyisa bagcina sebeza ngase lokhuzeni ngase indawo emizini yeni. Mhlambe ngokwazi kwakho kwagcina kwenzakalani ngaba mhlambe ukhona omunye kubona owaboshwa noma baboshwa.
Abanye babo balimala ngoba savuka ekseni abanye belele ngaphansi.
Bakhona ababoshwa mhlambe?
No.
Some of them got injured because in the morning we saw them lying on the ground, but there was no one that got arrested.
And you yourself, in the process of running away and being chased, were you injured? Did you suffer any injuries?
Wena ke ekubalekeni kwakho ke uzama ukuthi uzivikele mhlambe walimala?
No.
No.
Also at Kanrod ground, there are also some Indian families living in there. One particular family also lost something. Are you aware of that?
Lapha Kanrod ukuthi khona imindeni abantu besinabamandi abahlala lapha. Ukuthi kukhona mhlambe noma bakhona ukuthi balahlekelwa nabo mhlambe ukuthize unalwazi lwalo? Angithi kukhona abantu abahlala lapha eKanrod abamandiya nabo noma imindeni ehlala lapha eKanrod eyamandiya ngapha emkhukhweni. You mean the informal settlement?
Yes, near the traffic lights, a mother and a son, and they were also I think their shack was also destroyed.
Bahlala lapha eduze nelokhuzana namarobot lapha umuntu nengane yakhe ukuthi nabo bashelwa ilokhuzana bashisela ilokhuzana imkhukhu wabo. Uyazi lo?
Yes, bakhona.
Yes, they are.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tuli now indicates she wants to ask a question, please.
Babumsiya, nginombuzo nje owodwa kwena. Ngicela ukubuza ukuthi kukuthinte kanjani. Uke wasitshela ukuthi usibahle umzimba wakhe udedele ezandleni zakho. Kukuthinte kanjani ukuthi usibahle adedele umzimba wakhe ezandleni zakho?
I have just one question, Mr. Msia. You have mentioned that Bahle died in your arms. How has that affected you?
Ngiyathatha isikhathi bokungalaleki mina. Yize umuntu uzewaye emakhaya ukwenzela inhlambuko. Kuze ngaqala khona umuntu uqala ukulala ebusuku. Kunginalento ehlele ifika nje. Ithayi bondoda. Besane ma plans besawa plana ke kodwa mina naye kodwa nje ngathi uma sengifana ngothawo lo muntu lo besakhuluma kahle kanje emncane futhi ngingumene.
There was a while that I had sleepless nights to the point that I had to go home and there was a traditional ceremony that had to be done. And thinking about the plans that we had made with him, and he was in his youth. So I was thinking of such plans that we had made with him, and then he had to leave me.
Uma uthi waye emakhaya ukwenza umsebenzi emakhaya aseGoli noma angala KwaZulu.
When you say you had to go to back home so that you do a traditional ceremony, was it in Joburg or wherever?
Akusemzimkhulu.
At Umzimkhulu.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you.
Yeah, just following up from Commissioner Tuli's question, your personal, obviously there's a lot of anger and hatred. And apart from the ceremony, which we respect very much, is it possible that you will also seek or any other professional help? Because in your youth, you could really, this thing will be lasting with you and can bring out a lot of anger and hatred. And so if you're interested, there are professional counselors that can be of assistance. Thanks.
Mhlambe kusukela kuloko oqeda ukubuzwa uCommissioner ukuthi ngaphandle komsebenzi lo owagcina wenza ekhaya mhlambe kukhona ukuthi njengoba phela usemncane ngoba lento ingazi igcine sewuphila nayo ubomi bakho bonke mhlambe kube ukuthi uthola ukululeka ngokwengqondo ukuthi counseling ngephecelezi bakhona abantu abangena inkinga ukuthi bakusize ngalo.
Angajabula uma ngenza kanjalo.
Angizwa?
Anginankinga.
I have no objection to that.
Thank you very much. You are excused, sir. Thank you so much for your testimony. Evidence team?
Yes, Chairperson, with your leave, might I be permitted to call Mr. Roshan Jainath as our last witness for the day?
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please lift your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Over to you, evidence leading team.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Jainath, where do you reside?
I live in Raystorp, Ward 30 in Pietermaritzburg. It's the area in which Khan Road corner is based.
And for how long have you been residing in Raystorp?
All my life,
All your life, meaning what?
54 years.
For 54 years. And then, who do you stay with at home?
Sorry,
Who do you stay with at home?
I live with my wife.
Only your wife?
Correct.
Any other person?
No.
Thank you. Okay. And what work do you do?
I'm a businessman. I own a corrugated manufacturing company making boxes. I used to be the MD of Nampak.
Employing how many people, more or less?
34 people.
Are your employees, where do most of your employees reside?
Some of them from Ward 30 and some of them from Edendale.
Okay. Anybody residing at the informal settlement in question?
Not this particular one, but in Parkview, which is about 1.2 kilometers away from Khan Road.
Now, do you know of any violent conflict between the persons staying in the formal and informal settlements?
You might have heard a lot of skepticism about the police.
About the what?
The police.
What is that?
Mountain Rise Police.
Oh, the police.
The police, yes.
Yes, yes.
A year before the July unrest, in the community of Parkview, which is about 1.2 kilometers away from Khan Road corner. There was a young man, Stenzo Dlamini, who was shot by a reservist and by a community member. He was accused of stealing electricity, and he was killed. Now, as a community and as a grouping of activists, we felt very strongly that somebody needed to be called to book. We went to the police station, we met with the station commander, and we had all sorts of deliberations where they promised us they were going to follow up. Till today, no one has been arrested for the murder of Stenzo Dlamini.
And you say this occurred a year before the unrest?
Correct.
And did you report this to the police?
Yes. We even met with the station commander,
Who's the station commander?
Boxer Pillay.
Have you reported the same inaction to IPID?
No, we didn't do that. But there was a presentation done to us in which they say that they couldn't find compelling evidence. But I recall on the day of that murder, the following morning, I told them who the person is. And I said to them, test the hand for residue. They failed to do that. So after that, there was no evidence. And the guy that was handling the case, in my view, worked quite hard in trying to resolve it. But there was no evidence after that. Most of the people that lived on that road that saw this happening were too afraid to testify.
Do you have any confidence in police in Raystop?
Well, at the stage when Stenzo was killed, I didn't. But I will discuss what had happened after the Khan Road incidents.
Okay. Okay. And having detailed this Stenzo's killing a year before the unrest and the fact that no one has been arrested, you make mention of activists. Who are you specifically referring to?
Well, I've been a community activist for many years, and I've worked closely with the African National Congress for various years. And some of the activists like Mam Ntombi and people from the informal settlements, we've worked together not from a perspective of the politics of power, but from a perspective of trying to improve the lives of poor people.
Okay. And do you know of any racial tensions between the formal and informal communities in that area?
The Raystop area is the area in which Chota Matala was born and did his politics. It's the area of which A.S. Chetty was born. It's an area known for progressive people that have been involved largely in the struggle against apartheid. So, if I might add perspective to this, currently the only organized formation in our community is the neighborhood watches. And I believe that in the neighborhood watches, there are a criminal element. And I do not believe that it is reflective of the entire community.
Please expand on what you're saying, that within the community, do you say watches?
Sorry?
Neighborhood watches.
Yeah, neighborhood watches.
You say they are criminals.
Yes.
Please explain that to the panel.
Well, for one thing, people that were involved in the killing of Stenzo Dlamini were from this neighborhood watch. People that were involved in the killings in Khan Road or in the protests outside Khan Road when the violence happened, many of them came from the neighborhood watches. And obviously there were community members supporting them at that point.
Have you reported this to the police?
Yes. In fact, after the violence at Khan Road, in Pietermaritzburg, the ANC has an RTT, a regional task team. So one of the RTT members, Mkolisi Mkizi, myself, and the secretary of SANCO visited the station commander. And we had a very forceful meeting. In fact, we demanded that the case be moved from Mountain Rise and that it would be moved to a task team.
Now, but please tell the panel about the social cohesion initiatives involving formal and informal settlements.
Okay. Two things happened. We, together with the RTT, we formed a Peace and Development Forum.
Peace and Development Forum. Okay.
I'm the convener of the Peace and Development Forum. And we decided to look into the issues around peace. And we came to a conclusion that you cannot have peace without development. And we felt strongly that we should rebuild these houses. But not only the houses, of the 62 houses that have been burnt, we've already replaced 45 houses made of wood and iron. But the bulk of it is like a Wendy house. But it is very dignified, it is very well built, and this money was raised from the community, from the church organizations, from the Hindu organizations, and from community members. We've raised about 700,000 to date, and we've done a lot to rebuild this community. But our plans don't stop there. The plan is also to purchase smart toilets that don't require a sewer system, and we in the process of procuring 15 of this for this community. You cannot have peace between two communities if the area suddenly takes on the look and the smell of an informal settlement. It affects people's houses, the values of the house, and so on. So you'd expect some level of conflict between the formal and informal communities. But never before had that manifested itself in the racial tensions that happened after the July unrest.
So
the other thing that we did is that we got the services of Dr. Mark Manley, who is a well-known, he's a well-known peace negotiator. And we had a dialogue between the formal and the informal communities. And this dialogue is ongoing because we are trying to find solutions at the root cause. Some of the things that we've learned is that, firstly, a lot of anger is directed at our local municipality. And I think residents are really upset that service delivery is at times non-existent. And the ability of human settlements and the municipality to enhance or to relocate people from the informal settlement also doesn't exist. So there's a deep-seated anger among the formal community, not necessarily against the people at the informal settlement, but against the local municipality and how they've conducted themselves in the last few years.
Now, we'll come to that aspect in a second, but I just want you to tell the panel if you know whether children from the formal and informal communities attend the same school.
Yes. The students from the informal settlement go mainly to Orient Heights Primary School, which is a former Indian school, but now it's totally integrated. And some of them go, I think one or two go to Allendale, and there's some of them that go to Green Hill School, all former Indian schools.
Yes. Now let's get to this aspect. You say there is no peace without development, and you have made reference to your initiative and together with other activists and business persons and the Hindu communities regarding the building of houses. Which houses are you talking about?
Well, you heard testimony about the fire
Yes.
that burned about, and I think the last speaker said 65 houses.
Correct.
That were burnt. Now, on my count, it was 62, so he was not far off. We've rebuilt 45 of the 62 houses. There are 120 homes in this informal settlement, and our plan is to replace all. so that it can take on the uniformity of a viable living area.
And you say the money to build those houses were raised from the very same community, raised up community?
Yes, largely so, but through their organizations. For example, PMB for Jesus is based in Raystop, and the South African Hindu Mahasabha, although their head office is here in Durban, but their branch in Maritzburg is also in Raystop.
Any other organizations that will offer assistance?
Yes, aside from the individuals, there are too many to name, but there's the biodiversity, I'm forgetting the exact name, but it's a Johannesburg-based organization that looks at biodiversity, and they donated about 90,000 rand to us.
Okay. Now, 12 July 2021, can you please describe to the panel, in your view, in your words, what transpired?
Well, mid-morning on that day, I live about 2 kilometers away, but right on the hill, and I could see the smoke.
2 kilometers away from
the informal settlement.
Okay.
And I could see the smoke. But I didn't for 1 second believe it was the informal settlement. We were watching on TV places being burnt, and I thought it was a building. I got a frantic call from Mama Ntombi, who was basically hysterical. And said,
Who's Mam Ntombi?
Mama Ntombi is one of the senior activists in our area.
Okay.
And she told me that the camp, the informal settlement, was satellite. We both went to the informal settlement. But by the time we got there, all the protagonists, people involved in the violence on that day, were no longer there. All we saw was this state of hopelessness and helplessness, this houses that were burnt, the smoke in the air, the look of absolute fear on children's faces. We saw a lady that was lying on the ground dead, was shot, we are told, by an Indian guy. We also saw the full effect of how people had retreated. Some of them had gone to their homes, some of them moved to the extreme section of the camp. But for a few days.
What do you mean by camp?
The informal settlement.
Okay.
For some reason, most people refer to it as a camp. But the informal settlement, they moved to the extreme section of it. This is what I'm aware of, because obviously I was not there during the violence, and I will share some insights that I have from the police and some of the consequences of our intervention with the police just now. But for now, I just want to say that some of them slept on the floor for up to 6 to 7 days. On the day that we met with Mama Ntombi and myself on the 12th, I phoned every person, the mayor, I phoned the RTT chairperson, I phoned everyone seeking for help to get the body moved, at least to a mortuary or to the hospital.
Whose body are we talking about?
This was a lady that was shot. It was Spashle, just to differentiate, was shot in the early hours of the morning.
Okay.
Right. And then mid-morning, when they burnt the camp, apparently they went to one of the ladies and shot her at close range. So her body was lying on the floor for at least 6-7 hours before the police removed it. But we didn't get any assistance from anyone, from any of the political parties. It was a community left to be on their own. For a few days, among the community, we raised money to buy food, because this community lost everything. When they burnt those houses, the meager possessions, their clothes or whatever food they had was burnt. They were left with nothing. The only thing they were left with was what they were wearing.
Do you know, Chair, might we take a 5 minutes break for Mr.
No,
Jainath
I'll be
to
okay.
compose himself? You'll be okay? We do understand that this is emotionally wrenching. And we do appreciate that you came forward to be of assistance to the Commission. And we also appreciative of the fact that all the persons who have testified today, they heap praises on you for your efforts, they singled you out as a person who understood their plight. We do know it's quite, it's a second trauma on your part, and we do sympathize with you on that score. Do you know Ms. Zamanguse Tobani, Mr. Tobani Nguse and Mr. Lwandile Kumete and Mr. Sipose Tumsia?
Yes.
How do you know them?
Well, I know them from the work that we've been doing in the last 5 months, but some of them, I actually know them for a few years in terms of the activist work we've been doing. But the younger guys I've met during this period, the last few months.
There is a person they make reference to as Mkhulu there. Do you know this person?
Mkhulu?
Yes, an elderly person.
The only Mkhulu that I'm aware of is one of the veteran politicians in our area, it's Mr. Yusuf Bamji. But he assisted in the Peace and Development Forum. I'm not sure if they were making reference to him or to somebody else from the community that was involved in the violence. So unless it is Mr. Yusuf Bamji, then I don't think I know who they're referring to as Mkhulu.
Is this Yusuf Bamji the former mayor, the former district, mayor
Correct.
of the district
Correct.
of Umkungundlovu?
Correct.
Okay. Now, yes, this body of this lady who lied in state for 7 hours or so, you said it was removed by the police.
Eventually, yes.
Have you established the identity of this deceased?
She was from Lesotho, and she was the girlfriend of one of the residents at Khan Road.
Yes.
So because she was not a resident there, a lot of focus has not been on her. But she is one of the human beings that were killed on that day.
So you said the ladies comes from Lesotho. Do you know if she has been repatriated back to
Yes.
Lesotho?
We also arranged money and finances for that.
Okay. What do you mean when we? By we, what do you mean?
The Peace and Development Forum.
Peace and Development Forum.
Even with Spashle's funeral, the Peace and Development Forum raised the money for it.
Yes. To your knowledge, how many people lost their life during that period?
Well, if we're looking specifically at Khan Road Corner, there were 2 people, and one person was badly injured, and still till today is in hospital.
Do you know of their identities?
The identity?
Their names?
I don't know the lady. I knew the name of the lady, but I can't remember it offhand now. But Spashile, I know, Nguse. And then the lady who passed away, I can't remember her name now. And even the lady that's injured, I don't know her name right now.
Okay. Do you know about the death of Sibahle Nguse?
Yes.
How do you? Please share with the chairperson, the panel, what transpired.
Okay. From the information that was given to the Peace and Development Forum, even during the peace dialogue, just bear in mind that I wasn't there during the violence itself. So I'm sharing with you the information that we received, was that in the early hours of the morning, there were security companies that were present, of which you might have heard RZS and MI7. And at that point, there was some indiscriminate shooting into the informal settlement. And at that point, the young Spashle was actually shot. And so the person who shot him has been arrested. In fact, there's four people that have been arrested. But this happened largely because there was an outcry against how Mountain Rise conducted itself. It would seem that Mountain Rise is a predominantly Indian or Indian-controlled police station. It would seem that a lot of people that are in the neighborhood watches are very close to them. Some of them are reservists. And obviously, in terms of the security cluster, one would find security companies working with them as well. It was found that the person who shot Spashle, or the person who's charged and allegedly charged for the murder of Spashle, is from RZS, is one of the guards from there.
You make mention about the Raystop police station.
The Mountain Rise police station.
Oh, how many police stations do you have there?
It's actually one.
It's actually
Raystop, Mountain Rise, Northdale is commonly referred to as the northern areas.
Yes.
And the northern areas have one police station, which is the Mountain Rise police station.
Yes.
And during this last investigations, when the 4 people were arrested, the relationship was very tense initially, but we've developed a very good relationship with people like Colonel Gabashe and others that have taken this investigation seriously, even with the intervention of the Department of Justice. And currently, as it stands, I do believe that I can't exonerate them and say that this is a rehabilitated police station, but there are some good people there that are really assisting in the investigations.
Now, evidence has been shared with the commission here that after the shooting of Sibahle and what ensued on 12th July, nothing happened up until there was an announcement of Mr. Mantashe's visit. Do you know of that?
Yes, I think two things happened. Firstly, this community was ignored by the police and by the politicians as well. What happened was there was a video showing the burning of the informal settlement and showing Indian people clapping whilst it burned. And that video went viral. So obviously people, even at the NEC of the ANC, saw this video. And they phoned the provincial secretary. And they said, what is happening? Then that's when the politicians really got involved. They got involved because this video went viral. If this video didn't go viral, we probably wouldn't have got the attention. So,
do you have this video?
Yes, I do. Or even if it's not on my phone now, I have access to it. But I'll be able to share it.
Would you mind to share it with the commission?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind.
You don't mind?
I said yes.
Okay. Now, you say you believe that if this video didn't go viral, this community would have remained ignored.
That's my view.
Well, why do you say that?
I say that because the 6 days was telling. They lived on the ground. There was some plan eventually to rehouse them in one of the community halls. But the community were very suspicious because they felt they will take the land and they won't allow them back. So they stayed put. And they received the tacit support of the Peace and Development Forum because we actually understood where they were coming from. So we had arranged money as quickly as we could, and we started rebuilding.
You earlier made reference to community's anger towards the municipality.
Yes.
Which municipality are you talking about? Because
Msunduzi.
there's a local and there's district.
The local, Msunduzi.
It's Msunduzi. What is the, for instance, Ms. Zamangusa says she's been living in that area, Khan Road corner, since 2003. She says there is no access to electricity or water, but however, there is illegal connections of electricity.
There's
The
a-
municipality doesn't seem to be doing anything about their plight.
Yes. I think there is a communal tap that everyone uses.
Yes.
Right. And just after the violence, the mayor had announced that they had budgeted so many million rand to do the connections of electricity. Because what normally happens when there's illegal connections, often the transformers overload. And when the transformers overload, the communities, the formal communities, left without lights. And in terms of the response time, when those fuses blow, the response time from the municipality can be anything from 3 hours to a day. So obviously there's a lot of anger at the informal settlement when those lights go out. And in my view, to put a bigger transformer wouldn't be such a big challenge. And you could resolve that issue easily. But as we speak today, that has not been resolved.
Now, communal tap, it caters or it's meant to cater for how many people?
If there's 130 people living in this community, it's catering for all of them.
What's your estimate of the people living in that community?
You see, it's difficult to say because we're building 120 homes.
Yes,
Some of the people, after this violence, return to their homes,
yes.
and they will return, we are told. So we have a number and a list, and according to our numbers, it would seem there's about 150 people. So a lot of people are living there as single people. So they have a room and a small kitchen that we've developed. Most of the 45 homes are single room homes, and some are 2-bedroom and some are 3-bedroom for the bigger families. But I would estimate between 130 to 150 people, and that's
Now-
an estimate.
As you and your organization are building these houses, any assistance from any organs of state in the province or nationally?
Yes, they offered us some blankets.
Blankets?
Yes.
When?
When this happened, about a week later, the disaster management brought some blankets and some mattresses, which they gave the community.
Is that all?
That's all.
So in the building of the material for building of the houses?
Nothing. There's a bylaw that says if you going to buy some, if the human settlements had to give us materials, it had to go through some tender process, and it was going to take a few months. These people were sleeping in the ground. So there was a plan or some indication that they wanted to assist, but their process was going to take too long. So we bypassed that and we raised the money to build homes. In any case, if you build a full tin house, corrugated iron house, try standing inside that home midday in summer. It's not possible. I don't know how we can even imagine that people should live under those conditions. The thing with wood, and although some people have expressed concern over wood, but I mean the fire in July showed that anything can burn. But it's warm during winter and it's cool during summer. But for the kitchen itself, it's made out of corrugated iron. So it's I can share the pictures of this with the commission when I give you the video.
Okay. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues, Chairperson.
Other evidence leaders?
Yes, no, thank you very much, Chair. Just perhaps one or two things to raise. Thank you very much, Mr. Jainath, for the evidence that you've given thus far, and I think you have been able to paint a picture for the Commission in respect of your role and that of your Peace and Development Committee. or forum rather. You mentioned something about social cohesion, or something about social cohesion was mentioned, or reference was made to social cohesion. And you did say that there's also ongoing work that is underway.
Yes.
Could you just maybe just enlighten us or the commission
Okay.
and the panel a little bit more about what sort of plans and work that you envisage undertaking?
Okay, so what we've done is, with the Peace and Development Forum, we've identified two key areas. One is development and one is peace facilitation. So the first phase with Dr. Mandy, we did it as a Peace and Development Forum. Then Community Safety and Liaison joined us, and they intervened and it's important because they have oversight over the police, and they have an arrangement with IPAD. So they are involved in this process. So in many ways, I think on the 22nd, I can't remember the exact date, but is the feedback from the first meeting.
Okay.
But now it's going to be done under the auspices of the safety and liaison department.
And that department you're referring to is the KZN Department of
KZN,
Community
yes.
Safety and Liaison.
Correct, and a lot of support from both them and the Department of Justice. In terms of the facilitation, I must say I have been critical of the municipality, but the assistance we got from both these departments have been very good.
Okay, and just for clarity also, in terms of the department of, the KZN Department of Community Safety and Liaison, they are assisting with which part of the two phases? Because you mentioned development and peace.
They're going to be taking over, or assisting rather, on the peace facilitation.
Okay, and then just to clarify also, just so that the panel is much clearer, in terms of the role of the Department of Justice, I believe it's both national and provincial.
Correct. With regards to the Department of Justice, firstly, they also had a sort of facilitation at Ascot Inn. So it was a little bit of the repetition of what we did, but it was also very good. Unfortunately, it was during the day, so quite a few of the formal community members didn't attend. But it was great insights on the Constitution and on the rights of the informal settlement residents, many of whom didn't know their rights. So I thought that was very useful. And the only thing that didn't happen is they promised two things, and it hasn't happened as yet, but I'm sure they're going to do it. One is a lot of the residents lost their IDs, and they were going to make arrangements with with Home Affairs to actually come by and to assist them to get their IDs. And the second thing, they were supposed to arrange counseling, and some of the people have requested the counseling, but we haven't received it as yet.
Okay, just to clarify, the two specific things you've just mentioned now that were promised but have not yet materialized, it's the processing of applications for IDs, for those that lost IDs during the fateful day of the 12th, in terms of the fires, and then secondly, it's the, sorry, I just missed that other part that you mentioned. It's regarding the second part, counseling.
Counseling, yes.
Okay, and that's still, because I think we've also heard that some people, most of the people that spoke today did indicate that counseling had not been provided.
Yes.
So that's also been promised, but not yet.
Yeah, but I did receive an email to tell me that they were asking questions and the amount of people and so on. So I do believe that's imminent.
Okay. All right. No, thank you very much. Maybe my last question to you, Mr. Chainath, is you mentioned earlier of the history of the Raystop area and the stalwarts that came from that particular area and the fight, you know, in terms of apartheid, etc. What was the incident of the 12th of July? It's known to have been unprecedented. However, we also would like to know from you, given that you've been in the community for so long, and as you've mentioned, you're a business person, you've worked quite a lot within the community, and you work a lot with other organizations as well. Have you heard of any incidents or incidents that are somewhat maybe even close to what happened in as far as the racial tensions are concerned? Because that has also come through in terms of the racial tensions and the like.
Well, historically, I mean, there was the 1948 riots and then the Inanda violence that affected Indians in particular. And during the peace dialogue, what came across was the fear of the Indian community. And by the way, I did invite a lot of them, and unfortunately they didn't respond to the invite.
And that is, sorry, just to pause a little bit there, when you say you invited a lot of them, who are you referring to?
I was inviting people from the formal community.
And the formal community would be the other parts of the Raystop Northel area?
Correct.
Okay.
And I invited them to come for today's hearing. But again, a lot of people are working and they were unable to make it.
Okay, and in terms of the peace dialogues, the invitations were also, in your view, not honored because of?
No. For the peace dialogue, for the one that was held with the Department of Justice, they were working as well. But when the Peace and Development had its first one, it was a Saturday. And we had a very good turnout. We had representatives from civil society, we had representatives from religious organizations, we had the Gandhi Committee, we invited the political parties as well, but aside from the ANC, no one else attended.
Okay, and in your estimation and view, as I conclude, with all of the efforts that your Peace and Development Forum and other formations and other organizations and individuals that you say have supported, whether it's monetary support and other support, and also the initiatives that have been attended by various people, what is your impression in as far as going forward between the formal community and the Khan Road settlement, if we may call it that?
I think firstly, let me say, the people involved in violence and vigilantism is a very small grouping of people. However, with social media and the level and sometimes the extent of racism that exists for whatever reason on social media, it's actually scary. If you read the community chats, I mean, I read the one chat, there was apparently an Indian girl from school that was robbed outside the informal settlement. And some people took very strong exception to the informal settlement being there. And unfortunately, some people believe that we're still living in an era where there's a Group Areas Act. And I read the one message, and it says, whoever burnt the camp didn't do a good job. And it's the kind of thing that plays out in social media. Having said that, I've received those people, no one responds in the social media chat because the people that puts forward its narrative, they are bullies. But I must have received between 70 to 100 messages of support that what we are doing is correct, but it was personally.
Okay, and those messages were personal and not necessarily on the social media that you made reference to?
They're afraid to go against the predominant view of the people that are saying the informal settlement must be moved. So yes, and if I could just also say that when William and Tasha came, he made a commitment to the community that within 2 years they will be rehoused. So what we have said is we put in units that are dismantleable, so we can use it in another informal settlement. And for us, I would like to share this, if you don't mind. It's not only about building the homes and the toilets. We've now applied through the Solidarity Fund for funds to put up a hydroponic plant so that people can be commercially active as well. Because having a house doesn't feed people. The helplessness and some of the levels of poverty is extreme. And I feel that that particular area on which the informal settlement is my old school called Bejun Maharaj School. And it was a community-based school. It was a school built by the community. I think in 1984 it became a full state school when the House of Delegates was formed. But just prior to that, it was a state-aided school. So that race-stop area has a legacy of community activism where people even built their own school. And many top professionals have come through the school. And it is symbolic that we will continue that type of work where it's a community-based effort. It's a coincidence, I think, when I saw the campaign slogan of the ANC, building communities together. And I thought that was interesting because we had started that before the campaign. And I do believe that the only way to overcome this level of racism and this anger that exists is not to depend only on the municipality, but to take some of the development initiatives into our own hands. We found a lot of organizations like Solidarity Fund who are actually very interested in assisting in efforts like this. They even asked us to find land which they will buy so that the municipality or human settlements can build on. So we're now thinking beyond Khan Road. We are looking at informal settlements in the northern areas as a start. Nobody should live the way they are living. No one.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chaina. I've got no further.
Just a follow-up before we hand over to the chairperson. Mr. Jainath, you said Mr. Mantashe made a commitment when he was there, saying that within 2 years, there will be housing in that area.
In that area, yes. And that's a key point that you raise. You know, urbanization is a worldwide trend. It's just in South Africa it gets racialized the way it does. But the reason people stay is they have access to better schools and they have jobs. They get jobs in this area. Now, if you stay in Edendale and you get a job in Raystop, the meager salaries that they get will get eaten up in the busway. So obviously it doesn't make sense. There has to be a new type of thinking and a new type of development. But you can't take people and put them far away from the workplace. That in itself is a humanitarian crisis.
Yep. As Mr. Mantashe, according to, as he made that commitment, was the mayor of Msunduzi present?
No. He had attended the first inaugural meeting of the Peace and Development Forum where he made indications of support. Yes. But the ANC leadership was there, including the provincial secretary and the RTT of the ANC in Pietermaritzburg. Well, it's the Moses Mabhida region.
Now let's focus on the Mr. Mantashe's visit. When he made the commitment, was the mayor of Msunduzi present at the time?
To my recollection, no.
He was not present?
No.
Was the mayor of the district, Umgungundlovu municipality, district municipality present?
No.
Now, this is a municipal area.
Yes.
And do you know in what capacity was Mr. Mantashe visiting the area?
Well, he came in the capacity as the chairperson of the ANC. And he also had a community dialogue with the formal and informal communities. And he was very gracious in accepting different views. Obviously, no one in the right mind was going to accept that even if the looting is absolutely wrong, there's a degree of punishment. If somebody was found to be doing that, they would be arrested. They won't be killed. And that was not tolerated at any stage. But he was also understanding about the needs of the formal community and how they feel marginalized and how they feel ignored. And I think a lot of points that the formal community raised, in my view, was very valid.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, members of the panel. Commissioner.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. Just two questions, Ms. Roshan. The neighborhood watches are falling under the MEC for community safety, and they supposed to be regulated and with a certain code of conduct. And clearly, what we've seen or what we've heard from this community in question is the way they behaved, and the way they behaved like Rambos.
Yes.
And armed and
correct
on the back of bakkies, and also, and this is my second issue, is then racially profiling people
Yes, absolutely.
And then the first question they will ask if they find you outside the area, what are you doing here? And in South Africa, we fought for a country where everybody can walk wherever they can walk. So obviously, we have to look at it, but in your Peace and Development Forum, you should, and engaging the government, the provincial government, MEC of Safety and Security, do you think there's a way that these neighborhood watches can fulfill and honor that code of conduct and fulfill the regulations, and that racial profiling should be one of the things they should desist from doing?
Yes.
Because that contributes, that works against the social cohesion that
Correct.
you're trying to do. Thanks.
Correct. What one of the resolutions of the peace dialogue is that we need to be organized, all of us, including the formal community. So they're in the process of setting up a ratepayers association. So the plan is for these neighborhood watches to fall under the ratepayers association. And the ratepayers association will include members from both communities so that we can police ourselves and make sure that these issues don't happen. But there's an interesting thought and observation. Now, if you look at this race stop area, again, about a kilometer away in the Musa Road area, you have a lot of black African professionals that live there, teachers and nurses and so on. Now, when this violence happened, they were actually, together with the formal community, they were guarding those areas. Sorry, my apology. They were guarding these areas together with hockey sticks and all of that. But there was no racial tension between the middle class. I will say it again. The very poor people that live in informal settlements have been criminalized a long time ago, and our constitution does not apply to them. So this issue is, and I would go as far as to say, if there were very, very poor Indians staying in that same area of that informal settlement, and if there were rich Africans staying around, they will treat those poor Indians with the same contempt. But the poor are criminalized, and that's what we need to work on. Government has to come to the party with development, because the community cannot do this alone. But they got to take their commitments that they make in elections seriously.
Thank you, Commissioner Nissen. Yeah, I think I just have two questions. We had someone saying earlier, when I asked how many from the Indian community were involved, and I guess it was an estimate under those chaotic circumstances and so on, but I mean, we had a number of, there were 300 on the one hand. On the other hand, we also had the version that said, you know, that actually sort of equated the security companies and so on to the Indian community, that Indians were part of the security company. And I suppose it would only be an impression because you weren't there when the violence actually took place, but what is your impression as to who exactly was involved in this violence? That
it's my view that and by the way, it was petrol bombs that were thrown into the camp, into the informal settlement. One of the people that was arrested, a resident, his hands are burnt because something happened and he hurt himself. So it was the use of petrol bombs that set that alight. I think the neighborhood watchers, the police and the security companies have a close bond and they work together. And I've said that they are the only organized people. And if you look at it from, Chris, you might resonate with this. You get progressive people and you get reactionary people. Our community is rooted and was being controlled. Even that effort to protect the community was being headed by reactionary people. People that didn't really want to see peace and cohesiveness. People that were ready to fight, to defend whatever they felt was theirs. Now I'm saying the one way to defend your house is to take up whatever you can get and try and defend your house. Or you can take a broader view and say, I'm protecting and I'm going to defend my community. So I'm saying that element, and I agree with all of them, because it might sound like a contradiction, but it isn't. Because there are neighborhood watchers that will seem like residents, then there's the police, and there's a security company. That's a social compact, I would say. And on that particular day, because people were defending, like For example, they were having a meeting in Project Ground regarding where they were going to patrol that evening. And they heard there was a problem in Khan Road, and all of them came down. So it doesn't mean that they were all involved in the actual violence. But in my view, and based on the police investigations and the 4 people that have been arrested, it's not a big mass of people that were looking for a war. Mm-hmm. And from what I can also, what I've seen, is that these are people that are involved normally in so-called security cluster that have been involved in this.
And in terms of the role of the police, you know, when the violence taking place and so on, you apparently also have contact with the commander now of the police station and so on. You don't have any information that could verify maybe what, you know, the police's involvement and what role they played.
For me,
let's say from the evening of the 11th going on to the 12th.
Yeah. For me, the fact that you come to a site where people have died 7 days later, it tells you its own story. But again, from reports and eyewitness from credible people, right? And remember what was happening inside the informal settlement. There was a whole lot of smoke and stuff. It would have been very difficult to ask the residents to give you a correct analysis of what happened outside. I'm talking about credible people that were outside. I mean, police were there when that happened. So I can't prove it. I don't have the, and I'm just sharing with you what I've heard from credible people. Police were there. And it is my view that rogue element in the police, and we can't, in fairness, paint all the police, even from Mountain Rise, with the same brush. I don't think that would be fair. Like the support we've got from Colonel Gabasha and others have been very, very good. But there is that rogue element that have been partnering with the neighborhood watchers and with the security companies and creating mayhem. The death that I mentioned earlier on with Stenzo Dlamini has reference to this cluster. And I mean, the person that was accused of doing that was a police reservist.
Okay, thank you very much. And we really also thank you and appreciate the great work that you are doing. Thank you so much for that.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes the hearing for today.
Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
For the day. Tomorrow we will continue as per the program. Maybe the evidence leaders could just give us sort of an indication who will give evidence tomorrow quickly.
May I be excused?
Yes.
You may indeed. Thank you.
Chairperson, in as far as the program for tomorrow, may we just beg for your indulgence. We will update the panel during the course of the evening, as there's been some movements and we want to be as close as accurate as we can be to the proceedings for tomorrow.
But I mean, just for purposes of the media, it would be the communities from where exactly?
Okay, I can confirm that we will be having the communities from Zwelicha, Amawoti, Bambai, Phoenix, and other areas which I don't have confirmation of right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and have a great evening.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
No problem. All right, cool, thank you.